most in Cape Breton.
It's already at the peak already, so it's just going to keep rising.
The worst of the slow-moving system is aimed at the west coast of Newfoundland and Labrador. Already it's being felt in the town of Port aux Basques.
I guess what we're hoping is that we don't lose our infrastructure, which then it becomes a much bigger issue.
High winds have kept ferries to the mainland tied up, but it's the rain that has everyone worried. A bad scenario made worse by the area's elevation.
That lift from those mountainous areas just acts to wring every little bit of moisture out of those weather systems. So that's why you see the potential for higher mounts that could, in some cases, exceed 200 millimeters.
People are being told to stay home even before this storm makes landfall tomorrow. Some are predicting this could be the worst storm in Newfoundland in a century, Lisa.
Wow, that is some wicked wind behind you, Todd. Be careful. Todd Battis in Halifax tonight. We have a significant development now in the case of a Canadian woman held in an ISIS prison camp in Syria for more than 2 years. She is now back in Canada, reunited with her 5-year-old daughter, who she turned over to Canadian relatives 8 months ago. The woman, who we are not identifying for her safety, one of about a dozen Canadian women still in that prison, was released from the Al Hol camp and traveled to Iraq, where she ultimately had to sue the Canadian government to get a passport. All of the women face possible terrorism charges in Canada, something in an interview with CTV's Paul Workman a few weeks ago she said she was prepared for.
I trust the justice system, and I'm willing to stand my day in court and answer to whatever I have to.
And human rights lawyer Paul Champ, who represents this woman, joins me now. And Paul, first of all, what was that reunion like?
Well, it was really amazing, Lisa. I don't know if anyone can imagine what it's like being separated from a 5-year-old child for 8 months and never knowing if you're going to see each other again. It was a really beautiful moment. There was lots of hugs and tears, and as a moment I'll never forget.
I can imagine. You know, she said in that interview with Paul Workman she is willing to have her day in court to face charges. Will she face terrorism charges now that she's here in Canada?
Well, we don't think so, Lisa. You know, our client obviously was in a very dangerous place of the world, in Syria, for over 6 years, and she is answering questions to the RCMP about that. It was some dumb mistakes and a bit of manipulation that led to her being there. And I think when her full story is told, there won't be any charges. And right now, the main thing is she's safe home in Canada with her family.
We would very much like to tell that story. Paul Champ, we thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, and good night, Lisa.
There are about 30 Canadians, family members of suspected ISIS militants, still in that prison. Most of them are children. Despite those women and children still in Syrian detention camps and the serious backlog of Afghans promised passage to Canada, the federal government said it is committed to family reunification and supporting refugees in today's throne speech. The Governor General read out the Prime Minister's agenda, which includes reconciliation, climate change, and the pandemic recovery. CTV's senior political correspondent Glenn McGregor on a day that was still unprecedented, even if there were few surprises.
Canada's new Governor General made history. Mary Simon is the first Indigenous person to deliver the throne speech, opening with congratulations to MPs on their election in Inuktitut. She was less comfortable in the official language she is still learning. The speech repeatedly referenced Canada's relationship with Indigenous people.
This is the moment to move faster on the path of reconciliation.
Also at the top of a to-do list composed mostly of election promises, action on climate change, saying the Earth is in danger.
Increasing the price on pollution while putting more money back in Canadians' pockets will deliver a cleaner environment and a stronger economy.
The speech emphasized the Liberal plan to deliver affordable childcare and housing, a hedge against rising concerns about the cost of living. But in a Senate chamber at only 35% capacity, mask and vaccinations required, pandemic recovery described as the government's priority #1.
To ensure no one is left behind, support will be extended or added for industries that continue to struggle.
To remain in power, the Liberals will need at least one other party to vote in support of the speech in the House. The Conservative leader said his party would not.
There's nothing in the throne speech that deals with inflation, the cost of living crisis, the national unity crisis.
The NDP was disappointed there was no mention of pharmacare.
Don't take our support for granted. This is not a speech that looks like they're interested in working together at this point.
The Bloc Québécois called the speech vague, but not worth toppling the government and triggering an election.
We will live with this empty piece of paper.
The Liberals had promised to act on many of these priorities before the end of the year, but they'll have to move quickly. The House of Commons is scheduled to sit for just 18 more days before MPs go on their holiday break. Lisa.
All right, less than a month. Glenn McGregor, thanks for this tonight. And keeping COVID in check remains a priority. There was a slight drop in cases today, more than 2,200 infections and 29 deaths. And with kids now part of the eligible population, the percentage of fully vaccinated today dropped to 75%. The goal now, as Vanessa Lee explains, is to move the needle back in the right direction.
Hailed as superheroes, these children in Toronto bravely got their shot in front of cameras. They're the first in Canada under 12 to be vaccinated.
You could really feel the joy and the relief, frankly, that I know many of us have experienced as a result of having gotten the best protection we have.
While kids are less likely to develop severe illness than adults, they are still at risk and can also spread the virus. In Ontario, 10 schools are currently shut down. At least 15 students at this elementary school tested positive.
We're seeing the case counts only increase in this age group as we've allowed them to have more and more social activities.
Children across Quebec will be able to get their first dose at clinics tomorrow morning, with shots rolling out in schools next week.
No children will be vaccinated in our schools without the consent of their parents.
So far, it won't be mandatory for young Canadians to be vaccinated in order to go to school, extracurricular activities, or restaurants.
We really don't want parents under any more duress. We want them to be able to get their education into the vaccines.
As registrations ramp up across the country, pediatricians hope hesitant parents will look to the U.S., where more than 2 million have received the kid-sized vaccine.
To date, there has been no signal of any concerning adverse reactions, no signals about myocarditis, deaths, hospitalization.
Here in Quebec, the Premier says they'll be able to offer a first dose to all 5 to 11-year-olds by Christmas. He says more children vaccinated means fewer school closures, along with fewer restrictions. Lisa.
Busy month ahead. Okay, Vanessa Lee in Montreal. And as if parents don't have enough on their plate right now, another online scam has been exposed that, as John Venevale-Rao reports, targets the youngest in the family.
Throughout the pandemic, cyber thieves have been taking advantage of how we've all been online a lot more, with so-called phishing attacks involving scammers posing as a company or government agency on the rise, and the latest phony messages even targeting kids.
You can see he's got his full name.
Mike Primo was surprised when his son's name popped up in a bogus text, claiming he was owed money and just had to reply yes to get it.
It makes you lose your trust a little bit.
Trust in how governments handle private COVID-related data after what appears to have been a security breach involving Ontario's online vaccine portal, where whole families have now inputted their names. Following an investigation, 2 men in their 20s, one from Quebec and the other from Ottawa, have been charged by police with unauthorized use of a computer. The man from Ottawa was a contract government employee who worked at a vaccine booking call center.
We're still looking to see how many people were impacted, what was being done, what was being asked for, and who else could have been involved.
A spokesperson for Ontario Solicitor General says the employee worked through a third-party vendor, adding no personal health information was accessed. But experts say it raises questions whether vaccine data is being securely stored, especially now that kids are getting shots.
Are you vetting everyone that has access to it? Do you have access control logs? Do you have mechanisms in place to detect anomalies?
This all follows several high-profile cyber attacks this year, including one in Newfoundland that crippled their healthcare system, and a ransomware attack at a hospital in Toronto. Experts say the latest incident is a reminder never to click or respond to anything that looks suspicious.
And it's further proof cyber thieves will prey on anyone, no matter their age. Lisa.
Good advice. John Vanavelli-Rao in Toronto tonight. Thanks, John. Time for a 2-minute break, but when we come back, a racially explosive case in the hands of a jury. The fate of 3 men in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Plus, Canadian legend Joni Mitchell lands a new Grammy nod for the old days.
Woke up, it was a Chelsea morning, and the first thing that I saw was the sun through yellow curtains and a rainbow on my wall.
The magic of pizza in a pocket. McCain Pizza Pockets.
Her dreams are what drive you. And while it may feel like a long road ahead, at Easy Financial, we can help you see the possibilities in tomorrow. Even if banks aren't an option, we can get you approved for a loan up to $50,000. So you can get back to what matters most. Personal, home equity, auto loans. Apply today. Won't affect your credit score. Easy Financial.
I'm creating a checklist that makes choosing your cold and flu pills dead simple. Step 1, confirm your symptoms. Fever, mucus, body aches, cough, stuffy nose. Step 2, reach for Buckley's Complete Liquid Gels. Step 3, consume.
Oh, Fix Auto. The first words that should come to mind after an accident. This town's
Pour our friend a demo.
Dang, ain't nothing quicker than Absorbex.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
A dozen children are among the 45 people killed today in western Bulgaria when their tour bus slammed through a highway guardrail and burst into flames. 7 passengers managed to escape. No indication yet on what happened. A 6th person has now died, a child in that Christmas parade tragedy in Wisconsin. And the man charged in the massacre was captured on a doorbell camera just minutes before his arrest.
Hey, can I called an Uber, and I'm supposed to be waiting for it over here, but I don't know when it's coming. Can you call it for me, please? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa.
The 39-year-old was formally charged with 5 counts of murder for ramming his car through the crowd on Sunday. 62 others were injured. In Georgia, a jury of 12, 11 of whom are white, are considering the fate of 3 other white men tonight charged in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, a 25-year-old black man chased and shot out jogging. Tom Walters on the deliberations.
In a Georgia courtroom today, prosecutors said Ahmaud Arbery was murdered for a brutally simple reason.
Because he was a black man running down the street.
Now, Travis McMichael, his father Gregory, and William Roddy Bryan Jr. await a jury's verdict on 9 counts each for chasing down and killing the young black jogger in February of last year. Without witnessing a crime themselves, and without any evidence Arbery had committed one, they suspected him of petty theft and claimed the right to make a citizen's arrest with force if he resisted.
You are allowed to defend yourself.
But the court was told that cornered between pickup trucks, threatened by 3 white men with a 12-gauge shotgun and a .357 Magnum, Arbery spent the last 5 minutes of his life desperately trying to run away. And on the stand, even defendant Travis McMichael had trouble arguing that Arbery was a danger to him.
Yeah, he did not threaten me verbally, no ma'am.
All right. Didn't brandish any weapons?
No ma'am.
Didn't pull out any guns?
No ma'am.
Didn't pull out any knife?
No ma'am.
Still, defense lawyers tried to make it sound reasonable to be suspicious of Arbery for being in the neighborhood.
What was Ahmaud Arbery doing in Satilla Shores?
And even questioned his grooming.
With no socks to cover his long, dirty toenails.
Arbery's mother said that for the defense to describe Ahmaud as dirty was to ignore everything that mattered.
To totally neglect that my son had a huge hole in his chest where he was shot with that shotgun.
Now, a jury with 1 black and 11 white members will decide whether the hole in Arbery's chest will be seen as murder or as one more open wound to racial justice. Tom Walters, CTV News, Los Angeles.
Still ahead, the nominations are in.
I got my peaches out in Georgia.
The Grammy notables and a blinding new chart-topping record.
It's Staples Black Friday sale. The lowest prices of the year. Save $110 on this Acer Chromebook. Save $150 on these Sony headphones. Save $150 on this Razer gaming bundle. Black Friday starts early at staples.ca, November 25th at 6 p.m.
At jackpotcity.net, we know how to build you the best casino, so you can do amazing things with just one chip. Our table games are honed to perfection. We have over 500 online slot games, all designed for excitement, including the world-renowned progressive jackpot slot Mega Moolah. Play for free at jackpotcity.net today on your tablet, laptop, or mobile. Jackpotcity.net. Casino games perfectly made for you.
Walmart's helping make the holidays even more wonderful, with thousands of rollbacks in-store and online. You can start the season with savings and check everything off your list at Walmart.
A realtor knows this isn't just a place to live in, it's a place to grow in. This isn't just a spacious floor plan, it's a space where you can plan your future. A realtor knows you're not just looking for a place to own, you're looking for a place the whole family can make their own. A realtor won't just help you buy a house, they'll help you find a home.
Hi, Sabrina.
Hi, Jen.
Hi, so you're the scientist here. Does my Aveeno Daily Moisturizer really make my dry skin look healthier in one day?
It's true, Jen.
Really?
This prebiotic oat formula moisturizes to help prevent dry skin.
Impressive. Aveeno.
SC Johnson.
This season, cozy up with CTV Throwback. From TV classics to recent hits, all totally free. Dynamite! Only on CTV.ca and the CTV app.
You really think so?
It's CTV and so much more. Stream anytime. The original Santa Claus Parade, Saturday, December 4th, only on CTV.
Closed captioning is brought to you in part by HydroSense eye drops. Get fast-acting relief for dry eyes with a naturally sourced lubricant. HydroSense eye drop.
A rare manuscript by Albert Einstein was auctioned off in Paris today. The 54-page document sold for more than $15 million, a new record for a signed scientific document. It contained early equations for his famous theory of relativity. It's a bargain. And more historical brilliance, this time from Canadian singer-songwriter Joni Mitchell, and it's landed her another Grammy nomination.
And go round and round and round in the circle again.
The album nominated is the first in a series of archival releases, 6 hours of live Joni going back to 1963. It's her 16th nomination. The Weeknd, despite saying he would boycott the awards, got 3 Grammy nods. The 2020's biggest single, Blinding Lights, along with 8 nominations for Justin Bieber and 2 for Drake. A few Christmas ideas there, and this might put you in the mood. This is time-lapse video of the giant Christmas tree going up in St. Peter's Square in Vatican City. The 113-year-old fir tree is 28 meters tall. And we have a prime example of the spirit of giving after the break. The volunteer helping find sanctuary for those who helped him find hope.
While we were out, my husband John had the common signs of a heart attack. Chest pain, sweating, nausea. We called 911 and he chewed 2 aspirin 81.
If you think you're having a heart attack, call 911, then chew 2 aspirin 81 milligrams. It may help save your life.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders, gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you keep up with the clicks.
'Twas the holiday season and joy filled the town, except for Scrooge, with his perma-frown. The gift of a Peloton bike did touch his soul. Riding fast, flowing proud, getting hella swole.
You can do it! I'm doing it!
Was Scrooge a new man? Oh, without doubt. When your workout's a joy, it's a joy to work out.
There's the country we build, and one we explore. One that's been paved, and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L from Canada's best-selling 4x4 SUV brand.
Tropicana orange juice provides 100% of your daily vitamin C in every glass. One more way to add goodness to your day.
We leave you tonight with an Alberta volunteer in the BC flood zone. He's on a mission, and it's personal. Omar Sachedina on the Full Circle Moment.
Just off of Highway 1 in Chilliwack is a building that's transformed into a sanctuary.
So I'd rather be here with the horses.
And Rob Kenny, you could say, is a kind of savior.
They're stressed out, just like everybody else in this world, and especially here in BC.
Rob's no stranger to stress. 6 years ago, he got a devastating diagnosis.
Turned out that I was stage 4 with cancer, with melanoma.
This is him, 80 pounds lighter during treatment.
I had 3 weeks left to live. I had hope, I had faith, and you know, all I could do was just push forward and stay strong.
Now he's passing that on. With work on the Trans Mountain Pipeline suspended because of flooding,
that's a whole mountainside.
Rob, who himself was under an evacuation after a mudslide last week, is volunteering to take care of displaced horses, even sending pictures to their owners to give them comfort their animals are okay. All the while thinking of his own horse back in Alberta, where Rob usually stays when he's not working.
He's the life of my life.
Rob got Bubba during remission.
I talk to him, and it's great for my mental health. Horses do that.
I don't scrub my own house, but I scrub the barn.
Volunteers at the shelter are forging deep bonds.
We all just came together and just became one huge family here.
I couldn't sit at home and watch it from TV.
There is anxiety about the forecast.
I'm quite concerned about what's coming.
In fact, Rob rushed to bring the animals in during a surprise deluge during our interview. Though he'll be the first to tell you, life storms do eventually pass.
Whether it's a week down the road, another month, maybe 3 years down the road, but you're going to get through it. I got through my tragedy, and yeah, they'll get through theirs.
Resilience he's used to take back the reins of his own life. Omar Sechedina, CTV News, Chilliwack.
Can't lose hope. That's it for us tonight. I'm Lisa Laflamme. For all of us here, thank you for watching. Good night, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Fight back, you coward! Fight back!
I'm Marilla Fernandez. Thanks for joining us. Here are the stories making news right now.
Rain is once again hitting our province, with more on the way. This will impact already soaked lands and waterways.
BC barely moving into recovery mode and bracing for a series of storms on the horizon.
Yes, the decade got off to an incredibly difficult start, but this is the time to rebuild.
The Governor General delivers the throne speech, outlining key Liberal priorities for a third mandate. Children in Toronto get their first doses of the Pfizer vaccine just days after Health Canada gave it the green light. Tonight, some BC residents can go home, which is a huge relief, even if they face a long cleanup. But they also have to keep their bags packed just in case, with more rain in the forecast. Here's new drone footage from Sumas Prairie in Abbotsford, the farmland that was flooded out when dikes were breached last week. Now, that has been fixed, and the province is offering some financial help for those who were forced out.
We are partnering with the Canadian Red Cross to provide financial assistance for thousands of people. Funds will be provided by the Red Cross to people whose primary residences have been placed on evacuation order due to flooding. Eligible households will receive $2,000. To access these funds, evacuated British Columbians need to register with the Red Cross by calling 1-800-863-6582.
Now, in Abbotsford, of course, they are dealing with more than the loss of property. Some dairy and poultry farmers are staring at empty barns after their animals drowned. About 500 cows and tens of thousands of chickens died, and farmers are scrambling to dispose of their remains.
We are extending the essential travel order along the Highway 7 corridor to include the segment of Highway 7 between Agassiz and Mission.
BC extending the essential travel order on Highway 7. The province, however, expanding the definition of essential travel. It will include public transit and school buses so students can get through. Merritt is in a situation of phase 1 of return for folks there. And Greg Lowe's joins us now, Emergency Public Information Officer for Merritt, BC. Thanks for joining us, Greg. I'm sure it is a relief and probably a little bit joyful as well to see some people heading home today. How has that been going so far?
Today is absolutely a good day in Merritt. We were able to welcome some of our residents home under a boil water advisory for the first time since the evacuation order for the entire city was issued last Monday. So this is a absolutely fantastic first step, but it's only the beginning of the road. People People who came home today are coming home to a community on a boil water advisory. We don't have a hospital with a functioning ER. We're asking people to minimize their use of water and to not use anything that they don't have to in order to preserve supplies, both for the people who have come back and for our fire service suppressions. We don't have a huge number of stores open, so we're asking people to make sure that they bring supplies with them from the communities they evacuated to if they're coming back. It's a good day, but it's only a start, and it's a hard day.
So my understanding is that phase one covers about 1,500 people. Are these the folks whose homes were untouched by floodwaters?
Everyone who's coming back today lives in a neighborhood called The Bench, which is in the northern part of our city and is some way away from the Coldwater River. So these were the places that weren't touched by floodwaters, but they still had to evacuate when we lost the ability to deliver drinking water and process wastewater. We are planning to announce on Thursday our plan to bring back more people who live north of Nicola Avenue. And then phase 3, that's the area of the city south of Nicola Avenue, that's probably the bulk of our population. And that will have to be done on a block-by-block basis, because that contains properties that were touched by floods. That contains the areas who are still subject to issues with their pipes and the interconnectivity, and the way that even if, say, one house wasn't affected by flooding, it relies on a sewer system which has been badly damaged and needs to be repaired, rebuilt, possibly even replaced in places.
Okay, so I just want to get a further update on your sewage, your treatment plant there, because I understand that it is up and running, but not necessarily treating water. Is that correct?
My understanding from Public Works today is that they're making great progress, so I wouldn't want to say the exact condition it's in. I know that we've had authorization from Minister of the Environment to operate it in the current condition, and so we are able to pull sewage through the pipes at least, and that's why we have been able to bring some people home today.
Okay, so you said 1,500, and then Thursday you will move into phase 2. When is it likely that everybody will be back then? What is your goal at this point?
Unfortunately, at this point, our goal is simply the earliest that it's safe to bring people home. We can't put a timeline on that because we're still conducting flushing of the systems. We're still cleaning out the drinking water pipes. We're still trying to reconnect and rebuild sewage systems. We're still trying to bring our drinking water wells back online. Even in the places who are able to come home today, as I say, that's on a boil water advisory, and that will be the case in Merritt for some time to come. So there's a lot of work that still has to happen, and we don't have firm timelines at this point.
How concerned are you, Greg, about the rain that's expected starting Wednesday?
We're obviously discussing it, and we're trying to make sure that we're as prepared as we possibly can if the waters start to rise again. Everyone who comes home today is still on an evacuation alert, and the majority of the city is still on an evacuation order. So Merritt is still not a safe place to be if you're in the evacuation order zone. And if you're in the evacuation alert zone, you should be ready to leave at a moment's notice. We're asking everyone to make sure that if they are in Merritt, they are prepared. And we are also doing our best to be prepared.
Okay, Greg, we've got our fingers crossed that the rain passes you by and that you guys can continue to move forward in your recovery plan. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Well, a slow-moving rainstorm is crawling across eastern Nova Scotia. Victoria County on Cape Breton Island now under a state of emergency, and residents required to shelter in place until further notice. In Sydney, under 2 hours away, residents there bracing for flooding. CTV's Kyle Moore has that.
I'm Kyle Moore in Sydney, where it didn't take long for water to pool on roadways across the CBRM. This street looking more like a river after a nearby waterway overflowed, causing concern for nearby residents.
You can see it's already at the peak already, so it's just going to keep rising and flooding down the road.
Blair McIver lives nearby and is worried the water flowing downhill could enter homes.
We had the city come and try and look at it. They said they did what they could. As you can see, it did absolutely nothing, so everybody below the creek is worried that they're going to have their basement flooded because of all the rain.
Just out trying to assist with the cleanup and keeping drains cleared.
CBRM councillor Eldon McDonald took matters into his own hands to try and prevent flooding in the downtown.
You just look for a pile of leaves collected together, and there's a good chance that they're collected on top of a basin because they're flowing to it. So recognize that there was a pile of leaves there, probably a catch basin. Sure enough, there was. I just cleared it, and now the whole pool is basically gone off the street. So
the bill came in at just several $100s under $1 million.
That's how much damage was done to this church during the Thanksgiving flood of 2016. The forecast has Father Bill Burke fearing a repeat.
I've been over several times. I drive around the parking lot. I take a look at the the brook and the stream, and I just keep watching how the weather is coming up, and I just go back to 5 years ago, 2016, and the shock of that whole event. And I won't be at ease until tomorrow when it's all over, and hopefully nothing will happen again.
But CBRM Communications Director Christina Lamy is warning residents to be ready.
All the crews are remaining at full capacity through this evening. We're expecting significant more rainfall to land over the course of hours, and that's always a concern.
Kyle Moore, CTV News, Sydney.
The 44th Parliament of Canada is officially opened, with Governor General Mary Simon reading the speech from the throne.
Honourable Senators, members of the House of Commons,
Simon delivered the speech in English, French, and Inuktitut for the first time in the country's history. The Prime Minister's Liberal government's third mandate, focusing on building a more resilient economy after the pandemic, and also pushing ahead with reconciliation and plans to fight climate change. But opposition leaders were quick to slam the plan, saying it lacks urgency and no concrete actions on issues facing average Canadians.
As we approach the holidays, some parents are worried about putting presents under the tree. And every month, the lines at food banks across this nation grow. The reality facing Canadian families seems to be something that the Liberal government are all too happy to blissfully ignore.
This is not a speech that demonstrates a willingness to work together or shared values about building a better Canada. There is no clarity about whether there will be a vote or not, but we want to make it clear to the Liberals, as we've said in the past, as I've said, don't take our support for granted.
So Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet is not pleased with the speech either, but hinted his party would still support it. Ontario's education minister will meet with the federal government Wednesday to try and hammer out a child care deal. Stephen Lecce says the money currently being offered under Ottawa's $30 billion five-year plan would not reduce fees to $10 a day. He also announced a $600 million annual funding allocation for capital school and child care projects. Lecce says that will create about 3,000 new spaces and 26 new schools. Ontario Provincial Police arrested 2 people in an alleged security breach of the province's COVID-19 immunization system. The investigation started last week after a report of spam text messages sent to people who registered for a vaccine or accessed vaccine certificates. Police say one of the suspects arrested is a government employee. The 2 are charged with unauthorized use of a computer, and both are in their early 20s. A number of devices, including computers and laptops, were seized. Parents in Ontario are now able to book a COVID-19 vaccine appointment for their kids ages 5 to 11. Many jumped on the opportunity to get their kids vaccinated, but some say they and their children are still not comfortable getting the shot. CTV's Austin Delaney has that.
The young children step off the school bus here in the Flemington Park neighborhood, where the rate of COVID-19 is the second highest in the city. Still, some parents here are unsure they want their young kids to be vaccinated against the deadly virus.
I'm really not comfortable with it. I'm not happy with it. But what can we do if they come like, you don't do this when you're not vaccinated, you don't do this, you don't go this way.
Other parents jumped on the chance, and before 10 this morning, the province reports 68,000 kids between 5 and 11 had been signed up for the vaccine.
2 kids, older kids, they're double vaxxed, I'm double vaxxed, and I'm looking forward to it. I have younger 2 kids who are 6 and 8, get them vaxxed as well.
Ontario's Chief Medical Officer of Health says this is an important day in the battle against the disease.
In my opinion, I do think there's a significant benefit to be vaccinated in this age group. We're seeing the case counts only increase in this age group as we've allowed them to have more and more social activities. This virus wants to spread in small social environments. And as a result, we're seeing more cases in this age group.
But still, there is hesitancy among some parents and children alike.
The 10 years old, she said no.
She's not comfortable with it, so, and I cannot.
What did she say to your daughter?
She said she don't want it.
Some of the parents say they want to speak to their physicians about the risks. Sick Kids has set up an over-the-phone consult available in
intake form where some common questions can be answered, and then you will discuss directly with an expert nurse. In that moment, if there's higher level questions or medical concerns, you can escalate to a physician right then and there.
They will explain both the risks and benefits to parents and children. Austin Delaney, CTV News.
DNA tests are now being used to identify victims of a deadly bus crash in Bulgaria. At least 45 people, including children, have died after the bus carrying tourists back to North Macedonia crashed and then caught fire. The bus apparently ripped through a guardrail on a highway. Authorities say they're still investigating the cause of that crash. Straight ahead, the suspect involved in that deadly parade incident in Wisconsin appears in court.
It's warranted here, and I am setting cash bail in the amount of $5 million.
It comes as a sixth person, a child, has now also died. And also ahead, an Ontario mother pleads guilty in the death of her 3-year-old son. That story when we come back.
Get into an all-new Masked Singer, December 1st, only on CTV.
You loved our classic blender. Now we're making everything you've always wanted by NutriBullet.
Sometimes I want a pot of coffee, but sometimes I just want a cup.
Then you want the brew choice. That does both. It's everything you've always wanted by NutriBullet.
Finally, someone gets me. Look around. Gifts are everywhere. Find deals through racks, up shelves, and down aisles. Sometimes you can't put your finger on the right gift until you put your finger on it. 'Cause deals like these won't show up at your door. You have to show up at ours. Winners, HomeSense, and Marshalls.
Nasal congestion is tough. Try HydroSense for fast-acting relief at the site of nasal congestion with 100% naturally sourced seawater. HydroSense. Breathe better with our Science of the Sea. Her dreams are what drive you. And while it may feel like a long road ahead, at Easy Financial, we can help you see the possibilities in tomorrow. Even if banks aren't an option, we can get you approved for a loan up to $50,000. So you can get back to what matters most. Personal, home equity, auto loans. Apply today. Won't affect your credit score. Easy Financial.
The magic of pizza in a pocket. McCain Pizza Pockets.
S.C. Johnson.
An Ontario mother has pled guilty in the death of her son. Michelle Hansen pled guilty to criminal negligence causing death. Her 3-year-old son, Caden, died in February 2018 after Hansen drove through a road closed sign and into the Grand River during a period of heavy flooding. Hansen was able to remove her son from his car seat but lost him in the rushing water. Darrell Brooks appeared in a Wisconsin court to face 5 counts of homicide, but he could face another one. Prosecutors revealing late tonight that a 6th person, a child, has also now died. ABC's Faith Abube has more.
39-year-old Darrell Brooks formally charged with 5 counts of first-degree intentional homicide in the deadly Waukesha Holiday Parade incident. Prosecutors revealing late Tuesday that a 6th person, a child, has now also died. Brooks appearing to sob through the hearing as the prosecutor detailed how he allegedly rammed his red SUV into a holiday parade in a small Wisconsin town. More than 60 people were injured.
If convicted, Mr. Brooks will spend the rest of his life in prison.
Ryan Conkey's niece is among the victims still in the hospital.
Jesselyn is still fighting for her life. She took direct impact from the car.
Jane Coolidge did not make it. The 52-year-old's family describing her as a mother, grandmother, and beloved wife who put her family first. They say they feel robbed. Tamara Duran's husband telling ABC News she's already missed dearly, adding the 52-year-old was vibrant, loving, and warm. Community members mourning with the two families and those of the 4 other victims who died in the deadly incident. This was the suspect's second arrest this month alone. Just 21 days ago, Brooks was arrested for using what appears to be the same red SUV to allegedly run over the mother of his child. He was being held in jail on charges related to that incident until this past Friday, when he walked out on a $1,000 bond. The Milwaukee County District Attorney saying in a statement that bail recommendation was inappropriately low. Tuesday, the Waukesha County judge agreeing with the prosecutor to set Brooks' bail at $5 million.
It's extraordinarily high, but it's an extraordinarily big case. It's an extraordinarily serious case.
And the investigation into the holiday parade tragedy continues. Prosecutors say they'll consider additional charges once they determine the full extent of the victims' injuries. In Washington, Faith Abube, ABC News.
Actor Kevin Spacey has been ordered to pay almost $31 million to the studio that made his hit Netflix show House of Cards. Arbitrators finding he breached his contract by violating the company's sexual harassment policy. The actor has faced several sexual assault allegations since 2017. He was fired from the show after several people alleged a pattern of predatory conduct. Spacey has denied any wrongdoing. Coming up, some artists who swept Grammy Award nominations this year.
I get my light right from the source, yeah. And I say, the way I breathe you in, it's the texture of
Justin Bieber and Drake came away with nominations, but Jon Batiste dominates. More on that when we come back.
nothing like your touch. It's the way you lift me up. Yeah, and I'll be right.
You're watching CTV News Channel.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Dry, sensitive skin that struggles? Aveeno's restorative skin therapy is made with aloe, vitamin B5, and our highest concentration of prebiotic oat. Clinically proven to intensely moisturize and help restore skin's moisture barrier. Formulated without fragrance and parabens. Aveeno.
I bet you're feeling your throttle body actuator is sticky, am I right?
A little bit.
So you know what that means. We're gonna have to run an OBD.
OBD. I was thinking.
And while I'm under there, I'm gonna look at...
Bottom part, under bottom.
Vehicle lingo can be confusing. We'll make it simple with Fountain Tire's Digital Vehicle Report. We don't just tell you what's going on, we show you.
Oh.
Plus, save up to $200 on a set of 4 select tires during our Road Ready sales event. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together.
It felt like molten lava flowing over my skin all day, all night.
Shingles doesn't care. It didn't care about her. It won't care about you. If you're 50 or older, ask your doctor about preventing shingles with Shingrix.
Love isn't always easy. It can be demanding.
Drop it.
Love chooses us, often when we least expect it. Love gives meaning to life and changes who we are in all the best ways.
Our family have been egg farmers for about 70 years.
I'm a third-generation beef farmer. I'm excited for the idea of Tim Hortons getting this steak and egg sandwich. You can't get this anywhere else, and the egg was fresh, and the seasoned beef was perfect.
Nominees for the 64th Annual Grammy Awards were announced today. Leading the nominations, Jon Batiste, the band leader for The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Justin Bieber, Doja Cat, and Her also had several nominations. It'll be the first Grammy ceremony since the Academy voted to eliminate the use of anonymous expert committees. The Grammy scheduled for January 31st. Joining us now, Toronto music publicist Eric Alper. All right, Eric, do people even know Jon Batiste?
I do.
You do, but this is your thing. Normally, if you brought that name up, I'm not sure the average person would know who he is.
Yeah, you know, Jon has crossed over a lot of different lines. If you've watched the Oscars or the Golden Globes this year, you'll know his name because he got the Best Original Score for Pixar's Soul, along with Trent Reznor of 9 Inch Nails and Atticus Ross from the same group. So he's kind of known to parents for the creator of that. If you're a late night buff like I am, then you know him, of course, as the band leader for Stephen Colbert. But he's definitely one of the leaders in the music industry and the music scene for making music not just for music's sake. He's always believed that music is a healing tool. It's a political power, and definitely during the Black Lives Matter movement last summer, his music was front and center. He always believed that music has more of a soul than just, you know, songs on the radio.
Okay, and nominees were chosen differently this year, and I'm wondering if that's why you saw Jon Batiste get as many nominations as he did.
It's absolutely, you know, the Grammy voters have increased to another 1,345 people from the BIPOC and LGBTQIA communities. That's one of the emphasis that the Grammys needed to do. They needed to make it less male, less old, and less white. And they've certainly done that with the nominations this year. In fact, now that we've seen Jon completely clean up when it comes to the nominations, that also might be why an artist like her gets a lot of nominations. Justin Bieber getting a lot of nominations in the R&B category and pop category, but maybe also why BTS and Taylor Swift walk away with an astounding 1 nomination each, because I think that when you add new voters, you have different experiences, you have different background, and maybe that while they appreciate the level of success that BTS and Taylor Swift have had, culturally relevant, or at least musically relevant, they're just not agreeing that it made the top 10.
Okay, The Weeknd also got several nods, even though he's openly criticized the Grammys in the past.
Yeah, he got 3 nominations this year, but it was for songs and on albums that he appeared on that those artists submitted along with the other artists that were on there. So his team, his manager, record label, and himself didn't submit. But he picked up a nomination for a duet with Kanye West, so Kanye West submitted on his behalf, and then he also got the nominations on albums that those artists put him on. So everybody on that album will get a nomination.
Wow, do you think he'll show?
No.
Okay, you seem very certain he won't show.
No, he's a guy that kind of sticks to his guns, and even if they gave him the opening spot, it would make him kind of look like a hypocrite to a lot of his fans' eyes. And no, he said it, and I think he truly believes what he says. So he's going to have to sit this one out for the next couple of years for sure, in order to make that impact that he is called for with all these new voters being recognized now.
Got it. Eric, I've got to leave the conversation there. Appreciate you stopping in. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for having me. We'll talk soon.
Okay, I'm going to leave you now with Jon Batiste, his song, Freedom.
This Christmas, please give. Give to those around you. Give joy. Give love. Give wonder. Give your time. Give a little. Give a lot if you can. Give a helping hand. Give from your heart. Give hope. Give because it feels good. Join our army of givers, and together, we can do anything.
New Dempster's Signature Bagels. You'll love our maple French toast flavor, made with real cinnamon and delicious maple flavor. They're a Canadian favorite. So bagel lovers, what's your signature? Dempster's Signature Bagels, made by Canada.
Right now, a cough or cold could ruin my mission. Luckily, I have Benylin All-in-One, with fast liquid relief of my worst cough, cold, or flu symptoms. So I can take on anything that comes my way. Be unshakable with Benylin.
Imagine a visibly healthier pet in 28 days. Purina One, natural ingredients in powerful combinations for radiant coats, sparkling eyes. Purina One visibly healthy pet. And try new True Instinct with chicken and duck for dogs.
Well, I went home one evening, changed your right to see, taking a hug, especially for me.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Get up-to-the-minute coverage on the vaccine rollout.
More people vaccinated and sooner.
On air, online, on every platform.
We need to protect our progress.
From Canada's most trusted source.
These new variants require vigilance.
Stay with CTV News and ctvnews.ca for every breaking detail. 24/7, live, local, and international updates. Stay informed. Get the latest on COVID-19. Watch continuing coverage on CTV News channel and at ctvnews.ca.
Tonight, slow progress in the BC flood zone. The stark reality as the water recedes. Round-the-clock repairs and homes in ruin.
The streets in my area are a sea of mud.
And in Atlantic Canada, the storm damage is just getting started.
I've never seen anything like this.
Themes of the throne speech.
Action on reconciliation, action on our collective health, action on climate change.
The politics behind the promises. Plus, the first Canadian kids to get the COVID shot.
We're seeing the case counts only increase in this age group.
Cutting the risk of the virus as the vaccine rollout expands.
CTV National News with Lisa Laflamme.
Good evening. We're in a lull between two storms tonight in British Columbia. One about to bring even more rainfall to a province still recovering from the last. Newly released satellite images from before and after the flooding show the area around Abbotsford at its worst. Buildings and highways unrecognizable and green farmland buried under murky brown water. That water has receded enough tonight that some evacuees could go home. CTV's Ben Milger starts us off.
The Trans-Canada Highway in Abbotsford, hidden under floodwaters for more than a week, has begun to re-emerge. In Merritt, the city of 7,000 evacuated since last Monday, 1,500 people were allowed to return home. Others still have do not enter notices on their doors.
I'm able to get in and out of the city, but I'm not allowed to go home yet. My basement has about 8 inches or a foot of mud in it, and my furnace and hot water tank, washer and dryer, freezers, all that kind of stuff is kaput.
Some relief for her and thousands of other evacuees, the province announcing $2,000 for eligible households that register with the Red Cross. Across southwest BC, signs of progress as the slow cleanup and recovery continues. But trepidation as well because of an ominous forecast.
The Pacific really looks active and looks like it will continue through next week as well. So we're talking about back-to-back-to-back and perhaps to back storms at this point.
In Abbotsford, the Canadian Forces continue their work to protect at-risk properties as crews with heavy equipment work around the clock, shoring up weaknesses in the dikes and levees ahead of the coming parade of storms.
We expect another 5 feet of height to be added to the dike prior to the weather event anticipated for Thursday.
With rail service resuming and a fragile patchwork of highways open to essential vehicle traffic, the coming deluge also brings the risk of more landslides.
People need to be aware of what where the peak rainfall is if they have to travel, and try to adjust their schedule, because that is when landslides will be occurring, if they occur at all.
Tonight, the mayor of Abbotsford is telling people in high-risk areas to gather 72 hours worth of supplies and to also be ready to evacuate on very short notice should the storms in the days ahead breach the city's already battered defenses. Lisa?
Another ominous warning. All right, Ben, CTV's Ben Milger in Vancouver tonight. A slow-moving storm on the other side of the country is bringing heavy rain and high winds. In parts of Newfoundland, some roads are completely washed out, and late tonight, a state of emergency was declared for Victoria County and Cape Breton, where everyone's been told to take shelter. CTV's Atlantic Bureau Chief Todd Battis has the latest.
Rain fell so hard, so fast, there was nowhere for it to go but up. Above rivers, over roads, even through, like this one in northern Nova Scotia.
This piece just let go in front of me where this crack is, and there's nothing holding that.
The pavement soon collapsed. About half a dozen roads nearby suffered the same fate. Main Street in the town of Antigonish flooded. Boats were needed to take people from homes as water rose in a trailer park.
I've been in town for probably the better part of 16 years here, and I've never seen anything like this.
As much as 150 millimeters of rain, pushed by gusts as high as 120 kilometers an hour.
I would not want to be in an airplane in that.
Travel in any form has been treacherous. At one point, power was knocked out to 12,000 customers, most in Cape Breton.
It's already at the peak already, so it's just going to keep rising.
The worst of the slow-moving system is aimed at the west coast of Newfoundland and Labrador. Already it's being felt in the town of Port aux Basques.
I guess what we're hoping is that we don't lose our infrastructure, which then it becomes a much bigger issue.
High winds have kept ferries to the mainland tied up, but it's the rain that has everyone worried. A bad scenario made worse by the area's elevation.
That lift from those mountainous areas just acts to wring every little bit of moisture out of those weather systems. So that's why you see the potential for higher mounts that could, in some cases, exceed 200 millimeters.
People are being told to stay home even before this storm makes landfall tomorrow. Some are predicting this could be the worst storm in Newfoundland in a century, Lisa.
Wow, that is some wicked wind behind you, Todd. Be careful. Todd Battis in Halifax tonight. We have a significant development now in the case of a Canadian woman held in an ISIS prison camp in Syria for more than 2 years. She is now back in Canada, reunited with her 5-year-old daughter, who she turned over to Canadian relatives 8 months ago. The woman, who we are not identifying for her safety, one of about a dozen Canadian women still in that prison, was released from the Al Hol camp and traveled to Iraq, where she ultimately had to sue the Canadian government to get a passport. All of the women face possible terrorism charges in Canada, something in an interview with CTV's Paul Workman a few weeks ago she said she was prepared for.
I trust the justice system, and I'm willing to stand my day in court and answer to whatever I have to.
And human rights lawyer Paul Champ, who represents this woman, joins me now. And Paul, first of all, what was that reunion like?
Well, it was really amazing, Lisa. I don't know if anyone can imagine what it's like being separated from a 5-year-old child for 8 months and never knowing if you're going to see each other again. It was a really beautiful moment. There was lots of hugs and tears, and as a moment I'll never forget.
I can imagine. You know, she said in that interview with Paul Workman she is willing to have her day in court to face charges. Will she face terrorism charges now that she's here in Canada?
Well, we don't think so, Lisa. You know, our client obviously was in a very dangerous place of the world, in Syria, for over 6 years, and she is answering questions to the RCMP about that. it was some dumb mistakes and a bit of manipulation that led to her being there. And I think when her full story is told, there won't be any charges. And right now, the main thing is she's safe home in Canada with her family.
We would very much like to tell that story. Paul Champ, we thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you and good night, Lisa.
There are about 30 Canadians, family members of suspected ISIS militants, still in that prison. Most of them are children. Despite those women and children still in Syrian detention camps and the serious backlog of Afghans promised passage to Canada, the federal government said it is committed to family reunification and supporting refugees in today's throne speech. The Governor General read out the Prime Minister's agenda, which includes reconciliation, climate change, and the pandemic recovery. CTV senior political correspondent Glenn McGregor on a day that was still unprecedented, even if there were few surprises.
Canada's new Governor General made history. Mary Simon is the first Indigenous person to deliver the throne speech, opening with congratulations to MPs on their election in Inuktitut. She was less comfortable in the official language she is still learning.
Devastatrice pour les peuples autochtones.
The speech repeatedly referenced Canada's relationship with Indigenous people.
This is the moment to move faster on the path of reconciliation.
Also at the top of a to-do list composed mostly of election promises, action on climate change, saying the Earth is in danger.
Increasing the price on pollution while putting more money back in Canadians' pockets will deliver a cleaner environment and a stronger economy.
The speech emphasized the Liberal plan to deliver affordable childcare and housing, a hedge against rising concerns about the cost of living. But in a Senate chamber at only 35% capacity, mask and vaccinations required, pandemic recovery described as the government's priority number one.
To ensure no one is left behind, support will be extended or added for industries that continue to struggle.
To remain in power, the Liberals will need at least one other party to vote in support of the speech in the House. The Conservative leader said his party would not.
There's nothing in the throne speech that deals with inflation, the cost of living crisis, the national unity crisis.
The NDP was disappointed there was no mention of pharmacare.
Don't take our support for granted. This is not a speech that looks like they're interested in working together at this point.
The Bloc Québécois called the speech vague, but not worth toppling the government and triggering an election.
We will live with this empty piece of paper.
The Liberals had promised to act on many of these priorities before the end of the year, but they'll have to move quickly. The House of Commons is scheduled to sit for just 18 more days before MPs go on their holiday break. Lisa.
All right, less than a month. Glenn McGregor, thanks for this tonight. And keeping COVID in check remains a priority. There was a slight drop in cases today. More than 2,200 infections and 29 deaths. And with kids now part of the eligible population, the percentage of fully vaccinated today dropped to 75%. The goal now, as Vanessa Lee explains, is to move the needle back in the right direction.
Hailed as superheroes, these children in Toronto bravely got their shot in front of cameras. They're the first in Canada under 12 to be vaccinated.
You could really feel the joy and the relief, frankly, that I know many of us have experienced as a result of having gotten the best protection we have.
While kids are less likely to develop severe illness than adults, they are still at risk and can also spread the virus. In Ontario, 10 schools are currently shut down. At least 15 students at this elementary school tested positive.
We're seeing the case counts only increase in this age group as we've allowed them to have more and more social activities.
Children across Quebec will be able to get their first dose at clinics tomorrow morning, with shots rolling out in schools next week.
No children will be vaccinated in our schools without the consent of their parents.
So far, it won't be mandatory for young Canadians to be vaccinated in order to go to school, extracurricular activities, or restaurants.
We really don't want parents under any more duress. We want them to be able to get their education into the vaccines.
As registrations ramp up across the country, pediatricians hope hesitant parents will look to the U.S. where more than 2 million have received the kid-sized vaccine.
To date, there has been no signal of any concerning adverse reactions, no signals about myocarditis, deaths, hospitalization.
Here in Quebec, the Premier says they'll be able to offer a first dose to all 5 to 11-year-olds by Christmas. He says more children vaccinated means fewer school closures, along with fewer restrictions. Lisa.
Busy month ahead. Okay, Vanessa Lee in Montreal. And as if parents don't have enough on their plate right now, another online scam has been exposed that, as John Venevale-Rao reports, targets the youngest in the family.
Throughout the pandemic, cyber thieves have been taking advantage of how we've all been online a lot more, with so-called phishing attacks involving scammers posing as a company or government agency on the rise, and the latest phony messages even targeting kids.
You can see he's got his full name.
Mike Primo was surprised when his son's name popped up in a bogus text, claiming he was owed money and just had to reply yes to get it.
It makes you lose your trust a little bit.
Trust in how governments handle private COVID-related data after what appears to have been a security breach involving Ontario's online vaccine portal, where whole families have now inputted their names. Following an investigation, 2 men in their 20s, one from Quebec and the other from Ottawa, have been charged by police with unauthorized use of a computer. The man from Ottawa was a contract government employee who worked at a vaccine booking call center.
We're still looking to see how many people were impacted, what was being done, what was being asked for, and who else could have been involved.
A spokesperson for Ontario Solicitor General says the employee worked through a third-party vendor, adding no personal health information was accessed. But experts say it raises questions whether vaccine data is being securely stored, especially now that kids are getting shots.
Are you vetting everyone that has access to it? Do you have access control logs? Do you have mechanisms in place to detect anomalies?
This all follows several high-profile cyber attacks this year, including one in Newfoundland that crippled their healthcare system, and a ransomware attack at a hospital in Toronto. Experts say the latest incident is a reminder never to click or respond to anything that looks suspicious.
And it's further proof cyber thieves will prey on anyone, no matter their age. Lisa.
Good advice. John Venevale-Rao in Toronto tonight. Thanks, John. Time for a 2-minute break, but when we come back, a racially explosive case in the hands of a jury. The fate of 3 men in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Plus, Canadian legend Joni Mitchell lands a new Grammy nod for the old days.
Woke up, it was a Chelsea morning, and the first thing that I saw was the sun through yellow curtains and a rainbow on my wall.
Her dreams are what drive you. And while it may feel like a long road ahead, at Easy Financial, we can help you see the possibilities in tomorrow. Even if banks aren't an option, we can get you approved for a loan up to $50,000. So you can get back to what matters most. Personal, home equity, auto loans. Apply today. Won't affect your credit score. Easy Financial.
When you've had enough of powering through, relieve your worst cold and flu symptoms with the power of Neocitran. And get warm, soothing comfort you can feel. Power your relief with Neocitran.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Oh, my love, my darling.
Eternity, Calvin Klein.
The perfect gift for him this holiday season. Available now at the Bay.
Did someone say free pizza? Free pizza? Oh, I guess I just did. Right now at Pizza Hut, buy one pizza and get the second free. Use code 879. I'd listen to that echo. Now that's delivering.
Transform long hair in 8 seconds. New from L'Oreal, Dream Lengths Wonder Water. Our new liquid conditioner with lamellar technology that smooths hair fibers in 8 seconds. Long hair is shiny and 10 times smoother. New Dream Lengths Wonder Water by L'Oreal Paris.
A dozen children are among the 45 people killed today in western Bulgaria when their tour bus slammed through a highway guardrail and burst into flames. 7 passengers managed to escape. No indication yet on what happened. A 6th person has now died, a child in that Christmas parade tragedy in Wisconsin. And the man charged in the massacre was captured on a doorbell camera just minutes before his arrest.
Hey, can I called an Uber and I'm supposed to be waiting for it over here, but I don't know when it's coming. Can you call it for me, please? Whoa, whoa, whoa!
The 39-year-old was formally charged with 5 counts of murder for ramming his car through the crowd on Sunday. 62 others were injured. In Georgia, a jury of 12, 11 of whom are white, are considering the fate of 3 other white men tonight charged in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, a 25-year-old black man chased and shot out jogging. Tom Walters on the deliberations.
In a Georgia courtroom today, prosecutors said Ahmaud Arbery was murdered for a brutally simple reason.
Because he was a black man running down the street.
Now, Travis McMichael, his father Gregory, and William Roddy Bryan Jr. await a jury's verdict on 9 counts each for chasing down and killing the young black jogger in February of last year. Without witnessing a crime themselves, and without any evidence Arbery had committed one, they suspected him of petty theft and claimed the right to make a citizen's arrest with force if he resisted.
You are allowed to defend yourself.
But the court was told that cornered between pickup trucks, threatened by 3 white men with a 12-gauge shotgun and a .357 Magnum, Arbery spent the last 5 minutes of his life desperately trying to run away. And on the stand, even defendant Travis McMichael had trouble arguing that Arbery was a danger to him.
Yeah, he did not threaten me verbally, no ma'am.
All right. Didn't brandish any weapons?
No ma'am.
Didn't pull out any guns?
No ma'am.
Didn't pull out any knife?
No ma'am.
Still, defense lawyers tried to make it sound reasonable to be suspicious of Arbery for being in the neighborhood.
What was Ahmaud Arbery doing in Satilla Shores?
And even questioned his grooming.
With no socks to cover his long, dirty toenails.
Arbery's mother said that for the defense to describe Ahmaud as dirty was to ignore everything that mattered.
To totally neglect that my son had a huge hole in his chest where he was shot with that shotgun.
Now, a jury with 1 black and 11 white members will decide whether the hole in Arbery's chest will be seen as murder or as one more open wound to racial justice. Tom Walters, CTV News, Los Angeles.
Still ahead, the nominations are in.
I got my peaches out in Georgia.
The Grammy notables and a blinding new chart-topping record.
So you want to make the best burger ever? Then make it. That means cooking day and night until you got paid. That means best burger ever.
Intuit QuickBooks helps small businesses be more successful with payments, payroll, and cash flow.
At CIBC, we believe the difference between having a dream and achieving your dream is finding someone who cares enough to help make it real. CIBC, ambitions made real.
Hey, check out this staring contest.
I kind of just want fries.
McCain Super Fries. Golden, crispy, delicious. Fries versus everything.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
This town smells fantastic.
Desert dry minerals absorbs wetness fast. Odors, adios. You've made a litter out of it. Barkeep, pour our friend a demo.
Dang, ain't nothing quicker than Absorbex.
With quality that's guaranteed for life, Bath Fitter doesn't just fit your bath. It fits your high standards. Why have over 2 million people welcomed Bath Fitter into their homes? It just fits.
CTV. Closed captioning of this program is brought to you in part by Aleve. When pain happens, Aleve it. For fast pain relief that lasts up to 12 hours.
A rare manuscript by Albert Einstein was auctioned off in Paris today. The 54-page document sold for more than $15 million, a new record for a signed scientific document. It contained early equations for his famous theory of relativity. It's a bargain. And more historical brilliance, this time from Canadian singer-songwriter Joni Mitchell, and it's landed her another Grammy nomination.
And go round and round and round in the circle again.
The album nominated is the first in a series of archival releases, 6 hours of live Joni going back to 1963. It's her 16th nomination.
weather event anticipated for Thursday.
With rail service resuming and a fragile patchwork of highways open to essential vehicle traffic, the coming deluge also brings the risk of more landslides.
People need to be aware of what where the peak rainfall is if they have to travel, and try to adjust their schedule, because that is when landslides will be occurring, if they occur at all.
Tonight, the mayor of Abbotsford is telling people in high-risk areas to gather 72 hours worth of supplies and to also be ready to evacuate on very short notice should the storms in the days ahead breach the city's already battered defenses. Lisa?
Another ominous warning. All right, Ben, CTV's Ben Milger in Vancouver tonight. A slow-moving storm on the other side of the country is bringing heavy rain and high winds. In parts of Newfoundland, some roads are completely washed out. And late tonight, a state of emergency was declared for Victoria County and Cape Breton, where everyone's been told to take shelter. CTV's Atlantic Bureau Chief Todd Battis has the latest.
Rain fell so hard, so fast, there was nowhere for it to go but up. Above rivers, over roads, even through, like this one in northern Nova Scotia.
This piece just let go in front of me where this crack is, and there's nothing holding that.
The pavement soon collapsed about half a dozen roads nearby.
ABC News.
Actor Kevin Spacey has been ordered to pay almost $31 million to the studio that made his hit Netflix show House of Cards. Arbitrators finding he breached his contract by violating the company's sexual harassment policy. The actor has faced several sexual assault allegations since 2017. He was fired from the show after several people alleged a pattern of predatory conduct. Spacey has denied any wrongdoing. Coming up, some artists who swept Grammy Award nominations this year.
I get my light right from the source, yeah. And I say, the way I breathe you in, it's the texture of your...
Justin Bieber and Drake came away with nominations, but John Baptiste dominates. More on that when we come back.
Nothing like your touch. It's the way you lift me up. Yeah, and I'll be right.
You're watching CTV News Channel.
Transform long hair in 8 seconds. New from L'Oreal, Dream Lengths Wonder Water. Our new liquid conditioner with lamellar technology that smooths hair fibers in 8 seconds. Long hair is shiny and 10 times smoother. New Dream Lengths Wonder Water by L'Oreal Paris.
At ProPlan, we believe nutrition is full of possibilities to improve your pet's life. We're redefining what nutrition can do, because the possibility of a longer life and a healthy life is the greatest possibility of all. Purina ProPlan, nutrition that performs.
No one told me I had to be on camera.
piece of paper.
Reaction was pretty swift. With the Conservatives already rejecting the throne speech, the NDP was, quote, disappointed. There was no mention of pharmacare, and the Bloc Québécois called the speech, you heard it, vague, but not worth toppling the government and triggering an election. The House of Commons is scheduled to sit for only 18 more days before MPs go on their holiday break. So check out the Sea of Red on Christmas Island, but not for the reasons you might think. Okay, let's take a look at this together. We've talked about this natural phenomenon before, right, Avery? Millions
like an invasion
of the red crabs emerging from the center of the island for their annual migration journey to the ocean. This is off the coast of Western Australia. This year it's been pretty awesome. Roads have been jammed with red crabs.
Listen to the sound.
Listen to them, yeah. Oh my God.
The color on them is beautiful.
When you're up close, though, whoa, they're eyeballs.
They look delicious when you look at them like really close up.
They look delicious?
I thought you eat seafood?
Oh yeah, pescatarian.
So wait, you eat like that? You think it looks delicious, but you don't like baby rhinos?
No. So, let's
She's not eating baby rhinos.
I mean,
as far as we know.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Close up, they look delicious. It's like wine when you look up close up. But then when you see them in like this huge, like a wide shot of all of them, then they look freaky. Because they look like little spiders.
Those yummy, delicious-looking spiders.
Like close up, it's like, want to throw that in like boiling water. And then far apart, you're like, oh, they're all like coming at you like slow and steady. But yeah, no.
burger ever? Then make it. That means cooking day and night until you get, you got paid. That means best burger ever.
Intuit QuickBooks helps small businesses be more successful with payments, payroll, and cash flow.
December 1st on CTV.
This race is tighter than Ken's man spanks.
Group A is down to the final two.
No!
It's Bull versus Skunk. Who will be unmasked?
I want to know who you are.
Get into an all-new Masked Singer December 1st only on CTV. Then stream anytime on CTV.ca and the CTV app. It's CTV and so much more.
Let's do this. This is going to be awesome. It's only the beginning.
There is a better plan for you, a bigger world.
Sign me up.
It's about family.
Let's make this money.
Hell yeah! You wanted to be in it? You in it.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you in part by Bell. Pure Fiber Internet, the fastest internet technology.
Good morning. It is November 24th. Welcome to your morning. Coming up, we will have the latest on two storm systems causing major problems in our country. We have emergency alerts issued in parts of Nova Scotia and two storms threatening parts of BC. So we'll talk about all of that. But first, to a story of kindness when one Cape Breton pizza shop I just look at both of your faces.
and millions of dollars being spent on that. Do you know what it reminds me of? Do you remember, I don't know if you guys played with this in your house, but you know, when you could take like cars and you'd like, the remote control cars and you crash them into each other? Yes. That's what that reminds me of.
Or like bumper cars, like when you actually get in there and do it.
One of my favorite things to do.
Yeah, one of my favorite. Like I didn't want to stay on the course. I actually would purposely wait for my friends to like come around the corner and then I'd like bomb.
Smash them, yes.
Yeah.
I would worry about Lindsay on a bumper cars course.
Should.
I would. I feel like you would take such glee in like bashing into people.
Then
who doesn't? I mean, isn't that the point?
Yeah, you and I would
feel like she's an avoider. She'd just like go in the corner and try to avoid us. But
Anne-Marie, you would be hit on both sides.
I would go and get the snacks and let the two of you bash it out on the floor.
So much
that
laughter.
would be so much fun, Liz. Let's do it.
One day.
Yeah, I don't know how we got from that to this, but you know, that's the beauty of morning show, right? By the way, I love that movie, Armageddon.
Armageddon.
I
haven't seen it yet.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, it was
I like that you say that it's on your list.
It's on my list from 1998. Yeah. I'll get to it eventually.
You have to watch it. It's very romantic. Very unrealistic, but very romantic. I mean, that's...
Well, not so unrealistic now. NASA's just spending like millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, and they don't need like oil rig workers now. I mean, you know, they could send Jeff Bezos. Like anybody can fly now to space.
You really think that's a mission Jeff Bezos is going to go on?
Yeah, no, maybe not him. He's got people for that. Okay, you guys, let's talk weather. I want to actually focus on some of the temperatures that we're dealing with. This cool, chilly air has pretty much taken chilly air has taken over much of the country. Minus 25 in Yellowknife, minus 13.
Okay, up next. Yeah, you know this. Yeah, Reese Witherspoon.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
Okay. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
That's what our daughter
Oh, such a cute face. And once you see it, you see it.
Jennifer Aniston.
Jennifer Aniston. So there you go. There's a
Oh, I don't
Jennifer
see that
for
one.
you. You
Okay,
don't?
wow,
Oh, just stare at it
no.
long enough.
I see the chin, like
It
that
turns into her.
face shape.
I don't know that the chin she has now is reflective of that chin.
I think it's the look, the eyes.
The friend's
the
chin.
stare.
The friend's chin.
Okay, who's that?
Oh, this is Jennifer Garner.
There you go.
Yeah, the dimples.
I was going to get to the Jennifers. Okay,
It's the dimples, and her kids have those dimples too.
So cute. I love the dimples.
All three of my kids have dimples too.
This is
We
such a
don't know
fun
where that came
game.
from.
I
Okay,
loved it.
I have another one for you. I mean,
Oh,
his kids look like him. Gorgeous. Ricky Martin.
oh yes.
Ricky Martin.
So
I guess
handsome.
I just haven't seen him in the news lately, so I kind of forgot about him.
So cute. Okay, next up.
Adorable.
Who is that?
Is that you?
That's Sonia.
Look at that look.
I
Can we
know.
talk about my matching sweater set that I'm wearing?
love.
Yeah,
So
under 50
good.
degrees.
You were doing outfit of the day even back then.
Look at you. Love it.
Look at that pose.
Are you surprised? No. Okay, who's this? This one took a second for me. The hair's amazing. I mean, it's an original
That home cut bangs.
little
is
Quebec cut.
something else. Celine?
Here it is, Celine Dion. That was my clue
way.
for you.
Listen, when you have 12 kids, you just mom's got to cut the hair.
Or the siblings.
Or the siblings,
Cut your
yeah.
hair.
Wow.
Yeah, really cool. Okay, who's this?
I don't know, but she's
changing into snow through some parts of Nova Scotia and PEI and even parts of New Brunswick because of the temperatures. We're right at freezing. We've already seen close to about 80 millimeters of rain through some parts of Cape Breton, and we could see additional 5 to 20 millimeters. That also applies for the Newfoundland Labrador region. The western sections are also still in that wind warning. We could see wind gusts close to 100 kilometers an hour. And again, freezing rain warning for the Newfoundland Labrador region as well for the inland section and southern parts of Quebec. Here's how it all plays out. Again, we do see a mix of snow and rain through some regions where the temperatures are just above that freezing mark. But the yellows that's showing up, that's the heaviest rain that we're picking up right at this moment. And as you can see, the heavy rain shifts over those parts that I just highlighted across the Newfoundland Labrador region, just the western sections of the island and up towards southern Saskatchewan, parts of it as well, southeastern, the most southeastern corner, and the Newfoundland mainland area. It eases off for Nova Scotia, parts of Nova Scotia. Again, New Brunswick, you're actually in the clear as well. But then as this system wants to weaken slightly later on today and into the overnight hours, it backs up a little bit more. Once again, bringing parts of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia underneath it. But by tomorrow afternoon, it will spread right across the Atlantic provinces once again, but it will only be in form of showers. So yes, we're not completely in the clear, but things will start to ease off in terms of the heavy rain. I do expect the rainfall warnings to come to an end eventually. This flow that we were picking up, that was a part of the reason for the snow squalls across southern Ontario has now ended, which is great, but this is what we're left with. We are left with very chilly temperatures right now. Currently feels like 0 in Toronto, -11 in Montreal, and -7. We do have some cloud cover on the way, but generally a beautiful day right across central Canada. Stay with us.
are making their way in. We're talking about that term atmospheric river yet again. Yeah. Something that I had never said before, 10 days ago, and now it seems to be just rolling through. So we're going to talk about BC in a moment, but first, let's talk about what's happening on the East Coast. Downpours are in the forecast. Downpours in the forecast for eastern Nova Scotia today. People are being told to stay off the roads and check on their neighbors.
Good just to do a check-in with a neighbor to make sure everything's okay. Someone might have some water in a basement. If you can help out, we'd ask people to do that.
An emergency alert issued for Inverness and Victoria County say travel is no longer safe due to the weather, the severe weather. And there were rescues in Antigonish where almost 36 people have been forced from their homes. Eastern Nova Scotia could see 10 millimeters of rain today, while parts of Cape Breton could get up to 20 millimeters. So just be prepared for that. Talking about BC, 2 atmospheric rivers headed toward the province may slow down the reopening of some vital roadways.
It's raining again in the Sumas, and we don't know what more precipitation will do to impact Highway 1 further.
Here you can see parts of Highway 1 reappearing, floodwaters receding a little bit, but officials want to assess the situation some more before making a decision on reopening this crucial stretch of the highway between Abbotsford and Chilliwack. As for traveling by train, CN says it plans to start limited service on some tracks that were previously washed out. They're going to start that today along the Vancouver-Kamloops corridor. In other news today, authorities have charged 2 men in connection to a breach of Ontario's vaccine booking portal. So one of the suspects charged is from Ontario, the other from Quebec. Computers and other devices were seized during searches by police. The 2 men are facing charges of unauthorized use of a computer. Last week, some people who had scheduled vaccination appointments started getting
cover taking over southern parts of Ontario, but Quebec, you're in the clear. We're also contending with some of that cloud cover across northern Ontario, but it's not until tonight. We do see some snow developing, but most of central Canada is staying dry, and we do return to seasonal temperatures. And if you're wondering what those temperatures are, here's a look at your local weather conditions.
Substance abuse issues are at a steady increase in the Thunder Bay area, but that city does not have enough resources to handle the problem. The Balmoral Centre, for example, is the city's only withdrawal management program. It serves 3,000 people per year, and it also has to turn away 3,000 people a year. And that's why Brenda Letourneau takes matters into her own hands. She has opened up her own home to help service people in need. And Brenda joins us this morning. Great to have you with us, Brenda.
Thanks for having me.
First of all, why did you start opening up your home?
It's very necessary when someone's looking to get clean from drugs. They need help in that moment.
most. Now, when it comes to the most durable lights, like I said, you can trust the Noma Advanced EverTough LED lights. They come in 3 sizes, in warm white as well as multicolor also.
And I love that, like you say, they're not more just efficient, but they're also safer. They're tougher, but they're also safer and smarter too. So I'm guessing that you're saving energy with these?
Absolutely. So with the Noma lights, as much as they are super bright, they're also using 90% less energy. So in a day where we're all trying to save a little bit more, you can definitely rely on these lights to bring down that energy bill and also light up your home as well. You're getting the best of both worlds.
I love that.
Now, what I have next is these strand of lights, which are the Noma Advanced Smart Lights. And what this refers to, I know we've heard of smart TVs and smart bikes and all of that, but these are smart in the sense that they are operated via your phone, your Amazon Alexa, or your Google Home. And what I love about this, Sonia, is that it has 850,000 lights, speeds, effects, and so you can control all of that and customize your own lighting show like what you're seeing right here.
Oh my goodness.
They
I
have
love that.
preset shows that you can choose from your phone, and it's super easy to use. All you have to do is download the app and pair it to your Noma Smart Hub in your phone, or sorry, in your home, and then away you go. You can customize the whole thing.
Alexa, do turn on the lights, the Christmas lights, and then off she goes. Hey, we got about a minute left, so I want to talk about if you really do want to go over the top and for your outdoor decoration, kind of what we saw, kind of what you have going on right now as well. What can people do? What is that you're pointing at?
So the Canvas collection has a brand new collection of all outdoor characters.
The PGA tweeting out this video to show that a day in the life of Grace, what the day in life of Grace is like after taking some time for herself. First thing in the morning, she then gets to overseeing operations on the course. Look at that face. She keeps players in line on the range and keeps morale high too. Grace is kind of the best, isn't she? All right, thousands of people living with HIV in Britain might not have to take pills every day for much longer. Health officials there have given the green light for a shot to treat HIV. That shot would be given every 2 months, and trials show they're just as effective as daily pills. This treatment is the first long-acting injectable treatment for adults with HIV. Have you ever heard of the term right to repair? It's a concept that will give many old electronics a new life. Now, for 6 years, the Repair Cafe in Copenhagen has been fixing up old devices and sparing them from the landfill. But their work has become harder as tech companies put more restrictions on repairs while making parts harder to access. That's seen by some as a roadblock for people to repair what they own. Now, the tide turned in a major way last week when Apple announced plans to launch a self-service repair program next year. All right, stay right where you are. Just ahead, we have a cat-themed sidebar 2.0 you won't want to miss.
It's never been more important to take care of your heart from the comfort of your home. Many people have an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, which, if left untreated, can increase their risk of having a stroke by 5 times. And atrial fibrillation is most prevalent
It's a pizza partnership that was born from an unfortunate situation. On the night of November 11th, Belly Buster's Pizza and Donair in Membertou was badly damaged in a fire the owner says happened about an hour after closing time.
The fire just didn't affect me, it affected 16 to 20 workers.
Belly Buster's had operated out of this building since opening its doors in 2009 and had just recently opened a second location about 10 minutes down the road in Howie Centre.
Paul reached out to me a day or two later and asked me if he could use my shop to do prep. I said, yeah, sure, no problem.
Justin Eyre runs a number of Alexandra's Pizza locations in the CBRM. He agreed to let Belly Buster's staff use the kitchen at his Sydney River shop to make food that's being sold out of Belly Buster's Howie Centre.
There's no competition when it comes to friendship and trying to help another business out, right? Like, we all need each other, especially like during a time like this.
I'm down and out. He picked me up. And at least we got one store running.
Belly Buster's owner, Paul McDonald, says the gesture of kindness likely prevented him from having to lay off staff, some of whom have been with him since he first opened about 12 years ago. And he says he'd be out of business for the time being, and his new location may have had to close for good. Eyre says he simply gave McDonald a building key and a code and told him and his staff to come and go as they please. When asked why he did it, his answer was simple.
Because I know he'd do the same thing for me. He would, in a heartbeat.
Whatever he needs from me, we'll look after him now.
For now, these two pizza shop owners are putting competition aside to ensure everyone is able to get a piece of the pie. Ryan McDonald, CTV News, Sydney.
That's awesome. Coming up on your morning, we're going to look at supply issues in BC.
All right, good morning, Canada, and welcome to Your Morning. I'm Anne-Marie Meadowakes.
Good morning, everybody. I don't know why it came out like that.
I don't either.
Second,
but I mean, he is a favorite. He's intelligent,
Yeah, he's great.
thoughtful, and what else did you feel after talking to him?
All of the things. He was really kind and generous with his time as well. And one of the things right before I started to talk to him, I was thinking, like, you know when celebrities or musicians, whatever, have like a name, like Madonna, Cher,
right?
Do you say like hi, Sting? Yeah. And he introduced himself. He's like, "Hi, it's Sting," and I was like, "I guess this is how we go. That is your name." But for whatever reason, it's like, "Hi, Sting."
Seems very familiar.
It seems very familiar. Anyway, it was really, really great to talk to him. I felt very lucky that he was in my living room in my house, and I've told many people that he was in my house. So that happened, and you're going to see that interview.
I can't wait to watch.
Yeah, very cool. Okay, not so great though. When we talk about weather and what's going on the East Coast, an emergency alert has gone out in Nova Scotia for Inverness County, Victoria County as well. People are being told you need to stay off the roads right now. A number of roads have been washed out or damaged. Travel, it's not safe because of this weather that we're experiencing there. Victoria County officials are advising everybody you need to shelter in place because crews need to get out and they need to look at the roads, assess the damage, assess the water. Rainfall warnings are in effect for eastern Nova Scotia and Cape Breton as a storm system stalls over the region. Sonia's going to have more on that coming up. Now to a historic moment in our country's fight against COVID-19. These are the first children you're about to see between 5 and 11 to get their COVID-19. Between 20 and 30 mil. Whoa. Speaking of whoa, we found this video on TikTok and we had to share it with you. Such a beautiful glimpse at life in one part of our country.
This is the last week we'll see the sun here in Tuktoyaktuk.
So this video is in Tuktoyaktuk in Northwest Territories, sharing a last look, guys, at the sun for a couple of months.
Wow.
The sun will set November 27th. The sun won't rise again until January 13th at 1:50 p.m. Right now, they only have about 2 hours of sunlight. Stunning.
Isn't that amazing?
It is. It is amazing.
I'm just trying to envision the months of darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really tough.
And in that video, I love when she says, just taking in the last rays on my face. I'm like, wow, the little things that we just take for granted, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think the sun's going to come out today. I guess I should know. It will later. And I feel like I'm just going to...
It's technically up. It's just hiding.
Yeah, it's just hiding above that cloud. But when it does, I feel like I'm just going to go out there and just take it in. You guys, this is so sweet. And I love that our viewers have been sending in such beautiful videos and photos from Saskatchewan. But Wilbur sends us this stunning photo. And get this, he says, why go to Churchill, Iceland, Finland, Norway, or Alaska when you can enjoy these stunning views from your backyard on Treaty 6 territory in Saskatoon? He also adds that his mother passed away in February and he was unable to attend the funeral in India because of COVID. So he says that this light show was a sign for him of her dancing in heaven above. Oh my gosh. Like, how sweet is that? PEI, bringing along that shower. Now, the only good news associated with that is by Thursday, it does start to lose its punch a little bit. The intensity starts to die down. And by Friday, what we're left with is just some of that moisture. So steady rain will most likely move in again, but in terms of the rainfall warnings, those should finally come to an end by Friday. We're also looking at a rainfall warning that has now come into place for parts of the South Coast. This system moves in quite quickly into tonight for BC's South Coast, bringing along heavy rain, anywhere from 80 to 100 millimeters as well. Again, it's not as intense as what we saw from November 13 to 15, but having said that, all this rain is not going to help with the situation that we're dealing with across BC's South Coast. And then heavy snow associated with that. Strong winds also targeting the Central Coast. Alberta, you're in the clear today, and parts of Saskatchewan also clear. But by tomorrow afternoon, you will see some of that cloud increasing, as well as some of that snow moving in as well. All right, here's a quick look at your daytime highs across the country.
The effects of the flooding that has devastated British Columbia's Fraser Valley
And that is on top of really the global supply chain disruption that we are experiencing due to COVID. So this has happened so fast, and this is why the problem is the way how we are consuming right now.
Yes, we already had shortages, and then when you have a desperate situation and people take what they need because they're afraid, you end up with empty shelves. The president of the BC Trucking Association assured British Columbians that they will find new ways to move supplies. We know some of the ways they're doing it are through the air industry, for example, but what else do people need to do to adapt in the short term?
I think the advice I would say is really solidarity. People need not really to buy under panic, because when you are doing this, the problem is you are adding pressure on the supply chain that are strained already. We have many kind of issues, so the best we can do is really to be more reasonable and buy only what you need. And if you have alternatives, so instead of buying something that is coming miles away or thousands of miles away, maybe choose an alternative that is local or reuse. Until actually we go through this kind of crisis, because the supply chain crisis will be with us in 2022 and even 2023.
Well, that leads me to my next question, which is about the length of time. We know both the province and the federal government have confirmed that anyone who needs to purchase essential items that have run out, like fuel or food, they can cross into the U.S. to do so without having to present a negative COVID test. But we've heard many stories of people who tried this. The messaging did not get out on the U.S. side. They were penalized almost $6,000. Now, on top of everything else, they're having to go to court and fight these tickets. So even after the roads are repaired, even after we're able to move goods, how long are we going to
and so on, that you depend on the corridor east to west to get to the port of Vancouver, those companies will be impacted. They will see delays, they will see additional costs and so on, and that will take time actually to resolve. So the consequences could be important, but the good news is it's limited in time. But the cause of this, the climate change and so on, it's with us, and it's really a vicious circle that is really feeding itself. So we have to think it through.
Adele Guitoni, thank you for joining us from Victoria this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, stay with us. After the break, Lindsay's back with Sidebar 2.0.
Wonderful time.
Saturdays happen. Pain happens. Aleve. Aleve provides fast pain relief that lasts up to 12 hours. When pain happens, Aleve. Fast acting, long lasting.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You will benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hi, Sabrina. Hi, Jen. Hi, so you're the scientist here. Does my Aveeno Daily Moisturizer really make
over 65. Now, you can do something about it. CardioMobile, the personal ECG device, allows you to take an ECG anytime, anywhere using your smartphone. Simply place your fingers on the electrodes and see your results in just 30 seconds. And you can email your ECG to your doctor with the press of a button, all from the comfort of your home. KardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. KardioMobile can also detect normal sinus rhythm. This holiday season, KardioMobile is just $89, our lowest price ever. Don't wait. Order today on Amazon or cardiomobile.ca.
Any promise to get back to balance ever?
We would do whatever it takes to give that economy a boost.
They're not interested in backing up their words. Is this too little, too late? Why wasn't that the priority? What is your message now?
We have a lot of work to rebuild.
What was the plan? There's no plan.
Did anybody think of even asking?
So what needs to happen right now?
Truth really comes before reconciliation and healing.
Watch Question Period with Evan Solomon, Sunday mornings at 11 on CTV. Get up-to-the-minute coverage on the vaccine rollout.
More people vaccinated and sooner.
On air, online, on every platform.
We need to protect our progress.
From Canada's most trusted source.
These new variants require vigilance.
Stay with CTV News and ctvnews.ca for every breaking detail. 24/7, live, local, and international updates. Stay informed. Get the latest on COVID-19. Watch continuing coverage on CTV News channel and at ctvnews.ca.
It's CTV and so much more.
So if you live in Toronto, you may have noticed some posters on poles of cats, and these aren't missing cats. People are putting up these posters of their cats because their cats are just awesome. And
look at my cat.
Literally it says, look at my cat. Like, that's it. Have you seen these?
No.
She's the prettiest
She's the
cat.
prettiest
It
cat.
says at the bottom. That's funny.
Yeah. Look at my cat. Let's see the next. Yeah. These are all of the things.
Oh my gosh. But see, this is deceiving because
It's so
when I
funny.
see stuff like this, I'm wondering if it's a missing cat. So I'm
That's
like,
the
oh, I
point,
gotta be
think.
look out.
Yeah. But I think if you do see it, just because she's cute.
Yeah,
You can
listen,
look at that
spreads
one.
joy. I don't mind that.
I do too. I mean, I agree with you. Yeah, super cute. Okay, speaking of cute and awesome cats, Katie, one of our amazing producers, she's got some great cats. So I thought
She
we'd show
does.
So I don't usually lean into the cat stuff, but I'm going to today.
Yes, we give the dogs a lot of love on the show.
Too much love. Do we?
There's
Anyway,
never
we
too
give them a
much.
lot of love.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to introduce you to Pip and Kevin. Great names, by the way.
Yeah.
Pip is the orange cat. We can roll one of the videos. Pip is the orange cat. Kevin is the black and white cat. And look at them, and they're so cute.
They're good buds.
And Katie says, why wash your own face when you can wash somebody else's?
Oh my God.
Pip washing Kevin's face and vice versa. That is those are beautiful.
really
by the way,
adorable.
They're very affectionate cats.
And how about this one? Kevin, who, I'm going to quote her, is not joining Catmenza anytime soon. Plays hide and seek with himself. Behind a shirt.
Oh, look at it. He hides behind the shirt. Here I am. I found you.
I'm here.
Aw, that's cute.
Katie, thank you for sharing the cat joy. Because I don't have access to cat videos, meaning like they don't pop up ever in my feed. So mine.
You know how that works, right? You click on one or two, and then you'll get all the cat
Yeah,
videos.
you know I know, and that's why I don't have them coming.
Because you don't want the cat videos.
God, I have a lot of dogs in my feed, hence the reason we do a lot of dogs. But I am going to stick with cats because this time of year, I do love these videos that we see. It's cat versus Christmas tree.
Oh.
And by the way, if you have these at home, send them to us. But here's some examples of what I'm talking about.
It's the most wonderful
time. What is wrong with cats? What is wrong with them? Oh, this is funny.
This
He's scared.
What?
He's gonna attack. Look at his ears. Nose. That's awesome.
Just gonna hang out here.
Okay, that's a
face. That's a cute
little
one.
kitten. Oh, that's a cute kitten.
Oh dear.
Oh no, this is gonna end badly.
Oh no.
Just like
Like right at the top.
Like right at the top.
I don't understand.
It's just like a gravitational pull.
But
Right?
like
They
the
have to go in
opposite.
there. They have to get on the tree.
Oh my God. Oh. I haven't seen a tree come down yet. That's pretty impressive.
No, but one of those videos, the person who posted said the tree did come down after, but I don't think that's unusual, right? With Kat, I'm asking Cam, or floor director. It's not unusual, yes. Kat has a cat. Cam has a bunch of cats. Kat has some Cams.
How many cats do you have, Cam?
My mom has 4.
4 cats. His mom has 4.
One with my roommates.
You have 1.
No.
There you go.
Your mom has 4.
4 cats. That's a lot. When do you become a cat lady? Like, is it what number?
I think it's 5 or 6.
It's 5 or 6? Okay.
So she's not there yet.
Threshold.
I think
There's a
more than
threshold.
1 you're a cat lady.
Okay, moving on. We all have felt this before. I just don't want to cook dinner. I don't.
Yes.
And I got to let you know.
Attention all members of this household. Attention all members of this household. You are on your own for dinner. I am not cooking tonight. Have a blessed day. Attention all members of this household. Attention all members of this household.
Yeah, I feel
You
that
are
too.
on your own for dinner. I am not cooking tonight.
I've got to use my mic more in my house. I have one of those like hold mics with the speaker on it. I've got to use that more.
Yeah.
In my car, you can press a button because it's like one of those, like not a minivan, but it wants to be. Yeah. So there's a third row. Not a minivan. So there's a button you can press that I talk
You
to
have
the
an
kids about.
intercom to the back.
I do it all the time. I
love
don't know
it.
the point of it other than just to bring me pure joy.
Do you do your pilot voice?
I do all the time. I'm talking to them. Excuse me, people in the back row, can you please sit down? Yeah, my kids get it all the time. I need to use my mic in my house more. I'm sure Drew will love that. So,
Be great. All right, don't go anywhere, Canada. Just ahead, Lindsay sits down with Sting. Amazing.
So excited.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
Having the Generac generator, I felt secure that if there was a power outage, I didn't have to worry about it, that there would be heat in the home, there wouldn't be busted pipes.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. It powers our well, our refrigerator, and my CPAP machine, which are all things that we need to survive on a day-to-day basis.
Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane, and the Wi-Fi enabled Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built for the purpose of generating power. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Generac was the best investment that we could have ever made.
Prices start at just $26.99. Call or go online now to request a free quote with one of Generac's local authorized dealers. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Act now and you'll receive a free 7-year warranty with your purchase, an $895 value. Call or go online now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today to power your life.
Canada's Wonderland lights up with performances by Ed Sheeran, Carrie Underwood, and more. CTV's special televised edition of the original Santa Claus Parade, December 4th, only on CTV.
Good morning. It is November 24th, and this is Your Morning. Today, we are following the latest on a storm threatening the already flood-damaged areas of BC. Plus, rain and high winds have left areas of Nova Scotia underwater. We'll have everything you need to know just ahead. But first, to a different kind of precipitation. The drop in temperatures this week has given ski resort operators just outside of Ottawa an opportunity to get the ball rolling sooner. CTV's Dylan Dyson reports.
On the slopes of Calabogie Peaks, the snow has started flying. The ski resort started blowing snow on Monday, a process done by more than 70 snow cannons across the entire hill.
And we're making snow. We've got a 2-day, 48-hour window. We're down again until this coming Saturday, and it looks like Mother Nature is going to give us some more run at it.
As he positions the snow cannons around the mountain, Calabogie Peak's COO Jim Hemlin is excited to get back to a relatively normal ski season with minimal restrictions.
We're still going to have outdoors, if you can't keep 2 meters, mask up, and lift lines mask up. But the fun is we don't have restrictions on lifts. So I think our lineups are going to be, if any, minimal, and people will be able to get a lot of runs up and down.
Calabogie Peak says to have 100% of the hill up and running, it would take 50 days straight of non-stop blowing in minus 10-degree weather. That being said, although the snow has just started blowing, a little help from Mother Nature would be appreciated.
Snow from the heavens is gold to us. Every snowflake counts. But typically we have to run across the whole hill with our snowmaking facility. We put in, a meter and a half of natural or man-made snow, and then if Mother Nature tops it up, it just makes for fabulous ski conditions.
So when can skiers and snowboarders expect to dust off the gear in preparation for the new season?
In a perfect world, we're going to have some runs open for people to ski on the next 2 weeks.
Dylan Dyson, CTV News, Calabogie.
So exciting. Stay with us, everybody. Coming up, after more than 40 years in the music industry, we're going to talk to Sting about why he still gets nervous before a live show.
It's Black Friday at The Brick. Line up before 6 a.m. and get free delivery. And for 6 hours only, get 75% off sofas. Plus all day Friday. Seiki 55-inch TV only $4.99. The Brick, saving you more.
It's Staples Black Friday sale. The lowest prices of the year. Save $70 on this Emerge gaming chair. Save $140 on this Lenovo IdeaPad. Save $80 on this MSI gaming monitor. Black Friday starts early at staples.ca. November 25th at 6 p.m.
Ready or not, Grandma, here I come.
As you get older, you start to worry about who's going to look out for them after you're, gone. That's why I've decided to get a quote from Zesty Insurance. It's a fresh approach to getting life insurance with zero stress.
Welcome to Zesty Insurance. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like to get a quote, but I need to be quick.
Sure. Can I start by asking your age and if you're a Canadian resident?
I'm 50 and a Canadian resident.
Okay, great. Because you're a Canadian resident between 40 and 80 years of age, you're guaranteed to be accepted. And based on what you've told me, you can get a guaranteed cash amount of up to $25,000. Prices start at just $13.95 a month for $3,000 of coverage. There are no medicals or blood tests for approval. I can arrange everything over the phone now.
That's cheaper than I thought, and all sounds so easy. And this coverage could save my family from paying for my funeral when the time comes. There might even be some left over as a gift for the...
Found you!
grandkids.
My turn now!
I'll go ahead. Getting Zesty Final Expenses Insurance is as easy as... 1, 2, 3...
Zesty Final Expenses Insurance is available exclusively over the phone. You can get covered in minutes and in just one call. With no medicals for approval, no forms to fill out, and zero stress.
To get a quote today, call our friendly and local Canadian team at 1-844-934-4227 or visit zestyinsurance.ca.
Live out loud with Virgin Radio. Virgin Radio, also available on iHeartRadio.
I wanted to check in on Nova Scotia this morning. So what you're looking at right now is White Point Beach, courtesy of Nova Scotia webcam. So one of the things we're watching, of course, all of the precipitation, but the wind is a big story as well. You can see they've got their decorations up for it. Looks like, well, they've got, so if you've ever been here before, it's a wonderful place to visit. I've been a couple of times. You see the bunnies there?
Oh, I do, with the sleigh behind them?
Sleigh, so they've got the Christmas version. There are bunnies everywhere. There are bunnies everywhere, and it's the most beautiful place
it looks stunning.
to go see. Yeah, but a tough day, though, because of all of the weather that they're experiencing right now.
Yeah, lots of rain coming, and some places have already been hit. By the way, everybody, it's Wednesday, November 24th. And as I reminded everyone off the top, let me just brush my hair for just a second here. It is 1 month until Christmas Eve.
1 month. Are you ready? Are you where you thought you would be by now?
No, I had the fall and the stairs and I couldn't walk, so I'm behind. And I'm a little stressed about being behind.
Yeah. And you're somebody that likes to physically go to bricks and mortar. Like, you like to go and experience, right?
Sometimes I like to, well, listen, I've already twice experienced this now where now gifts aren't going to be coming on time because I've ordered online. So now I have that feeling of I need to get it in hand.
Yeah.
Which means a trip to the store. which means I'm behind, which means my family feels my...
Okay.
This was a longer conversation than it needed to be.
Sorry, but I feel like I'm seeing your anxiety rise, so I'm going to cool you down a little bit. I do want to talk about all that weather we were just referencing. So downpours in the forecast in eastern Nova Scotia today, with people being told to stay off the roads, please, and check on your neighbors as well.
Good just to do a check-in with a neighbor to make sure everything's okay. Someone might have some water in a basement. If you can help out, we'd ask people to do that.
An emergency alert issued for Inverness and Victoria counties says travel is no longer safe because of the severe weather. And there were rescues in Antigonish, where almost 36 people have been forced out of their homes. Eastern Nova Scotia could see 10 millimeters of rain today. Parts of Cape Breton could see up to 20 millimeters of rain. The first of 2 atmospheric rivers is expected to hit southern BC tomorrow.
The Pacific really looks active and looks like it will continue through next week as well. So we're talking about back-to-back-to-back and perhaps to-back storms at this point.
In Sumas Prairie, troops are working with volunteers to add 5 more feet to a recently sealed dike before the first storm arrives. In Merritt, a city of about 7,000 people, 1,500 people were able to go home for the first time since last week. A boil water advisory is in effect due to the flooding of its water treatment plant. In a measure of relief, the province will provide $2,000 in support of people who had to leave their homes because of flooding. New video has been released showing the suspect from the Christmas parade tragedy in Wisconsin, the moments, or I should say moments before he was arrested.
Hey, I called an Uber, and I'm supposed to be waiting for it over here, but I don't know when it's coming. Can you call it for me, please? Whoa, whoa, whoa!
An 8-year-old boy is the 6th person to die from the SUV that drove into the Christmas parade. Daryl Brooks has now been formally charged with 5 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. He's accused of driving into the parade while fleeing the scene of a domestic disturbance. The court says 6 people died, 62 people were hurt. That number is up from the original 48 that were announced by police. Further charges in connection to the 6 death and injuries expected later this week. The World Health Organization says Europe and Central Asia could see hundreds of thousands of deaths from COVID-19 in the next couple of months. Figures from the WHO says 1.5 million people have already died from the virus in those countries. A surge in cases may lead to another 700,000 deaths by March. People in Europe and Central Asia are dying at the rate of 4,200 people a day. Poland this morning reporting almost 30,000 new cases over a 24-hour period. That is a rise of 17% since last week. Also this morning, the European Union's health agency is recommending all member nations give all adults another vaccine shot. A giant Christmas tree has gone up in St. Peter's Square to light up this holiday season in Vatican City. Do you want to see it? Okay. Here we go. The tradition was started in 1982 by Pope John Paul II. And this year's 28-meter tall tree is 113-year-old. It's a red fir that will feature 600 handcrafted wooden decorations that will, Sonia, illuminate using low energy consumption lighting to promote sustainability. But there it goes. Up it, up it, up.
There you go. We were just talking about energy-saving lights with Lisa Chang. And
that was cool.
Yeah.
Decorating. I love that term.
Decorating.
It's really great.
Linz, you and I both live close to Casa Loma. Did you? You should drive by it.
Every morning.
They just put their tree up, too.
And you've seen the lights as you drive by? I mean, it's absolutely stunning. They do such a good job.
Yeah, like the city's coming alive, right? I love that. I love seeing that. This year, Christmas is definitely going to be, it's going to feel, the holidays are going to feel different for a lot of people in a good way. Let's get to our final submission, which comes to us from Trina. She snapped this stunning shot from Lashburn. Oh my goodness, it's almost like an orangey ocean waves, but like in the sky, right? It's so cool. That is such a beautiful shot. I love that. Thank you for that, Trina. And good morning, Canada. Let's get you up to date on our last weather report here. And I just want to make sure we can get everybody in. We've got rainfall warnings that have now come into effect they have been in effect, but they've somewhat eased off for some areas. It's only this one little corner of Nova Scotia, Cape Breton to be exact, where we still have a rainfall warning in effect and a special weather statement. As you can see, some of that moisture is changing into snow. And because our temperatures are right at freezing, we could actually see some freezing rain forming as well. And some very messy weather will continue across Nova Scotia right throughout the day today. For areas that are highlighted under green, we could see additional 5 to 10 millimeters of rain by the end of today. And you can see bulk of that rain is still clipping parts of the Newfoundland Labrador region, where we also have the wind warning in effect. Wind gusts could peak to about 100 kilometers an hour. That continues throughout the day today. Things do start to ease off for New Brunswick, PEI, and Nova Scotia. And then again, we're still picking up a slight chance of mixed precipitation for the Newfoundland Labrador region and the southeastern corner of Quebec. And then just when you think the system is done with the Atlantic provinces, not so much. It starts to track to the west again, bringing along parts of eastern Nova Scotia, PEI, and eastern parts of New Brunswick underneath it as well. But the good news is we do see the rain tapering off. So I do expect the rainfall warnings to come to an end. But then whatever we were left over with will be just in forms of showers. Cloud cover expected to move in and take over much of southern Ontario throughout the day today. Quebec, you're staying in the clear for the most part, but then the clouds will increase for you. Light snow moving in across parts of northern Ontario as well. Look at the temperatures, though. Red Lake, your temperature at -15 by 7 p.m. today. And we are going to see return of normal temperatures as well. Yes, we saw a brief chilling into the overnight hours. Wind chills at about -7, but we do say goodbye to that. And into tomorrow, we do have some steady showers on the way. Keep in mind that will all change into snow for areas like Sault Ste. Marie, Sudbury as well. Barrie, you will be under a mix of snow and rain. Again, rainfall warning once again in effect for parts of Vancouver or the South Coast. Vancouver is under that. The Fraser Valley is under that. The northern tip of Vancouver Island and the Central Coast, coastal regions under wind warnings. But the rain, once again, big concern as we could see additional 80 to 100 millimeters of rain. The system arrives tonight and does not leave until Friday. We get a tiny bit of a break before the next system moves in. This light snow will continue to move across BC throughout the day today. But again, as you can see, Alberta, most of the prairie staying nice and clear, but very chilly. In fact, how chilly? Here's a look at your local weather conditions.
Sting has spent the better part of his 70 years in a cycle of writing, recording, and touring, a cycle he loves and knows well. But when the pandemic hit in March of 2020, Sting found himself at home, searching for inspiration. I had a chance to sit down with Sting to talk about what that period of life was like and how from that he was able to make his 15th studio album called The Bridge. Here's a look at our conversation.
If it's love, you must surrender. If it's love that's turned you around, it's just love, the odds are slender. If it's love, you're sunk without a trace. One case can bring you down.
Well, it's so great to meet you. Congratulations, by the way, on your 15th solo studio album. You know, I'm always so interested in process, in people's process, in artists' process. And I would have to think that with the pandemic, that changed for you a little bit. Walk me through what it was like to work within the confines of, you know, what was going on outside.
I was in the middle of my touring cycle. I was performing in my play, The Last Ship, in San Francisco, and the mayor quite rightly shut the whole city down and we all had to go home. So I just moved my cycle forward. I got home, thought, what on earth am I going to do? There's my studio. We'll start work at 10 in the morning and work till dinner and do that every day. Even though I had no idea what I would want to write about, I had no agenda, but only just to keep myself occupied and stop myself going nuts. So in a sense, it was not such a novelty. It was quite normal. I didn't want to write about the pandemic. So, you know, I suppose you access the subconscious, and confinement will do that for you. And I just, you know, creativity is like fishing. You go to the river, you throw a line in, and most days you don't catch a fish. you know, day after day. And then suddenly on a Thursday, you catch a fish. And that's the same with a song. You know, they'll come to you when they're ready to come to you. But I know if you don't go to the river, you will not catch a fish. So I know that to turn up in the studio and just sit there for hours on end and try things, that's the way it comes. Just through perseverance and discipline.
This is the sound of rushing water flooding through my brain. This is the sound of God's own daughter calling out your name.
And when you talk about your cycle and taking that touring portion, though, out of your cycle, what does that do for you personally to not have sort of that feedback, I guess, from somebody sitting there and listening to you?
Well, I have to say that's one of the most lovely parts of my life. You walk out on stage in front of thousands of people and they're all pleased to see you. That's really rather nice. And I've got used to that over 40 odd years. When that's taken away, you know, you're looking for the dog to love you. You know, the cat to love you.
Anybody.
I mean, the cats do love me and the dog loves me as well. But, you know, it's not the same as 10,000 people go, yeah, we're happy to see you. I had that wonderful experience of going back there in Las Vegas over the past 3 weeks. And there I am in my living room, which is, you know, where my musicians are. I know where all the furniture is and the audience is there and I'm singing. So that's, I've got back to my life, which is such a relief.
Take me back to that first night, though. Okay, you walk out on stage, that energy, what was that like for you?
It's a little nerve-wracking because you haven't done it for so long, and you think, well, can I still do it? What's going to happen when I open my mouth?
You really got nervous?
Of course I do.
That surprises me.
I'm prepared mentally, but you never know what's going to happen. You have no idea what's on the other side of that curtain. The curtain is raised, I walk out, I start singing, and the first note's in tune, and the second one is, and the third one, and then I can see I'm getting a reaction, and then I feel like I'm home. But I assume nothing until those first notes are sung.
Along with the album, you released a web series. It really is a behind-the-scenes look at your life, what it's like to be on the road. What was that like for you?
Well, I think people would, you know, maybe have a preconception about what it's like to be me. I have citizens' rights. You know, any city I'm in, I will walk around, usually alone. Or in this case, I was with my manager, who always has a phone camera at hand. And we'd be walking down the street in Paris, and we'd go past the Arc de Triomphe, you know, and it was when it was all wrapped up by the artist Christo. It was quite an exceptional thing, and just me commenting on what I'm seeing or being in the Channel Tunnel. Just normal stuff, or playing in the Pantheon and going up to the top of the thing and seeing the whole of Paris below me, just with a comment. And this is what we do when we're not on stage. We are traveling and we are, you know, experiencing some of the most remarkable cities in the world. So it was kind of easy to do, just you know, living my normal life and then looking at the camera and saying, here's where we are. Tonight we're preparing to do a second show, and it's my birthday.
Well, speaking of traveling, my sister lives in Las Vegas, so I know you're back on in June. I'm going to try to make my way there, hopefully with her. I haven't seen my sister in a long time, so what a reunion that would be. Saying pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much.
Well, come back and say hello. I'm sure my people can organize that.
That would be incredible. Thank you.
All right,
Thanks for your time.
God bless you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, everyone heard that, right? Like, he invited me back. Lynn Sting, that's our names together, I think, because we're really good friends. Sting's brand new album, everybody, The Bridge, is out now. Lynn Sting. Hey, guess what? That's the music that's cueing me. Don't go anywhere. Right after the break, look who's here. Andrea Bucket is here with the perfect gifts for the foodie in your life.
Searching for hope in a world in pain? For relief, the brand to try first is dependable and effective Salonpas, the most trusted and fastest growing brand. Let the relief begin with Salonpas. It's good medicine.
Dad, are you sure you're up to host?
Yeah. We want to keep it the way it always was, right? That's your grandma. She was the best at the holidays.
Fix Auto, the first words that should come to mind after an accident.
Hi, Walter. Join us for a walk?
Oh, I'd love to, but my legs and feet are so tired and achy.
I had the same problem, but now I use Revitive to relieve my aching legs.
Drug-free Revitive is clinically proven to actively improve leg circulation and reduce swelling, relieve aches and pains, and help you walk further. Revitive Medic with 2 types of stimulation. Revitive is also suitable for people diagnosed with osteoarthritis or diabetes.
Someone got Revitive.
Black Friday offers see in store or revitive.ca.
There's the country we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L from Canada's best-selling 4x4 SUV brand.
Grey Cup is finally back. Tell me what you want and I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm not giving up, come on, we got nothing left to lose. I've been here from the start, you know I'm not going anywhere. I don't give up, tell me what you want, you can get it.
The original Santa Claus Parade, Saturday, December 4th, only on CTV. Closed captioning of this program is brought to you in part by Bell. Pure Fiber Internet, the fastest internet technology.
Ready to go shopping. If you have someone on your list who loves to spend time in the kitchen or just loves to eat the things that come out of the kitchen, our next gift guide is for you. And to walk us through the best food-related gifts is Andrea Bucket. Hello, welcome back to the Your Morning Kitchen.
Thank you. It's so good to be here.
You've got like new hair, new glasses.
Yep. It's a new me. It's a new year.
It's a new year, but let's talk about this year's Christmas. You've got some really great gifts. I love getting food gifts.
Yeah. The first one comes from Saskatchewan, and it's an Indigenous-owned company called Boreal Heartland. And what they do is they forage for sustainable herbs from the forest, and they make these beautiful teas. So this comes in a gift set. The teas are energized. It comes in a Labrador mix, relaxation. They also forage for chanterelles, which are beautiful, delicious mushrooms, great to add to rice. They've also partnered with another Indigenous company from northern Saskatchewan at the Orange region, and it's NWC wild rice, and they forage it from northern Saskatchewan lakes. So super delicious, really nice, and an interesting gift to put in someone's either stocking or just as a gift in itself.
And everybody should know, Andrea, as confirmed by her sister, is very picky when it comes to food gifts, so she has hand-selected each of these ones, so you know you're getting the best of the best.
Maple syrup, everyone loves maple syrup, tried and true Canadian classic. This one, again, this is 100% Indigenous-owned, female-led company.
Love it.
Wabanaki maple syrup. What they do is they take this delicious maple syrup and they age it in spirit barrels. So oak barrels, whiskey barrels, beautiful packaging. Again, it comes in these beautiful boxes for gifting, and it's a great thing to give.
It is stunning, and it's got like individual batch numbers on it. The packaging is so great. What a great present.
A little bit of maple sugar there is also fun too.
Love that.
Yeah.
Love that. And then something that is my favorite on a charcuterie board, honey.
So honey, this one is really true to my heart. I've been out to Manitoba, Roblin, Manitoba, to the Wendell Estate honey factory where they make this honey, and it is the best honey I've ever tasted.
Really?
It is a soft set prairie honey, and it's delicious to put on charcuterie boards or to put on pancakes or on toast. It's really delicious. It's won lots of awards all over the world.
I love honey. My husband, honey. If you're watching, that's the gift that I want. All right, take us through. What else do you have for us to snack on?
Okay, this is fun. This is a couple from Toronto as well. They are out of Vaughan, and this is premium popcorn with spirits. So we have Pop the Salt and Tequila popcorn.
I'm gonna try some.
We have some for you to try, Anne-Marie. We have the whiskey on the pops, is what you're trying right now. So it is infused with whiskey.
Oh, it's nice.
Delicious. They have one called Pop the Champagne.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that because I'm a big Bubbles fan.
Yeah, so lots of different premium popcorn flavored with beautiful spirits. So nice and fun, nice to give as a gift box or as on its own.
Good host. It's got
little
the things
pop
in them.
rocks.
The pop rocks, yes.
A lot of fun. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
and really
that's
nice
good.
packaging as well. It's gorgeous.
Good flavor. What else do you have? Oh, yeah, I can hear it.
So the pantry box is next. This is the balanced pantry box. And I like to say that these gifting boxes are sort of the new cool gift baskets, right? They come with a variety of items from snack boxes to pantry boxes. And this is, again, is a female-led company out of Toronto, the Balanced Snack Box.
What I like about this is I get in a rut or I get nervous about spending something that's a little bit more expensive and what if I don't like it? Or what if the kids don't like it? But now you just get to sample whatever comes to your door.
Yeah, it's nice to try something new, right, without committing to like a whole thing.
Okay. Moving along, these are the less edible, but more like kitchen-friendly things, and I love kitchen stores.
So the first one we have is Spirit Wares, and this is a chef and restaurateur team out of Toronto, and it's ceramic ware, which is beautiful. You can order it online. It's made for the restaurants, but this is really good for the home use as well. They have beautiful platters and beautiful dinner table set.
These are stunning. These pinch bowls are gorgeous. And then these, listen to this sound. It's my favorite sound.
Yes, those are kiln knives. Those are a Canadian company as well. Premium chef knives, German metal, but it's direct to consumer. So the prices are really great price point. It's fabulous, full tang right through to the handle.
Amazing. So chef quality, but price so that the rest of us can afford it. We want to show one other gift, but first, quickly, let's get to these.
Okay, so this is the KitchenAid tried and true. Of course, we like the tilt head stand mixer. This is the pastry cutter, which is a new attachment. Yeah. And the one that you loved is the cordless chopper. Really easy.
So cute. Yeah. It's so cute and small. All right, this is like too big to bring upstairs, so we've got Lindsay showing it off for us downstairs. This is an incredible gift. I mean, this is an investment gift.
Yeah, this is the splurge gift. This is the Traeger Ironwood 650. We have Lindsay showing it off, and it is a hardwood pellet-fueled smoker, but it does so much more than that. It is really what every home wants. $1.
$1. I love this gift. So a big investment.
A big investment, but it's a splurge. But you can bake on it, you can roast on it, you can grill on it, and of course you get that beautiful hardwood smoke flavor from those beautiful pellets that you see there.
Lindsay not included. If Drew is watching, he needs to buy this for her.
Yeah.
Andrea, thank you so much for all of these gifts, minus Lindsay, and more. You can head to our website. Thank you. This is so great. I love all of these. We'll be right back. This stuff is delicious.
It's good.
So, what do you want to be when you grow up?
Our lives take us different places. Wherever yours takes you, Canada Life will help you plan. For life as you know it. Insurance, investments, advice. Canada Life.
Casper's Black Friday deals are here. Get up to $650 towards a Casper mattress, plus save the tax for 4 days only. Your best night's sleep starts with Casper 4D sleep technology, our formula for your best rest inside every Casper mattress. Then top it off with plush, supportive pillows and warm yet airy flannel sheets, all at a cozy price, just like that. Experience the magic of Casper Sleep. Shop all Black Friday deals at Casper and Casper mattress deals at a sleep country near you.
You loved our classic blender. Now we're making everything you've always wanted by NutriBullet.
Sometimes I want a pot of coffee, but sometimes I just want a cup.
Then you want the brew choice that does both. It's everything you've always wanted by NutriBullet.
Finally, someone gets me.
Oh. Fix Auto, the first words that should come to mind after an accident.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
At jackpotcity.net, we know how to build you the best casino, so you can do amazing things with just one chip. Our table games are honed to perfection. We have over 500 online slot games, all designed for excitement, including the world-renowned progressive jackpot slot Mega Moolah. Play for free at jackpotcity.net today on your tablet, laptop, or mobile. Jackpotcity.net. Casino games perfectly made for you.
Whoa, Nelly! If you don't have Crave, you're missing out on exclusive HBO originals, hit movies, and groundbreaking shows. It's all here. You bet. Get Crave now. Plans for mobile starting at $9.99 per month.
Tomorrow on Your Morning. The best tech gifts to give this holiday. We have the gear and gadgets for everyone on your list. Start your morning in the know Thursday only on CTV.
Lindsay, that was fantastic modeling.
Likewise. I want that smoker just for that. I don't even know
Did
where
I
to put
sell it?
Yeah. By the way, is water. Everyone's like, is that oil? I'm like, no, it's not oil.
I thought it was oil. I wondered what you were doing.
It's water.
Oh, I love all of our gift guides. They're on our
Really
social
great.
media pages. 5 seconds left. Enjoy the rest of your morning.
Spectacular. Here you go, Michelle.
What is this?
Just read it.
Okay. Jay Baruchel is one of the most talented. Jay, what is this?
I was just riffing.
Now with unlimited access to thousands of select titles.
Cough. Due to a cold? Nowadays, that can feel very offensive. Take new Buckley's Dry Cough Extra Strength. Up to 8 hours of relief. It tastes awful, and it works.
Hi, I'm Steve Ranson, President and CEO of Home Equity Bank. There's still some persistent myths about reverse mortgages. The biggest myth is that the bank will end up owning your home. You maintain title and ownership of your home just like any other mortgage. Another myth is that you have to take all the money you qualify for right away. You can control your finances by only taking a portion of the money or by receiving regular deposits into your bank account to supplement your retirement income.
If you're 55 or older, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in a lump sum or in regular deposits in tax-free cash with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-316-2447 for your free no-obligation guide.
You can sell your house and you can get the money out, or you can stay in your house, you can get a reverse mortgage and you can get the money out. Which one would you rather do? You'd rather stay in your house.
For your free guide, call 1-866-316-2447 or visit chip.ca. Call Chip today and live retirement your way.
Eternity, Calvin Klein.
The perfect gift for him this holiday season.
Available now at the Bay.
For all those little things, the way you care, I want to thank you.
Merci, the pleasure to choose from a unique collection of fine European chocolate.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Have you been drinking?
It's not illegal to drink and bike.
Sir, we need to talk to you.
He's running.
This guy is ready for war.
We're taking fire.
Do you have a location?
Negative. Gun!
The Rookie, all new Sunday, December 5th, only on CTV. Then stream anytime on CTV.ca and the CTV app.
Good morning and welcome to CTV News Channel. I'm Lois Lee. Here's what's making news right now.
We had the city come and try and look at it. They said they did what they could. As you can see, it did absolutely nothing.
Heavy rain lashes Cape Breton and southwest Newfoundland and Labrador, causing flooding and road washouts. And it's not over yet.
Pacific really looks active and looks like it will continue through next week as well.
Bracing for another round of heavy rain in southern BC. Crews work around the clock to boost flood defenses ahead of more storms. And with a little encouragement and support, these kids in Toronto became the first Canadian children under the age of 12 to be vaccinated against COVID-19. We begin on the East Coast this morning, where a massive storm continues to pummel Atlantic Canada.
They just pulled up to the door, and I got in and grabbed my bags, and yeah, floated down. And I guess there was another older lady down there walking in the water, and they had to rescue her.
In Antigonish, Nova Scotia, nearly 70 people have been evacuated or asked to shelter in place after heavy rain led to flash flooding around a mobile home park. The rain also caused part of a highway to wash out, leaving some students at a nearby school stuck for several hours. According to Environment Canada, Sydney recorded nearly 118 millimeters of rain Tuesday. Meantime, roads have been completely washed out of parts of Newfoundland and Labrador as the system takes aim at the southwest coast.
I guess what we're hoping is that we don't lose our infrastructure, which then it becomes a much bigger issue.
RCMP saying early this morning a washout on the Trans-Canada Highway in Port aux Basques has left both lanes impassable. Rainfall warnings remain in place today for Cape Breton and in southwest Newfoundland. It's all about the heavy rain, the wind, and in some areas freezing rain. Environment Canada saying that the ongoing impacts from flooding and runoff, including washouts and debris on roadways, will likely continue in Newfoundland for days. Crews in BC are working around the clock in Sumas Prairie, preparing for two approaching storms.
We expect another 5 feet of height to be added to the dike prior to the weather event anticipated for Thursday.
Troops and volunteers are shoring up dikes and levees, with the first of two atmospheric rivers expected to hit southern BC tomorrow. The second storm is expected on Saturday. The mayor of Abbotsford is telling people in high-risk areas to gather 3 days' worth of supplies. CTV's David Mulco spoke to residents who are digging out from the floods.
The lake appears to be draining, though that takes time, and there isn't enough.
The last thing we really need is a pile more water coming in.
In the flood zone, restoration expert Dan Daniel shows us how they're struggling to dry up.
I don't really get overwhelmed. I start at the furthest point, and we work our way out of the house.
And despite the scale of her loss, Paulette Johnson is still smiling.
Where do you start? You just put one foot in front of the other. Tell yourself you're tough, one step at a time.
I don't say no. People don't have money, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to abandon them.
Got a lot of good friends out here, and they're in trouble.
So Wes Gamour has volunteered and steers us to his childhood farm.
These buildings weren't here when I was here.
A couple inches into the rafters there.
In the basement, we find a pool table toppled. The peaches Chelsea Meyer canned, untouched.
Just support. Hands, coveralls, boots. That's the only thing I can think of.
It's wrenches on your heart for sure to see them losing pretty much everything they have.
And when their thoughts turn to the forecast.
You don't know. They talk about sandbags, and you don't even know what to do with sandbags.
I can't change the future. I can only do what I can do today.
David Mulco, CTV News.
And we will be bringing you back to Abbotsford in a moment with our reporter on the ground. But first, let's talk about the COVID-19 situation in Canada. The next phase in Canada's vaccine rollout has begun, thanks to some brave Toronto kids. Ready?
Oh, what a great. Talk about great. Yeah, let's give a round of applause. Yeah, all right.
Under the watchful eyes of the mayor, health officials, and of course their parents, this group of children became the first under the age of 12 to be vaccinated against COVID-19 in Canada. Last week, Health Canada approved Pfizer's 2-dose vaccine for use in children aged 5 to 11. Several provinces are already allowing parents to book vaccination appointments. And in Montreal, children are getting their first COVID-19 vaccine. Quebec's health minister says that he plans to have as many as 700,000 children in the province vaccinated with at least 1 dose by Christmas. All right, let's go live to Montreal now, where Vanessa Lee is standing by. Vanessa, great to see you. So Quebec is kicking off their child vaccine campaign this morning. Give us the details on how it's all going to work.
Well, Lois, we've just seen some of the first children in Canada aged 5 to 11 get their first COVID shot. And I just spoke to the mother of 11-year-old Karam, who just got his vaccine. And she says that she's relieved. She says that this completes the vaccination routine for their family. And they're just so relieved because this means that they can now move forward. And I just wanted to take you around the clinic here. This is one of several in Montreal today that is offering the COVID vaccine to children. And it looks a little bit different than the adult clinics because take a look around. You'll see pictures, you'll see colors. Essentially, of course, the staff here are trying to make it as comfortable as children as possible. We even saw a dog here this morning to help comfort a little girl because she looked a little nervous before she was getting the vaccine. And so certainly the atmosphere is very different here. It's very relaxed. The staff and the nurses, they just want to make this a pleasant experience for the children because, of course, sometimes kids don't like to get a needle. Who does, really? And so everyone here is just trying to make it as good of an experience as possible.
Yeah, some of those dogs could come in handy for a lot of adults who are a bit nervous about getting their shot, too. So, Vanessa, tell us a little bit more about the booking system. It opened yesterday. Tell us a bit more about the response, actually, and what that has looked like so far.
Well, the response has been massive. So the official government announcement only came yesterday afternoon, but they opened the booking system, the online portal, early in the morning. And as of mid-afternoon, 80,000 appointments had already been booked right across the province. So it really speaks to how eager many parents are to get their children vaccinated. As of right now, for the next few days, the vaccinations are going to happen in clinics across the province. And starting next week, the clinics will happen in schools. The Premier yesterday has stressed that this is the parents' choice, that children will not be vaccinated without the parents' consent. And, you know, he's encouraging hesitant parents to seek out the information that they need. We spoke to a pediatrician at the Montreal Children's Hospital who says that hesitant parents can be reassured by what's happening in the United States. More than 2 million children in the U.S. have received their first dose, and there have been no signs of side effects, of hospitalization, or any, really the important thing there being adverse side effects. And so he says he is very confident. Doctors are very confident. They're really encouraging anyone who just wants to learn a little bit more before getting their children vaccinated to do so, because really education here is key.
All right, CTV's Vanessa Lee joining us on this from Montreal. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Lois.
As Canada begins vaccinating younger children, the World Health Organization is urging countries to share those vaccine doses with the COVAX program instead of inoculating children and adolescents. The International Health Agency says that since children are generally at lower risk from severe complications from COVID-19, countries should prioritize sharing doses with poorer countries. The agency warns that many parts of the world are suffering from extreme vaccine shortages. Joining us now for more is Dr. Suman Chakrabarti, infectious disease specialist in Mississauga, Ontario. Doctor, great to see you as always. Let's start with this message from the World Health Organization that before vaccinating kids, we need to get more vaccines to the rest of the world. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, this is a very important point, and you know we've discussed this right here on the show about vaccination in terms of the entire world is certainly not at the same place that we are, and of course we want to get everybody protected, but there is more bang for your buck, for example, to protect the higher risk people, and in many regions of the world, for example in Africa, South America, South Asia, we still have quite a few people in these higher risk groups that are not yet protected, and it would help on a global scale to really get vaccinations there to protect everyone everyone, and that's going to really help to change the global trajectory of the pandemic.
Now, we know that a lot of parents in Canada who are seeing their younger kids now get the shot are very relieved. There are those who are still, of course, hesitant. How important is it for children at this point to be vaccinated?
Yeah, I think it's really important that, look, this is a big intervention, and it's a welcome news for a lot of people. But I think just reflecting what NACI said, they did talk about the fact that this is an early vaccine, and patients, I should say, parents who are concerned, that is normal. I think it's important to have a good conversation with a trusted healthcare professional. These concerns are completely natural, and many people are waiting to see what happens with vaccinations in other places, like the States. They've given, I think, around 2 million doses, and so far there's no safety signal. So I do think that this will get better with time, but I also want to make sure that nobody is stigmatized for asking questions. Because at this stage in the game, it's very, very important that we do that.
One of the side effects that has been seen with the Pfizer vaccine is myocarditis or pericarditis. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? Because there has been a lot of concern that perhaps that's something that could come up in kids this age, in this age group 5 to 11. What is it, and how dangerous is it? Is it that harmful? What could the outcomes be? Give us some more information here.
Certainly. So to make a long story short, it's actually just inflammation of the heart or the lining of the heart. And what we saw in the more adolescent and young men were the highest risk for this. It's still a low risk, but it's something that it needs to be kept in mind. In general, it's something that is relatively benign and that it gets better without treatment, without any long-term consequences. But that said, it's still inflammation of the heart. So we don't want to take this lightly. The trial that was done in children was not powered enough. There weren't enough children in it to see definitively whether this happens there or not, and that's why we're watching very, very closely. Again, if it's a very small risk, but when there's also a relatively small benefit in terms of reduction of severe disease in children, you have to balance these, and that's why I think it's important for us to keep a close eye to what's happening, and it's important for us to continue with data management as we vaccinate more and more children.
And doctor, there's also a different buffer that is being used in the pediatric dose. It's supposed to make the vaccine in the pediatric doses more shelf stable. But is there some kind of risk in using a different buffer here, or could it lead to a different impact or effect when you use a different buffer in the vaccine?
To my knowledge, no, and these things are safety tests. Now, of course, this is not something that I directly work with, but in general, these things are, in terms of the ingredients of the vaccine itself, are safety tested. Nothing's going to be used that has any record of that type of toxicity. But again, I think it's important that the shelf stability for the vaccine is quite important, especially when we want to move these into areas of the world that might be in more rural and remote settings, because the vaccine needs to be stable to be able to go there and to be put into arms.
All right, Dr. Sumon Chakrabarty, always a pleasure. Thanks so much for your insight today.
Take care.
You too. And we want to take you back to BC now, where preparations are underway for another round of severe rain. 2 new storms are approaching as troops and volunteers are shoring up dikes and levees. So let's go live to Abbotsford now, where CTV's Reagan Hasagawa is standing by. Reagan, first of all, thanks for coming on the program today. What's the update on the weather that we're expecting to see in the region there?
Yes, good morning, Lois. A new update from Environment Canada. Less than an hour ago, there was a special weather statement in effect. That's now been upgraded to a rainfall warning for here in the Fraser Valley as well as Metro Vancouver. Environment Canada estimates anywhere from 40 to 80 millimeters of rain starting tonight into the day after. And then there will be another storm system, both of these being atmospheric rivers coming on Saturday. So a lot of concern about the saturated ground, particularly in the Fraser Valley and parts of the interior that experience mudslides from getting even more rain, even though it won't be quite as intense as what we saw about 10 days ago.
And there were a lot of efforts, of course, to get things ready in order to prepare for this storm. Tell us a little bit more about those efforts and how far along they've come.
Yes, so we're in the city of Abbotsford, which experienced a lot of flooding during the last storm event. The main priority here was the Sumas River Dike, which got absolutely inundated with water that came up from the Nooksack River in the U.S. Parts of the dike were actually destroyed, so they've been working around the clock for the last 10 days to try to make those repairs. As of yesterday afternoon, the mayor of Abbotsford said about 80% of those repairs were complete. He expects that all of those repairs will be done by the time the heavy rainfall really kicks in tonight. But they're also working to lift the level of that levee by about 5 meters. So we've been seeing gravel trucks and other vehicles go in and out of the evacuation zone to bring those supplies in. They've also been supplying people with sandbags in this area near the city works yard. We've been seeing big piles of those and lots of volunteers out filling those and trying to assist people that are already still recovering from the last big weather event we had.
And Reagan, some people were allowed to return back to their homes. Are they expected to be allowed to stay?
Yeah, it's hard to say because the situation is just so fluid. When we see the rainfall, we saw just how quickly the situation can become catastrophic. There were a few evacuation orders that were lifted yesterday up on the hill. Down below, still quite a large area underwater, barns under 5-10 feet of water in some areas where Sumas Lake used to be. They were doing damage assessments of those homes, basically putting a colored card, either green, yellow, or red, to let the homeowners know how bad the damage was to their properties. But because the water hasn't receded in some areas, it's still unknown the extent of the damage here at this point.
All right, CTV's Reagan Hasagawa reporting for us from Abbotsford. Thanks for this. Coming up, MPs are back in Parliament for their first full day of work since the election.
This is the moment to move faster on the path of reconciliation.
The speech from the throne laid out the Liberal government's priorities. We'll hear what the first debate will focus on next.
Get into an all-new Masked Singer, December 1st, only on CTV.
While we were out, my husband John had the common signs of a heart attack. Chest pain, sweating, nausea. We called 911 and he chewed 2 aspirin 81.
If you think you're having a heart attack, call 911, then chew 2 aspirin 81 milligrams. It may help save your life.
Walmart's helping make the holidays even more wonderful, with thousands of rollbacks in-store and online. You can start the season with savings and check everything off your list at Walmart.
Hey, CoverGirls. Remember that? I was a CoverGirl in 1998, and today I'm a CoverGirl. Thanks to Simply Ageless, Canada's #1 foundation with anti-aging ingredients for instant wrinkle reduction. Once a CoverGirl, always a CoverGirl. Simply Ageless from CoverGirl.
While my granddaughter is thinking about what's next, it's important she knows about our family's past. I learned through Ancestry that our ancestors were some of the first Jewish immigrants to come to Canada.
Give a gift as unique as they are. Visit Ancestry.ca.
Ready or not, Grandma, here I come.
As you get older, you start to worry about who's going to look out for them after you're, gone. That's why I've decided to get a quote from Zesty Insurance.
Welcome to Zesty Insurance. How can I help?
I'd like to get a quote, but I need to be quick.
Okay. If you're a Canadian resident between 40 and 80 years of age, you're guaranteed to be accepted. You can get a guaranteed cash amount up to $25,000. Prices start from just $13.95 a month for $3,000 of coverage. There are no medicals or blood tests for approval. I can arrange everything over the phone now.
That's cheaper than I thought, and all sounds so easy. And this coverage could save my family from paying for my funeral when the time comes. There might even be some left over as a gift for the
Found you!
grandkids.
My turn now!
I'll go ahead.
Zesty Final Expenses Insurance is available exclusively over the phone. You can get covered in minutes with just one phone call, with no medicals for approval, no forms to fill out, and zero stress.
To get a quote today, call our friendly Canadian team at 1-844-934-2736 or visit zestyinsurance.ca.
All right, here's a live look at Ottawa this hour, where the reading of the speech from the throne behind them had occurred. MPs will be returning to Ottawa today for their first full day of work. The Trudeau government laid out its plans for the 44th session of Parliament on Tuesday, with a strong focus on fighting the pandemic and climate change and repairing Canada's relationship with Indigenous people. Now, moving forward, one of the more contentious issues is the Liberal push to return to a hybrid format in the House of Commons. That format would allow MPs to participate virtually, something Government House Leader Mark Collins says needs to happen at this stage of the pandemic.
I think it creates pressure for members to show up, even if they're feeling a little under the weather, to show up. And it's not a time. Like, our hospitals are in a situation where they're full. We don't need additional sick people or risking others to illness.
The Conservatives oppose the hybrid model, saying that it will let the government off the hook by giving ministers an excuse not to have to answer questions in the House. The NDP supports the move because it allows all MPs, including those forced to self-isolate because of COVID-19, to take part in Commons proceedings. CTV's Annie Bergeron-Oliver standing by in Ottawa for more. So, Annie, first of all, great to see you. MPs, they're getting down to business today, and their first order of business will be this debate focusing on what Parliament will look like for the remainder of the session. Give us the details.
Exactly. So this is going to be sort of the big debate today on Parliament Hill, and it's an interesting one. You know, back when the pandemic first hit in March 2020, members of Parliament decided that they wanted to opt for a more hybrid sitting. This happened at a time when everyone was being told that you should largely be working from home and staying home as much as possible before we had vaccines, and that was the best way to keep yourself, your family, and other people safe, was to stay home as much as possible. So members of Parliament back then in 2020 decided the best way to do that while still being able to continue in their roles as parliamentarians, this enabled people to do is you were able to come to Parliament if you were in the region or you wanted to. There was always a small contingent of MPs in the House from any of the parties. They were there in person, distanced, and they often had masks on, although I believe that you didn't have to if you were sitting in your exact seat. And then the other MPs were able to participate, whether it was in question period, emergency debates, or any type of committee from home on a secure type Zoom. And essentially the reason for this was, one, public safety, and two, it was just easier. It meant that you didn't have 338 MPs and their staff crisscrossing the country. And you also can't forget that back in 2020, a lot of airlines weren't flying. They had been drastically scaled back. So it would have been very difficult for MPs from British Columbia, Nunavut, other areas like that to get into Ottawa for these House proceedings. So now it's a new session of Parliament, and so MPs once again are in the same position of trying to decide whether or not this is the way that they want to move forward, or because vaccines are here, case counts seem to be dropping a little bit, whether they want to go back to sort of the pre-2020, pre-pandemic normal, which is everything in person in the House. Liberals have said, as you just heard from Mark Holland, they think that it should be a hybrid model because COVID is still real. The risk is still there. There are still people who cannot be vaccinated. And given that the pandemic is still present, the Liberals and the NDP believe that it's best to have a hybrid model so that MPs who want to can stay home. If they're not feeling well, they can also stay home and not put others at risk. The Conservatives, as you heard, they believe that it should be all back in person. And in fact, the Bloc is on side as well, saying that, we have vaccines. There is a vaccine mandate now in place on Parliament Hill, and that reduces the risk substantially. And so members should be back in the House. The Conservatives say that part of the reason they want everyone to be back is because it adds a greater level of scrutiny. It means that cabinet ministers are there in the House for question period, answering questions directly, and they can't just sort of skirt away from these questions. So the Conservatives say it brings a level of scrutiny. They want in-house. The Bloc wants in-house. The Liberals and the NDP, they say they want a hybrid. So it's likely that's what's going to happen, but that debate's going to get underway today, Lois.
And it'll be interesting to see what points are also brought out outside of the fact that we are in the midst of a pandemic, and many other workplaces across the country are in the midst of using hybrid models in their offices. Also, the fact that we're coming off the COP26 summit talking about the environmental impact of air travel, things like that. What other big issues do you think are going to be top of mind for this session?
Well, another topic that's sort of related, which I think is going to be an interesting one, is yesterday the Conservatives rose on a point of privilege about the vaccine mandate on Parliament Hill. This is something we knew was going to happen, Lois, but it just happened yesterday. Essentially, the Conservatives are saying that they don't like the way that the vaccine mandate was imposed on parliamentarians, specifically because members of Parliament are elected officials, and so by the book, they are supposed to have unfettered access to Parliament Hill. And so the Conservatives say it's not necessarily the vaccine mandate they have a problem with. They say, vaccines are the best way to keep yourself, your family protected. They encourage people to get vaccinated. However, the Conservatives are saying they don't like the fact that this vaccine mandate was imposed on members of Parliament by the Board of Internal Economy, which is an all-party board, but they make their decisions and their debates in a closed-door fashion, which means that there's not a lot of scrutiny about it, not a lot of grand debate. So the Conservatives rose on this point of privilege yesterday, saying they don't think the vaccine mandate should have been made by this closed-door closed-door committee. If something like that was going to happen, it should have been done in the House with all members of Parliament having the opportunity to talk about it. And still, they say, you know, the Conservative caucus, they say, is fully vaccinated or has a medical exemption. The other parties have said they're also all fully vaccinated, their MPs. And so the Conservatives are pointing out, look, if everybody in this House is fully vaccinated, the risk is fairly low. Why sort of have this committee impose the vaccine mandate? So that point of privilege was raised yesterday. Now it's in the hands of the new Speaker, Anthony Rota. He's going to be in the decision about whether or not privilege was breached by this decision. And for him, this is really the first big decision he's going to have to make, given he was only elected on Monday.
All right, we do have to leave it there for the interest of time, but of course, always a pleasure to have some of yours, Annie Bergeron-Oliver, joining us from Ottawa. There are few things more polarizing for sports fans than the design of a jersey, and the debate is well underway about the latest Team Canada offerings. Hockey Canada has unveiled the 3 jerseys that will be worn by the men's, women's, and Paralympic teams at the Winter Olympic Games in Beijing. Red, white, and black. The CEO of Hockey Canada says he believes fans will embrace the new look. However, if Twitter is any indication, there are more detractors than supporters at this point. We're continuing to track the weather in Atlantic Canada today. More than 100 millimeters of rain fell on parts of Cape Breton Tuesday, and parts of southwest Newfoundland could see that much rain and more today. The very latest on the storm after the break.
You're watching CTV News Channel.
Right now, a cough or cold could ruin my mission. Luckily, I have Benylin All-in-One, with fast liquid relief of my worst cough, cold, or flu symptoms. So I can take on anything that comes my way. Be unshakable with Benylin.
When did you see the sign?
When I needed to create a better visitor experience.
Improve our workflow.
Attract new customers. That's when Fast Signs recommended Fleet Graphics.
Yeah, now business is rolling in. Get started at fastsigns.com.
Express yourself with new Tim's Espresso.
I order my drinks based on my mood. Today I got a cappuccino.
I got a mocha latte with 2 shots espresso. It's the only thing I get.
I make terrible coffee at home. I'll stick to my Americano.
I love to add caramel to my drink.
Okay, that's delicious.
New Tim's Espresso beverages are made with 100% ethically sourced premium Arabica beans. Customized and handcrafted just for you. For a limited time, get any size latte, cappuccino, or Americano for only $2.
Love isn't always easy. It can be demanding.
Drop it.
Love chooses us, often when we least expect it. Love gives meaning to life and changes who we are in all the best ways.
Ready to change your scenery? Kayak searches hundreds of travel sites at once, including some of your favorites, to find the right deal at the best price. Kayak lets you choose where to book, either directly with the airline or somewhere else. Kayak. Search one and done.
You're the kind of person who gets things done. You get things done for work. You make time for your friends and your family. You take care of your health and yourself. But lately, it can be harder to stay in touch, to really connect with the people you care about. So don't wait. Book a free hearing test at Canada's #1 physician-referred hearing healthcare provider. With our stringent cleaning protocols, our clinics are always safe, and there's a Connect Hearing near you. We have convenient remote service options available to make sure our hearing care professionals can take care of your hearing health so you can take care of the important things in life.
Dad, listen. He snores just like you.
I love you too.
Book your appointment online today at connecthearing.ca.
It's
Black Friday at the Brick Mattress Store. Line up before 6 a.m. and get free delivery for 6 hours only. This Springwall Eurotop mattress just $2.99. And all day, the Certa Perfect Sleep for only $4.79. The Brick Mattress Store. The right mattress guaranteed.
Cranky-pated from being constipated? Restorelax works with the water in your body to get back your natural rhythm. Relax with Restorelax. Also, try new Restore Fiber Daily Gummies with prebiotic fiber.
Good morning and welcome to CTV News Channel. I'm Lois Lee. Here's what's making news right now.
There's nothing in the throne speech that deals with inflation, the cost of living crisis.
This is not a speech that looks like they're interested in working together at this point.
The Liberal government's throne speech gets a thumbs down from opposition leaders, but the Prime Minister vows to deliver results.
We had the city come and try and look at it. They said they did what they could. As you can see, it did absolutely nothing.
Heavy rain lashes Cape Breton and southwest Newfoundland and Labrador, causing flooding and road washouts. And it's not over yet.
Pacific really looks active and looks like it will continue through next week as well.
And BC bracing for another round of heavy rain in the southern part of the province. Crews work around the clock to boost flood defenses ahead of more storms. Here's a live look at Ottawa this hour, where MPs will be getting back to work today after yesterday's speech from the throne. And in a moment, Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole will be addressing his caucus ahead of the first big debate in the House of Commons. MPs are set to decide how the House will function, whether in person or a hybrid model. We will bring you O'Toole's comments when they happen. We're going to take you to the East Coast now this morning, where a massive storm continues to pummel Atlantic Canada.
They just pulled up to the door and I got in and grabbed my bags and floated down, and I guess there was another older lady down there walking in the water and they had to rescue her.
In Antigonish, Nova Scotia, nearly 70 people had been evacuated or asked to shelter in place after heavy rain led to flash flooding around a mobile home park. The rain also caused part of a highway to wash out, leaving some students at a nearby school stuck for several hours. According to Environment Canada, Sydney recorded nearly 118 millimeters of rain on Tuesday. Meantime, roads have been completely washed out in parts of Newfoundland and Labrador as the system takes aim at the southwest coast.
I guess what we're hoping is that we don't lose our infrastructure, which then it becomes a much bigger issue.
RCMP say early this morning a washout on the Trans-Canada Highway in Port aux Basques has left both lanes impassable. Rainfall warnings remain in place today for Cape Breton and southwest Newfoundland. It's about the heavy rain, wind, and in some areas, freezing rain. Environment Canada is saying that the ongoing impacts from flooding and runoff, including washouts and debris on roadways, will likely continue in Newfoundland for days. Meantime, crews in British Columbia are working around the clock in Sumas Prairie, preparing for two approaching storms.
We expect another 5 feet of height to be added to the dike prior to the weather event anticipated for Thursday.
Troops and volunteers are shoring up dikes and levees, with the first of two atmospheric rivers expected to hit southern BC tomorrow. The second storm is expected on Saturday. The mayor of Abbotsford is telling people in high-risk areas to gather 3 days' worth of supplies. Johnson & Johnson says its single-shot vaccine for Canada has now been given full approval from Health Canada. The federal agency's website now says the Janssen vaccine has been approved for use in people who are 18 years of age and older. The company says the decision was based on data from the Phase 3 study that demonstrated the vaccine was 85% effective in preventing severe disease. It also showed protection against COVID-19 related hospitalizations and death beginning 28 days after vaccination. right, there it is, the opening bell. The North American markets have just opened, and let's take a look at a live shot of where the markets stand. The Dow down about 140 points right now. Let's bring in CTV News Chief Financial Commentator Patty Levitt-Reid for more. So, Patty, good morning. Great to see you.
Thank you, Lois. You too.
So let's talk about the Bank of Canada. They're making a direct link between high housing prices and a sudden influx of real estate investors.
Well, they are, and it is interesting to note that they make reference to the fact that some of the rise, not all of it, but some of it in the real estate market has to do with those who are investors. But if there were a sudden correction or a pullback in prices, the Bank of Canada has made it pretty clear that it's not only going to be investors that are hurt by this, it would also be many Canadians who have their wealth tied up in their home, and they have access to low-cost credit because of the value of their home. So if their value drops, so does their cost of borrowing go higher. And so it is something that they are watching. Now, not only the Bank of Canada, the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions also watching this closely, and where they're zeroing in are home equity lines of credit. They're saying, okay, we're seeing a lot of this going on where people are borrowing against the value of their home, but if their homes were to go down, they have outstanding debt, and that could be a double hit.
All right, Patty, I'm so sorry to interrupt here. I'm so sorry to interrupt here, but we do have to go to Ottawa, where Aaron O'Toole, Conservative leader, is now addressing his caucus. Let's listen in.
Was last June. At that caucus meeting, I spoke about the need for an economic recovery for Canadian families after the pandemic in all sectors of our economy and in all regions of the country. J'ai parlé des effets néfastes de l'inflation sur notre pays, de la hausse des prix, alors que les salaires n'augmentent pas. J'ai aussi parlé de la réconciliation avec les peuples autochtones, mais surtout que les gestes symboliques ne doivent jamais remplacer les mesures concrètes. I also warned in that speech about an emerging coalition of the Liberals, the NDP, and the other parties on the left, giving Canadians a false sense of political choice here in Ottawa. Last June, I said that Canadians had only two choices in front of them: Canada's Conservatives or a Liberal NDP Green coalition. Well, friends, that was just a few months before Justin Trudeau plunged our country into a pandemic election that nobody asked for. And now, a few months after that $600 million election, a Liberal NDP coalition is exactly what Canadians are getting. Only this time, Mr. Trudeau and Mr. Singh aren't even hiding it. For weeks, they've been openly talking about making a deal. And you know that a Liberal NDP coalition would be a disaster for the Canadian economy. A Liberal NDP coalition would be a disaster for transparency and accountability after years of cover-ups under the Trudeau government. The coalition of the left will only further erode our national unity. Canada's Conservatives will not stay silent when our country's prosperity and our country's national unity are at risk. Conservatives will work hard to ensure the voices of all Canadians are heard here in Ottawa. The voices of energy workers and auto workers, the voices of small business owners and of farmers, and most importantly, the voices of families raising young children and seniors who are worried about the cost of living crisis gripping our country. Families cannot keep up with the rising prices of groceries, gas, and everyday essentials. The Liberal government's spending is fueling the inflation crisis. The Liberal government's ideology is fueling division in this country, and this government's platitudes are a barrier to real action. Canada is the only country in the G7 where inflation is dramatically going up while our economy is actually shrinking. Our inflation rate is the highest in 2 decades and is still rising. Les salaires sont pratiquement pareils.
The salaries have stayed the same, but the social costs have gone up, and they're going to go up next year. During the campaign, Justin Trudeau said to Canadians that he doesn't think that the monetary policy, but this reality is becoming more and more very obvious. Expenses are going up, are getting out of control. Taxes are increasing out of control. Commerce with the United States, it become a catastrophe. And Justin Trudeau is still making the same platitudes, promises that he is not capable of keeping. And that's been that way for the past 6 years.
In St. John's, in the GTA, or on Vancouver Island, family budgets are being stretched thin. And sadly, more and more Canadian families are relying on food banks. Canadians are being priced out of their apartments, priced out of their neighborhoods, and young people in school or starting their careers are starting to give up on the idea of home ownership. And what is Justin Trudeau's response? Instead of standing up for Canadians, we have a Prime Minister who always puts his own needs ahead of yours. An ideological cabinet that will gladly fly their private jet to Glasgow, but said they might take a train if they ever visit Alberta. An ideological cabinet that is focused on shutting down industries and stopping investment in our country at a time that Canada is drowning in debt and division. A Liberal government that this week was shockingly silent when David Suzuki suggested that pipelines would be blown up if protesters or blockaders didn't get their way. What is happening in this country when the Prime Minister won't condemn language like that? What is happening in this country when we no longer value the hard work done by people to put food on the table for their kids or a roof over their heads? What is happening when the federal government is ignoring the division that their own policies are creating? Instead of uniting, this Liberal government has been dividing. Instead of building up, the Liberal government is intent on closing down. Instead of listening to Indigenous Canadians, Justin Trudeau went surfing. Justin Trudeau continue de diviser le pays.
Justin Trudeau continues to divide the country. It's time to act in the partnership with the provinces. And we are also going to make sure that the government solves the files once and for all. And my priority, but the Liberals have been standing still for 6 years. When it comes to Quebec, we're going to solve the problem of a shortage of manpower, labor, and to take care of their identity and their culture. I've always fought for this, and it is for this that I'll continue to do so.
Canada's Conservatives are the only party standing up for Canadians in Ottawa. Every single day, we will be the true voice of people working hard to build the country back up after the pandemic. A true voice of small business owners, of steel and auto workers, of farmers, of fishermen, of students and seniors, of oil and gas workers in the cleanest, most ethical, most environmentally conscious, and most Indigenous engaged energy sector in the world. Colleagues, Colleagues, what I'm asking of you, what Canadians are asking for, is for Conservatives to be relentless in our efforts to stand up for Canada. Canadians need us to be fearless in our defense of our country and of our liberties. Canadians need a professional, ethical, and experienced Conservative team to hold this tired Liberal government to account and provide Canadians with a clear alternative. Les Canadiens ont besoin que les conservateurs
Canadians need the Conservatives to fight the bad economic management of this country. And we also need that we should oppose all the solutions that are being fed down our throats. Canadians need leaders, especially after 6 years of deception from the Liberals.
Other countries are launching ambitious plans to unleash innovation, lower taxes, and slash red tape to get their economies surging. And we see nothing from Justin Trudeau. France is lowering taxes and fostering growth in innovation and research. Germany is slashing their value-added tax and building on their advantage in manufacturing. Italy has pledged what it calls the mother of all regulatory reforms to slash red tape to propel their economic recovery. In Canada, Justin Trudeau flew to Tofino and sat on his hands. It took him 2 months to get us back to work in Ottawa after his necessary pandemic election, and it will take him months more before he realizes that our economy is in trouble and that the world is passing Canada by. Canada's Conservatives won't let that happen.
We're going to propose plans to build a prosperous Canada, and we're going to solve the real problems, for example, rising prices and the reconciliation. We are going to create partnerships with the syndical union leaders to create all manners of possibilities for all parts of the country. We need to take care of millions of Canadians, which Justin Trudeau and Jack Missing are letting fall by the wayside. We're going to make sure that all Canadians participate in the growth of this country after this pandemic.
Like you, I love our country. And I know Canadians joining us in our meeting love Canada as well. I loved serving Canada in uniform. And this morning, I want to thank the amazing men and women who are doing just that for us today, especially hundreds of Canadian Armed Forces members who have been helping with the floods in British Columbia over the last couple of weeks. We thank them and other first responders and civic workers for putting their communities and their country first. And friends, we now know that people in uniform will be doing that today in Newfoundland and Labrador as well. And this is why Canada's Conservatives are here in Ottawa, to serve our communities, to serve our country, to build our economy, to inspire our children, and to unite this country. To be, in the words of Prime Minister Borden, worthy of our role as heirs to the past and trustees to the future. Canada's Conservatives are here to work. We're here to build. We're here to unite, and we're here to secure the future for this great country. So let's get to work. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
All right, we were just listening to Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole in Ottawa there, addressing his caucus ahead of the Commons debate on hybrid sittings, whether or not MPs should return to a hybrid model, some virtually, some in person, or if they should all be sitting in person. He also touched upon the issues of affordability and criticized the Liberals for fueling inflation, debt, and for what he called economic mismanagement. He described his party as the true voice of steel and auto workers, students, seniors, and oil and gas the oil and gas sector, amongst others. He also said that Canadians are getting a Liberal NDP coalition. This is a claim that we've heard from him before, with NDP leader Jagmeet Singh denying that there is a coalition, but saying that the NDP are open to discussing how it can make Parliament work with the government. So that's that. Focusing now on climate change and reconciliation. The Liberals' throne speech was delivered yesterday by Governor General Mary Simon.
Increasing the price on pollution while putting more money back in Canadians' pockets will deliver a cleaner environment and a stronger economy.
Simon read the speech in English, French, and Inuktitut. For the first time in our country's history, the Liberal government's priorities also include pandemic recovery and building affordable childcare and housing. Opposition leaders slammed the plan, saying it lacks urgency. Joining us now for more is Rose LeMay, CEO of the Indigenous Reconciliation Group. Rose, first of all, pleasure to have you on the show today.
Good morning. Thanks. Glad to be here.
So, Rose, I want to begin with your thoughts on what we heard from the throne speech in terms of Indigenous issues and reconciliation.
I think I'm struck by three things. Number one, what an honor to see an Inuk on that ceremonial chair, to have an strong Indigenous woman giving the throne speech. There is something very special about that. Also, that so much of the speech was in Inuktitut. That's truly amazing. I'm also struck by some of the words and the phrases that were used, written by this government, that sound so familiar. They really do sound so familiar. I think we've heard them before. And finally, I'm struck by there's so few promises in it. It wasn't really the speech I was looking for. I think Canadians were looking for something bigger and bolder and something with vision, and it seemed very much of a caretaker speech almost. However, a speech from the throne is words. We should be looking to budgets now to look to what kind of priorities this government will be putting on those words.
Right, and I want to get back to what you're saying in a moment, but I did want to talk about the fact that we did see, as you mentioned, Governor General Mary Simon speaking, the introduction that she wrote to the speech in Inuktitut, seeing the first Inuk woman as the Governor General of Canada. Do you think that her presence there brought some sense of urgency, more of a sense of urgency to the issues that we're discussing now?
I did truly love the opening piece. I think it said what so many Canadians and First Nations and Inuit and Métis that have been hoping for. That opening was quite beautiful, and it did capture that sense of how do we move on from this guilt of finding out about and learning more about and coming to grips with unmarked graves. So I loved the opening piece. I think Inuk kids all across the north and in our cities will look to a different way, a different possibility of what they also can be in this country simply because of that one speech in her opening.
Now, you were talking about the government really putting forward more of a caretaker role in this speech, and talking about the issue of Indigenous relations and reconciliation in that frame. What specifically would you have wanted to see? What specific actions?
I would have liked to see a commitment from this government to stop fighting Indigenous kids in court. It was a bit galling to see the words around, there was a paragraph, and I may not quite get it correctly, around supporting communities around child welfare and First Nations families and kids. And it doesn't seem to have a lot of depth to it when court challenges are continuing around how much money, around timing, around trivialities that really should have been addressed number of years ago when Cindy Blackstock brought forward the issues that are facing the disparities that First Nations kids face in child welfare and in basic health and social. I would have loved to see a commitment to it. I think Canadians were expecting it. I think it's surprising that it wasn't in there. I also think it's quite surprising that he's talking about reconciliation when the National Police Force is using military action in northern BC. I have a hard time putting those two things together in my head.
Okay. I did want to ask you a bit more about mental health. The government said that they will look into a distinctions-based mental health strategy. What would that look like to you? What do you hope it looks like when it is rolled out?
Well, I expect that it would look like the one that was rolled out 15 years ago. This is not news at all. There already was a distinctions-based mental wellness plan in the late 2008, 2009, 2010. This is not news. What it means is when any of us face mental health challenges, we tend to go to the strengths that we have in order to build our coping mechanisms. For First Nations, that generally is First Nations culture, is a strength. For Métis, it's Métis culture is a strength. For Inuit, it's Inuit culture. That's what it means distinctions-based. We go to our cultures to find the strengths to help us through really difficult periods. There's nothing new in that. It just hasn't been funded to the extent that it needed to be funded. However, I wonder if mental wellness or the lack of, or the challenges that we face is perhaps because we don't have clean water, because we're scared of the police, we don't have human rights. I would prefer that they actually address the human rights issues that may be causing the stress, as well as addressing some of the mental wellness challenges.
Rose LeMay, CEO of the Indigenous Reconciliation Group, thank you for your insights and your perspective today.
Thank you very much.
And we'll be right back here on CTV News Channel in just a moment.
Our trouble issues or trouble spots all come down to a pair of atmospheric rivers, one in the Pacific, the other, the Atlantic. Wind warnings continue and rainfall warnings have been issued for a few spots along the BC coastline. Further inland, it's still a special weather statement, not quite meeting the parameters for a rainfall warning. And right now, we're not noticing much on the satellite and radar there, just some scattered flurries much further inland and to the north of Metro Vancouver. Freezing rain warnings in addition to those rainfall warnings, that's for Newfoundland, and you can see those rainfall warnings carrying through Quebec. The storm surge warnings, though, have cleared away. Wind is still a factor. And then in the pink there, that's a wreck house wind warning for Wreck House, Newfoundland, where the topography of the landscape just adds to that wind. You get a big wind tunnel there. And right through the channel between Cape Breton and up through Wreck House, that's where you're seeing a heck of a lot of rainfall continuing. Halifax early this morning dealing with some rather heavy snow showers. So let's band our way back and through our Wednesday, carrying right into Thursday. You can see that rain pummeling the west coast. And here's a look at the rainfall forecast. You'll want to follow Tofino there, where a triple-digit rainfall total is possible. At this time, it looks like Vancouver Island will be the primary recipient and shield a lot of that additional rain from the BC interior, which communities like Merritt, for instance, are quite grateful for. Although a lot of precipitation coming down near Revelstoke. It says 23 millimeters, likely mostly snow. So it won't be 23 centimeters rather of snow, but instead a little less than that. The futurecast on our other coast. There's your other atmospheric river continuing very heavily through parts of Newfoundland. And for Port aux Basques, that is where you're going to see over 100 millimeters of rain still to fall. Cape Breton good for another 23 millimeters. National forecast 2 in Calgary, 5 Vancouver, and then 8 degrees in Victoria. Quite rainy there. It's -8 in Brandon, -12 Regina, and -13 Saskatoon. Hamilton and Windsor and Toronto all will enjoy 8 degrees, with 4 in Moncton and Fredericton, 2 in Halifax, and 10 in Charlottetown. Your top stories are next.
Sometimes I have the urge to hurt bad people. I might be a monster, but I'm an evolving monster.
It's never been more important to take care of your heart from the comfort of your home. Many people have an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, which, if left untreated, can increase their risk of having a stroke by 5 times. And atrial fibrillation is most prevalent in those over 65. Now, you can do something about it. CardioMobile, the personal ECG device, allows you to take an ECG anytime, anywhere using your smartphone. Simply place your fingers on the electrodes and see your results in just 30 seconds. And you can email your ECG to your doctor with the press of a button, all from the comfort of your home. CardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. CardioMobile can also detect normal sinus rhythm. This holiday season, CardioMobile is just $89, our lowest price ever. Don't wait. Order today on Amazon or cardiomobile.ca.
Ready to shine from the inside out? Try Nature's Bounty Hair, Skin, and Nails Gummies to support your silky hair, glowing skin, and healthy nails. Support your beauty from the inside out with Nature's Bounty.
At CIBC, we believe the difference between having a dream and achieving your dream is finding someone who cares enough to help make it real.
CIBC, ambitions made real. Nasal congestion is tough. Try HydroSense for fast-acting relief at the site of nasal congestion with 100% naturally sourced seawater. HydroSense. Breathe better with our Science of the Sea.
The drug that he was selling was potentially deadly.
Should drug dealers be charged with murder?
That's who you need to go after.
W5 reveals why families demand justice.
Criminals peddling drugs that are killing people.
All new, Saturday at 7 on CTV.
Good morning and welcome to CTV News Channel. I'm Lois Lee. Here's what's making news right now.
They had the city come and try and look at it. They said they did what they could. As you can see, it did absolutely nothing.
Heavy rain lashes Cape Breton and southwest Newfoundland and Labrador, causing flooding and road washouts. And it's not over yet.
Pacific really looks active and looks like it will continue through next week as well.
Bracing for another round of heavy rain in southern BC, crews working around the clock to boost flood defenses ahead of more storms. And with a little encouragement and support, these kids in Toronto became the first Canadian children under the age of 12 to be vaccinated against COVID-19. We begin on the East Coast this morning, where a massive storm continues to pummel Atlantic Canada.
They just pulled up to the door and I got in and grabbed my bags and floated down. And I guess there was another older lady down there walking in the water and they had to rescue her.
In Antigonish, Nova Scotia, nearly 70 people have been evacuated or asked to shelter in place after heavy rain led to flash flooding around a mobile home park. The rain also caused part of a highway to wash out, leaving some students at a nearby school stuck for several hours. According to Environment Canada, Sydney recorded nearly 118 millimeters of rain on Tuesday. CTV's Kyle Moore is standing by in Sydney with more. Kyle, good morning to you. What is the latest on the storm where you are, and what regions are being hit the hardest at this point?
Yeah, good morning. I'm on Townsend Street here in Sydney, which is one of the main arteries here in the city. And as you can see, this is what we are dealing with at this hour. A number of road closures in the area due to flooding. The sound of sub pumps can be heard throughout the city as people are dealing with flooded basements at this hour. On the western side of the island, they have declared a state of emergency. In Victoria, Inverness counties, roads have been washed out along with bridges there. So the RCMP are telling residents in that area to stay home and to stay off the roads for their own safety. Schools in the Strait Regional School Board as well have been canceled for the day today. There have been a few school closures here in the CBRM area as well due to flooding. But as I stand here now, I can hear the sound of sub pumps as, people really just trying to keep up with the water flowing into their basements from the heavy rain that really has continued in the overnight hours last night and into this morning.
Right, and so how long is that rain expected to last?
Well, we could see rain here in the Sydney area until at least Friday. Now, not as heavy as, the last 24 hours. The rain has kind of tapered off to showers now this morning, which is some good news, I guess, for residents here. My own basement flooded this morning. So that is really what we are dealing with here in the Sydney area right now, just trying to keep up with water levels that have risen in the last little bit here.
All right, Kyle. Well, we do thank you for talking to us, Kyle Moore, in Sydney, Nova Scotia, while you're dealing with your own flooding at home. Stay safe.
Thank you.
And to Halifax now, Nova Scotia is holding a briefing on its COVID-19 response. Let's listen in.
Since we were last here, my heart goes out to their family and to their loved ones.
If ever there was a reason to get vaccinated and to follow public health measures, this is it. As we continue to see lives truly do depend on it. And in a few moments, Dr. Strang will update you on the situation with COVID in Nova Scotia. But for me, I'm pleased to say now that things appear to be stabilizing for now. Public health has advised us that the outbreaks in the northern zones and the western zones are under control, and cases in those areas seem to be trending down, which is good. In other good news, appointments are now open for those eligible to book a third dose, and we're expecting vaccines for children aged 5 to 11 to land in the province this week. And the team is putting the final touches on the rollout. Parents and guardians should be able to start booking appointments for their children very soon. The benefits of the vaccine are clear, regardless of the age. In this wave, we are seeing more cases in children. So please get your child vaccinated to protect them against the virus. Protecting them also protects their family, their grandparents, their friends, and their community. Thankfully, the choice to get vaccinated is the choice most employees who look after and care for vulnerable Nova Scotians have made. Our latest update from the sectors included in our mandatory full vaccine protocol continue to be very good. Most employees who have reported are fully vaccinated. In fact, 95% of Nova Scotia Health employees are fully vaccinated, and another 4% have one dose. Over at the IWK, 99% of IWK staff are fully vaccinated. In long-term care, 95% are fully vaccinated, with 3% partially vaccinated. For home care, it's 95% as well. For EHS, 99% are fully vaccinated. And 97% of employees in the education system who have reported are fully vaccinated. So as for employees who work for the province of Nova Scotia, 97% of those who have reported are fully vaccinated. So those are encouraging numbers. We're paying close attention to the percentage of staff in all sectors who have not yet reported. But I know employers are working hard to determine the intentions of these employees. I'm concerned about this group that's not reported, and I hope the fact that they haven't reported doesn't mean that they don't intend to get vaccinated. But if it does mean that, we will deal with it. At the end of the day, we absolutely believe, we're completely convinced that people who work in these sectors must be vaccinated to protect the people they care for. This is more important than having to deal with the impacts of staffing and services if people choose to leave, rather than investing rather than taking the life-saving vaccine. I will say that sectors are planning for, the employers are all planning for how they will handle potential staff shortages or service disruptions. But right now, there's no employer that is expecting any major impacts to service delivery. They have to deal with, and they'll have to deal with, isolated issues. For example, in education, they're anticipating that there could be areas where busing is an issue due to driver availability. But these are all things that are being planned for by the employers. So we'll have the final update in early December. But I'm hopeful that we will still be able to say that we expected minimal impacts, and that's what we actually experience when the time comes. So we're optimistic that people are getting vaccinated, particularly in those sectors, and we feel that there will not be any major impacts on service deliveries, but we'll have the final numbers soon. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Strang.
Thank you, Premier, and good morning, everybody. And my thoughts, too, are with those who have been significantly impacted by the weather event and the subsequent flooding. As of today, we have 172 active cases of COVID-19 in the province. And I also want to extend my sympathies to the family grieving the loss of a loved one due to COVID-19. While our overall case numbers may sound high, we are seeing some very positive signs. The epidemiology is stabilizing in the western zone. There are still some sporadic cases, but we have a handle on that. The situation in the northern zone is also stabilizing, but we do continue to see low levels of community transmission. I want to thank East Cumberland Lodge and the Nova Scotia Health Authority Public Health for working together to reduce the spread of the COVID-19 virus in that long-term care home. I know staff at the home have worked very hard to provide excellent care for residents under very challenging circumstances. In HRM, the cases are shifting from central Halifax into suburban and semi-rural areas in and around the city. Most cases are in children under 12. And that is having an impact on some schools, but with the rollout of vaccine for children aged 5 to 11, we can expect to see less activity in the new year. And we're fortunate that most of the illness continues to be mild in children, and vaccines will reduce this risk even further. I know parents and guardians have many questions about the vaccine for young Nova Scotians who are aged 5 to 11. As your Chief Medical Officer of Health, I am strongly recommending that all children who are eligible get vaccinated. While this virus does lead to mild illness in children most of the time, please don't take a chance with their health or the health of others around them. The rate of severe illness in children from COVID is similar to that of a number of other infections that we routinely vaccinate our children against, one example being polio. This virus spreads very easily and quickly among unvaccinated groups, and having children vaccinated will really help to prevent further spread in our province and protect those who are at greater risk of severe illness. It will also help us avoid school closures and the restriction of social and extracurricular activities that impact the physical, social, and emotional well-being of children and their families. Achieving good vaccination rates in the 5 to 11-year-old group is the next and very important step in moving out of this pandemic. And we are putting the final touches on our vaccination program for this age group. We're having the vaccine from the manufacturer repackaged into smaller shipments so it can go directly to pharmacies across the province instead of us doing this from a central warehouse locally. We are adjusting our online booking, data collection, and product management tools to accommodate this new age group and a new vaccine. We expect vaccine to start arriving this week, and once we have certainty of the delivery date and time, we will open up appointments, and this will be announced publicly. Pharmacies and the IWK Health Center will be our main vaccinators, and they will be ready to start getting vaccine for children on December 2nd. So here are some important details around childhood vaccination. Children will still need 2 doses of vaccine and are considered fully vaccinated 14 days after their second dose. The time between the 2 doses will be a minimum of 8 weeks. Evidence now shows that a longer interval results in better and longer lasting protection. If your child turns 12 during the 8 weeks between doses, the second dose will be the age-appropriate adolescent or adult dose. And children aged 5 to 11 should not get other vaccinations and the COVID-19 vaccine at the same time if possible. Other vaccines will need to be given 14 days before or after their COVID vaccine. And as to parents and caregivers, if you do have to make a choice, makes the COVID-19 vaccine a priority. If your child is 12 and older, they can receive their COVID vaccine and any other vaccines at the same time or closer than 14 days apart. I emphasize this point because we are hearing that some grade 7 and 8 youth are deferring their routine school vaccinations so they can get the COVID vaccine. This is unnecessary. Children and youth, like adults, may experience mild side effects like sore muscles, feeling fatigue, mild fever, or a sore arm where the vaccine was injected. This is normal, and it means the vaccine is working and teaching their body how to fight the virus. The IWK has some great resources on how to talk to your children about vaccination and tips if your child is afraid of needles. So I would encourage people to go to the IWK website for that. And a reminder, please do not call pharmacies directly looking for appointments. You can only book through our online tool, or if you do not have access to that, through our 1-800 line. If you don't have access to the internet, for, as I said, someone you can book you can call. But there will be some wait, as this line has been extremely busy. And the same applies for people who are looking now for their appointment for the booster dose. So if you're at all able to, or have someone help you to make your appointment for a booster dose or for your child online, please do that. We need to preserve the 1-800 line for those who have no other ability to book their appointment. And speaking of booster doses, I'm pleased to be able to say that we opened the booking a day ago, and as of last night, we've already had 12,000 people book their third doses. A reminder to people that looking for their booster doses that you have to wait 6 months after your primary series has finished to get a booster dose. So as of today, if you received your second dose as of June 9th, you are now eligible for a booster dose, so you can please go and book. If you aren't yet eligible, you can still book an appointment, but the system will not allow you that appointment to be booked before your 6-month mark. Long days and colder weather are here, and that means more indoor activities for the next few months. This is when COVID-19 looks for opportunities to spread. And as the holidays approach and you start to get back out enjoying larger events like concerts and sporting events, we need everybody to be extra careful. Vaccination is the best way to protect ourselves, but the vaccine is not 100% effective. It will help you from becoming seriously ill, but following public health measures is another necessary layer of protection for all of us. And as much as I'd like to be on everyone's shoulder, reminding you to wear your mask or wash your hands, pointing out risk and helping you steer clear of them, that isn't realistic and actually sounds a little bit creepy. Each of us need to take responsibility for our own actions.
All right, we're just listening to officials in Nova Scotia giving an update on the province's COVID-19 situation. The province reporting that it has 172 active cases of COVID-19 right now. That is not new cases, that is the total number of active cases right now. Most of the cases, Dr. Robert Strang, the chief medical officer there, saying that they are in kids under the age of 12, but with the rollout of the vaccine in kids 5 to 11 coming soon, Dr. Strang says that that number is expected to go down in the new year. Now, for those 5 to 11-year-olds, doses of the Pfizer vaccine are expected to land in the province this week. Appointment bookings should be available very soon, and vaccines will be going to pharmacies across the province. Meantime, this is all happening while Nova Scotia is dealing with a massive storm, that massive storm continuing to pummel Atlantic Canada. The impact is being especially felt in Victoria County, where there is a state of emergency that has been declared. It was declared overnight. So for more on this, let's go to Bruce Morrison, councillor in Victoria County, Nova Scotia. Bruce, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today.
Good morning.
And I hope that you're doing well. You and your family are safe.
We are. I'm currently located in one of the less affected areas, but it's the calm after the storm, that's for sure.
So let's begin then with the state of emergency and why it had to be declared last night in Victoria County.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the heavy rain came as predicted early in the morning, and certainly by dusk we certainly started to feel the effects of the heavy rain. Our roads were becoming undermined, our bridges were becoming compromised, and there was localized flooding, so we really felt we didn't have any other choice but to have a state of emergency proclaimed.
And with the roads being washed out, what kind of impact is that having? Because over in BC, you know, we're seeing this bookend of storms across the country, and we saw in BC, the southern part of that province, parts of it were completely cut off because of road closures, because roads disappeared under the water.
Absolutely. And we didn't have the severity that they had in BC, but certainly one of our rural communities, Ingonish, was cut off. At both ends of the community was impacted by washouts of the Cabot Trail, actually. And for overnight, they were isolated from access to get in or out of that community. So again, for the safety and the security of our residents, we felt it was important to put this state of emergency in place.
Now, reports are saying that the flooding will be done right now to prepare.
Well, right now, it's the roads in particular and the infrastructure involved with the roads, bridges, et cetera, are being assessed by the Provincial Department of Nova Scotia Public Works. That is ongoing. We're waiting for that assessment to come back to us to give us an indication of severity of the damage that was done overnight. We're a very large rural municipality, so all areas of our municipality have been affected, particularly the northern section, which is the Cape Breton Highlands, which houses is the home to the Cabot Trail. So they're very much affected by a lot of runoff, particularly off the mountains. So we're waiting for their assessment, and depending on as conditions improve, we hope to lift the state of emergency, particularly in areas that are less affected, and we'll take the state of emergency off in the other areas as conditions improve.
Are you concerned that you will have to have some evacuation orders in place?
Not at this point. Okay. We have been very fortunate that we haven't had any evacuations that had to take place. Again, there are areas that have localized floodings, and that was a consideration. The rain has eased up here this morning, although we are very concerned because the rain could potentially come back this evening, and there's supposed to be a rain event on the weekend. So we are very concerned with the weather as we move forward into the weekend.
All right. Bruce Morrison, councillor in Victoria County, Nova Scotia. Stay safe. Our thoughts are with you and everyone who is affected by flooding across the country.
Thank you very much.
Meantime, roads have been completely washed out in parts of Newfoundland and Labrador as the system takes aim at the southwest coast.
I guess what we're hoping is that we don't lose our infrastructure, which then it becomes a much bigger issue.
RCMP saying early this morning a washout on the Trans-Canada Highway in Port aux Basques has left both lanes impassable. Meantime, crews in British Columbia are working around the clock in Sumas Prairie, preparing for 2 approaching storms.
We expect another 5 feet of height to be added to the dike prior to the weather event anticipated for Thursday.
Troops and volunteers are shoring up dikes and levees, with the first of 2 atmospheric rivers expected to hit southern BC tomorrow. The second storm is expected on Saturday. The mayor of Abbotsford is telling people in high-risk areas to gather 3 days' worth of supplies. CTV's David Molko spoke to residents who are digging out from the floods.
The lake appears to be draining, though that takes time, and there isn't enough.
The last thing we really need is a pile more water coming in.
In the flood zone, restoration expert Dan Daniel shows us how they're struggling to dry up.
I don't really get overwhelmed. I start at the furthest point and we work our way out of the house.
And despite the scale of her loss, Paulette Johnson is still smiling.
Where do you start? You just put one foot in front of the other. Tell yourself you're tough. One step at a time.
I don't say no. People don't have money, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to abandon them.
Got a lot of good friends out here, and they're in trouble.
So Wes Gamour has volunteered and steers us to his childhood farm.
These buildings weren't here when I was here.
A couple inches into the rafters there.
In the basement, we find a pool table toppled. The peaches Chelsea Meyer canned, untouched.
Just support. Hands, coveralls, boots. That's the only thing I can think of.
It's wrenches on your heart for sure to see them losing pretty much everything they have.
And when their thoughts turn to the forecast.
You don't know. They talk about sandbags and you don't even know what to do with sandbags.
I can't change the future. I can only do what I can do today.
David Molko, CTV News.
To breaking news now out of Ontario, where the province is reporting 591 new COVID-19 cases and 7 deaths. 307 of today's infections are in individuals who were not fully vaccinated, and 47 cases have an unknown status. 289 people in the province are hospitalized with COVID-19 and 137 are in the ICU. The 7-day rolling average now stands at 686. The next phase in Canada's vaccine rollout has begun thanks to some brave Toronto kids.
Ready?
Oh, what a break. Talk about break. Yeah, let's give a round of applause this way. Yeah, all right.
Talk about some pressure here. Under the watchful eyes of the mayor, health officials, and of course their parents, this group of children became the first under the age of 12 to be vaccinated against COVID-19 in Canada. Last week, Health Canada approved Pfizer's 2-dose vaccine for use in children aged 5 to 11. Several provinces are already allowing parents to book vaccination appointments. And in Montreal, children are getting their first COVID-19 vaccine shots. Quebec's health minister says he plans to have as many as 700,000 children in the province vaccinated with at least 1 dose by Christmas. Joining us now for more is Dr. Alexander Wong, infectious disease physician. And Dr. Wong, you are out in Saskatchewan, and kids in some parts of your province will be able to get their COVID-19 shots starting today. Is this an exciting step in the fight against COVID-19?
Absolutely, Lois. Super excited. I think we got first doses basically into kids already here in Regina as well as in Saskatoon. So, you know, the data from the U.S. so far in terms of safety looks really, really reassuring. Millions of doses given, no evidence of heart inflammation or myocarditis thus far. We're going to be watching that data closely, but so far it looks really good. So really excited to get my kids done and encouraging all parents to do the same.
And for parents out there who may be on the fence about getting their kids under 11 vaccinated, what would you like them to know about this vaccine? Because there are differences between this one and the adult dose.
For sure. There's a lot of moving pieces here, but in a nutshell, we know it works really, really well at the lower 2 sort of 10 microgram dose for kids. Protects against Delta sort of over 90% of the time. Antibody responses are similar to that of those individuals who receive normal adult doses age 16 to 25. A lot of questions about myocarditis and the potential risk of myocarditis, but we expect that rate to be very, very low because it's a lower 10 microgram dose. And at the same time, you know, myocarditis is typically a post-pubertal phenomena. So we're watching that very closely in terms of the data from the United States. But so far, again, millions of doses given. They're probably going to start second doses in the U.S. this week as well. So far, no cases of heart inflammation or myocarditis seen. That is super reassuring. Last big thing people ask about is long-term side effects. Like, how do we know about long-term side effects?
Right.
There is no real scientific rationale around long-term side effects. mRNA is degraded quickly. We don't expect side effects beyond sort of 6 to 8 weeks. That's going to be the time frame that we're going to be watching very closely.
Right, and the province is going to be rolling out the shots in clinics, pharmacies, eventually mobile clinics, school clinics are part of the plan. What do you make of this, and is it the right approach?
Absolutely. Like, we need to make, obviously, the vaccine as accessible and as easy for families, caregivers, and kids as possible. That would include in schools. You know, we obviously want to make it available for parents and caregivers as well to get their shots concurrently if they've not, you know, had their first, second, or potentially even sort of third doses at this point, if they're eligible. And so we, again, as healthcare providers, need to follow the evidence base really closely. It's going to be moving fast over the next few weeks in terms of the safety data coming from the United States. We need to educate counsel and be really patient, I think, with parents, understandably, who want to see more data, you know, before moving forward. We understand that not everyone's going to be an early adopter, but the quicker we can get as many kids done in this age group as possible, the better it's going to be, not only for those kids and families, but for our society as a whole in terms of getting to our new normal.
All right. Dr. Alexander Wong, infectious disease physician, joining us today on this. Thank you so much for your insights.
Thanks, Lois. Take care.
You too. We're continuing to track the weather in Atlantic Canada. Today, more than 100 millimeters of rain fell on parts of Cape Breton Tuesday, and parts of southwest Newfoundland could see that much rain and more today. The very latest on the storm after the break.
When
I first started using Proactive,
I loved the fact that it was in a system.
this is like the next step to getting me to clear skin.
Proactive's 3-step system taught me how to finally do skincare.
Get Proactive's 3-step system developed by dermatologists that's right for you. All with clinically proven ingredients to clear skin and dermatologist tested to be gentle. Proactive Solution, our original system for all skin types. Proactive Plus is gentle enough for sensitive skin.
When someone said you're glowing,
I got so excited.
it felt so good.
Subscribe today risk-free at getproactive.ca and get this free scar gel.
Our family have been egg farmers for about 70 years.
I'm a third-generation beef farmer. I'm excited for the idea of Tim Hortons getting this steak and egg sandwich. You can't get this anywhere else, and the egg was fresh, and the seasoned beef was perfect.
Love isn't always easy. It can be demanding.
Drop it.
Love chooses us, often when we least expect it. Love gives meaning to life and changes who we are in all the best ways.
This is Manulife Cover Me News. And now, here's some good news. More people are taking little steps to financial security with Manulife Cover Me, Canada's best health and dental insurance provider. With more, here's Yasmin Batra.
That's right, Peter. Manulife Cover Me Health and Dental is comprehensive and affordable. It covers most prescription drugs and acceptance is guaranteed with most plans. Isn't that right?
Yes. Manulife Cover Me covers my prescription drug costs and pays for it directly, too. Back to you in the studio.
That's my line.
Moving on to dental. Would you believe that 22% of Canadians avoided going to the dentist due to high costs? That's why more people are calling 1-877-COVER-ME, like Ramon here. Exactly, Ramon. And now, over to Jerry with weather.
As you can see, it's clearing up nicely behind me.
67% of Canadians wear corrective lenses. Maybe you should too, little buddy. You're just a call away from your first to more peace of mind. Call 1-877-COVER-ME or visit coverme.com today.
Good morning and welcome to CTV News Channel. I'm Lois Lee. Here's what's making news right now.
We had the city come and try and look at it. They said they did what they could. As you can see, it did absolutely nothing.
Heavy rain lashes Cape Breton and southwest Newfoundland and Labrador, causing flooding and road washouts, and it is not over yet. Oh, with a little encouragement and support, these kids in Toronto became the first Canadian children under the age of 12 to be vaccinated against COVID-19.
Canada's Conservatives are here to work. We're here to build. We're here to unite, and we're here to secure the future for this great country. So let's get to work.
And Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole rallies his troops ahead of today's first question period and takes shots at the Prime Minister along the way. We begin on the East Coast this morning, where a massive storm continues to pummel Atlantic Canada.
They just pulled up to the door, and I got in and grabbed my bags, and yeah, floated down. And I guess there was another older lady down there walking in the water, and they had to rescue her.
In Antigonish, Nova Scotia, nearly 70 people have been evacuated or asked to shelter in place after heavy rain led to flash flooding around a mobile home park. The rain also caused part of a highway to wash out, leaving some students at a nearby school stuck for several hours. According to Environment Canada, Sydney recorded nearly 118 millimeters of rain Tuesday. To Ottawa now, a fired-up Aaron O'Toole delivered a speech to his caucus today that was also broadcast to Conservatives tuning in from across the country. Ahead of the first question period of the new session, the Tory leader is vowing to lead what he called a tired Liberal government to account. He also took a few potshots at Justin Trudeau.
What is happening when the federal government is ignoring the division that their own policies are creating? Instead of uniting, this Liberal government has been dividing. Instead of building up, the Liberal government is intent on closing down. Instead of listening to Indigenous Canadians, Justin Trudeau went surfing.
And Prime Minister Justin Trudeau spoke to reporters moments ago. Let's listen in.
We're focused on fighting climate change, we're focused on growing the economy, we're focused on reconciliation, the kinds of things Mr. O'Toole should be focused on. Instead, he's focused on getting exemptions for his MPs. That doesn't make much sense.
BC's gas problems.
What about the price of milk? The price of milk is not. Indeed, that's why we're working on affordability. Okay.
That was the Prime Minister speaking after his party's caucus meeting this morning. Next up today, MPs are set to debate the return of the hybrid format in the House of Commons. That format would allow MPs to participate virtually, something Government House Leader Mark Collins says needs to happen at this stage of the pandemic. The next phase in Canada's vaccine rollout has begun thanks to some brave Toronto kids.
Ready?
Oh, what a great. Talk about great. Yeah, let's give a round of applause this way. Yeah, all right.
Under the watchful eyes of the mayor, health officials, and of course their parents, this group of children became the first under the age of 12 to be vaccinated against COVID-19 in Canada. Last week, Health Canada approved Pfizer's 2-dose vaccine for use in children aged 5 to 11. Several provinces are already allowing parents to book vaccination appointments. And in Montreal, children are getting their first COVID-19 shots. Quebec's health minister says he plans to have as many as 700,000 children in the province vaccinated with at least 1 dose by Christmas. And parents in Alberta can also start booking shots for children today. CTV's Stephanie Thomas is standing by in Calgary with more. So Stephanie, bookings are now open in Alberta. Give us the details of when kids can start getting those shots.
That's right, Lois. The appointments, the booking tool at the province has been open for a little over an hour, actually. As we've seen with previous rollouts, they actually opened up the site a few minutes before the scheduled opening time of 8 local time. And I've just heard anecdotally from colleagues as well as some folks on social media that they were able to book their appointments for their children without any hiccups or issues. There were some reports that there were some account creation errors that appear to be able to be rectified. But what's different about this vaccine rollout is that we're not brought to a queue it or waitlist page to get a sense of the demand for Alberta children to get these vaccines that are now approved for children age 5 to 11. We also know that they are making the appointment bookings today, but the first appointments that will be administering those vaccines will not be held until Friday. But that is relatively early, as you mentioned, compared to other provinces. Another note as well, Lois, is that there are going to be vaccine available at clinics provided by the province, Alberta Health Services, and not through a school program. And there are only 4 pharmacies throughout the province servicing rural areas that will be administering these low dose of Pfizer or Comirnaty vaccines for children.
So what has the response been like, Stephanie? Are most parents planning to get their kids vaccinated?
We've taken a look at some polls, both that were conducted privately and by the government of Alberta, and it looks like Alberta parents and guardians are split down the middle about whether or not they intend to have their children vaccinated. About 50% reporting that they do plan on getting their shots. But we also know that there are some 391,000 children in the province who are between ages 5 and 11, and that the health minister, Jason Copping, here in Alberta, says that there have been a shipment of 394,000 doses that have landed and arrived in Edmonton. So there is enough for each of those eligible children to receive a vaccine if they choose to.
All right, CTV's Stephanie Thomas joining us on this from Calgary. Thanks so much for your reporting. Ontario officials are meeting with the federal government today to hammer out a childcare deal that would cut fees to an average of $10 per day. So far, 9 provinces and territories have signed on. Ontario Education Minister Stephen Lecce says the money Ottawa has been offering comes up short.
They currently contribute only 2.5% of childcare costs in Ontario. They've got to do much more. So we're sitting with them today to make that case to ensure we deliver $10 a day daycare that is truly affordable for all families so that we can get people working, support economic participation of women, and ultimately, help confront the cost of living that is rising across Canada.
Ontario and New Brunswick remain the only 2 holdouts of the federal plan. Joining me now for more is Carolyn Ferns, Public Policy Coordinator with Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare. Carolyn, first of all, thank you so much for joining us today.
And thanks for having me.
So let's talk a bit about what the holdup is here, why Ontario has resisted signing on to this offer from Ottawa.
Yeah, I think it's disappointing that Ontario has really delayed signing this agreement. 9 provinces and territories have already signed on, and none of them threw up the kind of roadblocks that we're seeing from Minister Lecce and the Ontario government. There haven't been disputes about money with other provinces and territories. So I hope that it's a positive sign that they're meeting today, and that negotiations are restarting. And I hope that the Ontario government is coming at this a lot more collaboratively than they have in the past. Although it was reported that Ontario still hasn't produced an action plan, which is really the first step in getting closer to a deal.
Let's talk a little bit about the specifics here and what services this money could help improve if Ontario does reach a deal.
Yeah. So the federal plan, the goal is to first cut childcare fees in half over the next year. And, we've seen already for provinces and territories that have signed agreements, those parents in those provinces are already getting emails, notes from childcare providers saying that their fees will be going down in the new year. So that's really added some pressure onto Ontario that we really can't fall further behind. So childcare fees cut in half over the next year. And then the goal is to get childcare fees down to an average of $10 a day over the next 5 years. And of course, that's just the affordability. The other part of this is improving the wages and working conditions for early childhood educators so that we can recruit and retain more ECEs into our sector, and then expand childcare spaces so that we're serving many more families.
The opposition and some unions say that Ontario wants the feds to pay because it's trying to save the provincial funds. What's your take on that?
That's a good question. I think that it's really great to see the federal government stepping up on childcare. I saw that, in the clip from Minister Lecce, he said that currently the federal government only, contributes 2.5%. But this deal, the $10.2 billion on the table, would actually make the federal government the senior funding partner. They would be contributing the most to childcare, to something that has traditionally been a provincial responsibility. So it's great to see the federal government stepping up, but does that mean that the Ontario government can step back? Absolutely not. We need every level of government working together, municipalities, the province, and the federal government, all doing what they can to help make a difference for families.
So what's your prediction here and what we're going to see happen? Because we do have an election right around the corner, and it would seem that Doug Ford might want to have a deal before that time. What do you think?
I would think so. I would certainly hope so, because parents are actually watching this issue very closely. As I've said, it's no secret that other provinces are already lowering childcare fees for families in the new year. So I think that politically, for the Ontario government, they must be feeling the pressure, to get a deal on childcare. They can't let this languish. They can't, try to do it closer to the election or play politics with this in any way. It's just far too important an issue to play politics with. So I hope that they sign the agreement quickly. And the reason that so many of us are saying, sign the agreement, let's get going, is because, we know, childcare advocates, the community and municipalities all know how much work is going to have to go into really making this happen. We're already behind other provinces and we really need to get going.
All right. Carolyn Ferns, Public Policy Coordinator with Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks so much for having me.
You're welcome. The fate of 3 men charged with killing Ahmaud Arbery now lies in the hands of a jury. After the break, we'll tell you why all 3 are facing the same charges, even though only one of them pulled the trigger that killed the young man. You're watching CTV News Channel. We'll be right back.
You're watching CTV News Channel.
Do you suffer from aches and pains? Muscle pain? Find relief with Revitive ultrasound technology.
Drug-free ultrasound is used by physiotherapists to help relieve pain. It may also help speed repair of muscle injuries.
Do more without aches and pains with Revitive ultrasound.
Revitive ultrasound, pain relief just where you need it. This Christmas, give someone you love Revitive ultrasound.
Ready or not, Grandma, here I come.
As you get older, you start to worry about who's going to look out for them after you're, gone. That's why I've decided to get a quote from Zesty Insurance. It's a fresh approach to getting life insurance with zero stress.
Welcome to Zesty Insurance. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like to get a quote, but I need to be quick.
Sure. Can I start by asking your age and if you're a Canadian resident?
I'm 50 and a Canadian resident.
Okay, great. Because you're a Canadian resident between 40 and 80 years of age, you're guaranteed to be accepted. And based on what you've told me, you can get a guaranteed cash amount of up to $25,000. Prices start at just $13.95 a month for $3,000 of coverage. There are no medicals or blood tests for approval. I can arrange everything over the phone now.
That's cheaper than I thought, and all sounds so easy. And this coverage could save my family from paying for my funeral when the time comes. There might even be some left over as a gift for the...
Found you!
grandkids.
My turn now!
I'll go ahead. Getting Zesty Final Expenses Insurance is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Zesty Final Expenses Insurance is available exclusively over the phone. You can get covered in minutes and in just one call. With no medicals for approval, no forms to fill out, and zero stress.
To get a quote today, call our friendly and local Canadian team at 1-844-934-4227 or visit zestyinsurance.ca.
U.S. airports are expecting to see the largest surge in travelers since the start of the pandemic. Millions are hitting the road ahead of U.S. Thanksgiving. Hey, ABC's Trevor Alt has more.
America's airports bustling as the Thanksgiving travel rush is underway.
We feel good. Nervous for her first time flying.
TSA expecting pre-pandemic passenger levels. More than 2 million people flying today alone. The top destinations: Orlando, Anaheim, New York, and Dallas. And travelers already seeing lengthy lines as pandemic restrictions ease.
Especially with the holiday weekend, they should have more staff on board.
But those crowds will be putting the system to the test. Just weeks removed from Southwest and American Airlines abruptly canceling thousands of flights, though both the TSA and every major airline, having bulked up staffing, insist they're ready for the rush.
One of the interesting things is the 8 busiest travel days since the pandemic began are all going to happen between November 19th and November 30th.
Naturally, experts say if you're traveling, you should leave yourself extra time to get through security and maybe consider avoiding peak travel times, typically in the afternoon.
Book that first flight of the day if you can. If you don't mind getting up early, you're much less likely to be affected by a big cancellation event if you're flying out at 7:30 in the morning than if you're flying out at night.
And remember, as busy as it's going to be today, it's going to be even busier at airports for the return flights. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. In fact, Sunday's 2.5 million passengers is expected to be the highest total since the pandemic began. Trevor Alt, ABC News, LaGuardia Airport.
An 8-year-old boy has become the 6th person to die following this weekend's tragedy in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Darrell Brooks Jr. is accused of driving his SUV into a Christmas parade in the Milwaukee suburb on Sunday, killing 6 people and injuring 62 others. Many of the injured, including children, remain in critical condition. A criminal complaint filed on Tuesday alleges that the driver steered side to side with the intent of striking marchers and spectators. Brooks has been charged with 5 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. A preliminary hearing is set for January 14th. Jury deliberations are resuming today in the trial of the 3 men accused of murdering Ahmaud Arbery. ABC's Steve Osunsami tells us that if no verdict is reached today, the court will close for Thanksgiving and then the jury will resume deliberations on Friday.
The peaceful but regular demonstrations outside the courthouse have led to tighter security, and it's why the judge moved jurors to a quiet room that doesn't have exterior windows. They will decide if Travis McMichael, his father Gregory, and their neighbor William Roddy Bryant are found guilty or acquitted on 9 charges, including murder, aggravated assault, and false imprisonment. The 3 have pleaded not guilty.
Doesn't matter who actually pulled the trigger. Under the law, they're all guilty, even of malice murder.
The law in Georgia allows for someone who is an accomplice to murder to be punished just as severely as someone who committed the homicide, if you can prove that the actions of both people led to the killing. And the minimum sentence for a murder conviction here is life in prison. It's why William Roddy Bryant was also charged with murder. He's the one who recorded the disturbing cell phone video showing the moment when Travis McMichael is seen shooting and killing 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery in February of last year. While he didn't have a gun, prosecutors say that Brian helped chase the young black man using his pickup truck before the deadly shooting.
Mr. Bryan played a substantial and necessary part in causing his death. He is responsible for the murder of Ahmaud Arbery.
In her final closing arguments before deliberations, the prosecutor also called the defendant who fired the fatal shots, who testified, a liar.
Do you think this Travis McMichael who took the stand was the same Travis McMichael from February 23rd? You think they're the same person? Or you think this is trial preparation?
McMichael told jurors that it was the unarmed victim who attacked him, saying that he was acting in self-defense.
If he would have got the shotgun from me, then this is a life or death situation.
All three of the men charged say that the shooting was justified under a then citizen's arrest law. But at a neighborhood construction site where Arbery kept appearing and raising suspicions, police say he is never seen taking anything or committing any felony as was required in the old law. Steve Osentami, ABC News, Brunswick, Georgia.
A fascinating space mission is underway to test technology that could one day tip a dangerous asteroid off course.
DART separation confirmed.
NASA's DART spacecraft will slam into an asteroid 9 million kilometers away. That's set to happen in September of next year. The project is aimed at finding out how difficult it would be to stop a huge space rock from colliding with Earth. NASA says our planet is safe from menacing asteroids for at least the next century. Gotta be prepared, though. All right, coming up, it seems old habits die hard when it comes to gender-based stereotypes. A new study finds that most kids still believe boys are more interested in STEM activities than girls. What parents can do to help shrink that divide when we come back.
The original Santa Claus Parade, Saturday, December 4th, only on CTV.
Sure Health from Green Shield Canada.
Last year, our family spent thousands of dollars on medical expenses not covered by our government health plan. So this year, we got Sure Health from Green Shield Canada.
Sure Health plans help protect you from medical expenses not covered by your government health insurance, like prescription drugs, dental care, vision care, physiotherapists, chiropractors, home care, and more. Plus, if you or someone in your family has a serious accident or illness, Sure Health plans help cover those expenses too.
Sure Health was easy to get, and there were no medical questions when we applied. Our Sure Health plan covers many online medical services. And really important right now, that includes Mind Beacon online mental health therapy too.
If you don't have health coverage at work, are self-employed, retired, or retiring soon, visit surehealth.ca or call 1-844-230-7873 now. All Sure Health plans provide lifetime protection that won't be canceled regardless of your age or health, as long as payments are made.
Our Sure Health plan includes the Change for Life online health program, and I can submit my claims online and have the payments deposited directly to my bank account.
Some Sure Health plans require a few medical questions, but for most, your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health exam and no medical questions when you apply.
If you're self-employed like me, or you don't have coverage at work, you should get Sure Health too, to help protect yourself from medical expenses not covered by your government health plan.
Like prescription drugs, dental care, vision care, physiotherapists, chiropractors, home care, and much more. And don't worry. If you're recently retired or retiring soon, we have a Sure Health plan that's right for you. Visit surehealth.ca or call 1-844-230-7873 for your free personalized Sure Health info package.
A new study is shining the spotlight on some long-held stereotypes when it comes to what boys and girls are interested in. Researchers interviewed thousands of kids and found that those as young as 6 years old think girls are less interested than boys in science, technology, engineering, and math. And that could mean young girls are missing out on some important opportunities. ABC's Janae Norman reports.
They are still pervasive. Negative stereotypes like girls aren't interested in science. These beliefs are not only untrue, but have more of an impact than previously thought. A new study from the University of Washington and University of Houston finds that children as young as 6 perceive that girls are less interested than boys in engineering and computer science.
The reason why these stereotypes are important is because they influence girls' interest in these fields.
Researchers surveyed 2,500 students in 1st through 12th grades.
So are you interested in doing the searching activity today? The one that girls are much less interested in than boys are? Yes or no?
No, I want to do the other one.
And use lab experiments like this one to complete their findings.
The more that girls believed in these stereotypes, the less interested they were themselves in computer science and engineering.
And these patterns play out in the job market. While women make up nearly half of the workforce, they account for only 25% of computer scientists and 15% of engineers. With fewer women in these fields, there's a narrower perspective driving innovations. Plus, women could be missing out on opportunities that are high status and well paid.
A little disheartening to know that at that young of an age, those ideas are already imprinted on their minds.
Jennifer Porter's daughter, Rebecca, now 10, took place in the study. She was one of the few girls who went against the grain.
Okay, so are you interested in doing the searching activity? The one that girls are much less interested in than boys are? Yes or no?
Yes.
This sports and science-loving girl showing curiosity in the activities that she was told girls wouldn't have interest in.
She doesn't always just go with the flow. She's definitely got her own opinions.
We can do things boys can do, and we can do it better.
And researchers say parents can help close the gender gap by introducing girls to engineering and computer science early.
What I hope is that parents and teachers won't limit the opportunities that we give to children, and then we can start sending girls the message that girls enjoy computer science and engineering.
ABC's Janae Norman reporting there. Time for a short break here on CTV News Channel. When we come back, we'll have the latest on the storm in Atlantic Canada and the impending weather headed for parts of BC. But first, here's your national forecast.
Hi there, Sonia Manga here in the CTV News Channel Weather Center with a look at the warnings that we are still dealing with. The good news is that the rainfall warnings have ended for parts of the East Coast, mainly over Nova Scotia. We could possibly still see 5 to 20 millimeters of rain through parts of the Newfoundland Labrador region, mainly right around the western sections where we still have a wind warning in effect. But there's a special weather statement now in place. As you can see, a lot of this moisture across Nova Scotia is now changing into snow. We could see up to 2 to 5 centimeters of snow all said and done, and we're not quite done with that system. Next system also arriving for BC's coast, triggering a rainfall warning for much of the south coast, including the Fraser Valley and including wind warnings for the northern tip of Vancouver Island and the central coast coastal regions as well. So rain takes over parts of Vancouver today and much of the south coast, but it's really into tonight and into tomorrow where we do expect additional 80 to 100 millimeters of rain. And as you can see, parts of Alberta still contending with some of that light snow, but most of the province is dealing with a mix of sun and cloud and clear skies through most of Saskatchewan and Manitoba. We are dealing with some light snow that is making its way across Churchill at the moment, but a mix of sun and cloud for Winnipeg, Thompson. Look at the temperatures, though. That chilly air has definitely taken over. Northern Ontario also dealing with some of the cloud cover. But in terms of moisture, it's not until later tonight. Timmins, you do have a few flurries on the way. Southern Ontario staying under mostly a mix of sun and cloud, but southern Quebec under straight sunshine. Beautiful conditions on the way. And again, messy weather continues for parts of the Atlantic provinces, including Nova Scotia, the Newfoundland Labrador region. And it's not until this weekend we finally see a bit of a break on the way. That's a look at your national forecast. Your top stories are next.
Tomorrow on Your Morning. The best tech gifts to give this holiday. We have the gear and gadgets for everyone on your list. Start your morning in the know Thursday only on CTV.
It's never been more important to take care of your heart from the comfort of your home. Many people have an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, which, if left untreated, can increase their risk of having a stroke by 5 times. And atrial fibrillation is most prevalent in those over 65. Now, you can do something about it. CardioMobile, the personal ECG device, allows you to take an ECG anytime, anywhere using your smartphone. Simply place your fingers on the electrodes and see your results in just 30 seconds. And you can email your ECG to your doctor with the press of a button, all from the comfort of your home. KardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. KardioMobile can also detect normal sinus rhythm. This holiday season, KardioMobile is just $89, our lowest price ever. Don't wait. Order today on Amazon or cardiomobile.ca.
Hi, Sabrina. Hi, Jen. Hi, so you're the scientist here. Does my Aveeno Daily Moisturizer really make my dry skin look healthier in one day?
It's true, Jen.
Really?
This prebiotic oat formula moisturizes to help prevent dry skin.
Impressive. Aveeno.
It's Black Friday at the Brick. Line up before 6 a.m. and get free delivery. And for 6 hours only, get 75% off sofas. Plus all day Friday. Safety 55-inch TV only $4.99. The Brick, saving you more.
While we were out, my husband John had the common signs of a heart attack. Chest pain, sweating, nausea. We called 911 and he chewed 2 aspirin 81.
If you think you're having a heart attack, call 911, then chew 2 aspirin 81 milligrams. It may help save your life.
Real love? Loving my own space. Even more when he's in it.
Real love begins on eHarmony. eHarmony, here for real love. Start free today. Must be 18 or older.
Good morning and welcome to CTV News Channel. I'm Lois Lee. Here's what's making news right now.
We really felt we didn't have any other choice but to have a state of emergency proclaimed.
They're cleaning up in Cape Breton and bracing for more flooding and damage in southwest Newfoundland and Labrador as a massive storm system pushes east.
Pacific really looks active and looks like it will continue through next week as well.
Bracing for another round of heavy rain in southern BC. Crews work around the clock to boost flood defenses ahead of more storms.
Canada's Conservatives are here to work. We're here to build. We're here to unite, and we're here to secure the future for this great country. So let's get to work.
And Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole rallies his troops ahead of today's first question period, taking shots at the Prime Minister along the way. We begin on the East Coast this morning, where a massive storm continues to pummel Atlantic Canada. They just pulled up to the door and I got in and grabbed my bags and floated down, and I guess there was another older lady down there walking in the water and they had to rescue her. In Antigonish, Nova Scotia, nearly 70 people had been evacuated or asked to shelter in place after heavy rain led to flash flooding around a mobile home park. The rain also caused part of a highway to wash out, leaving some students at a nearby school stuck for several hours. According to Environment Canada, Sydney recorded nearly 118 millimeters of rain on Tuesday. CTV's Kyle Moore is standing by in Sydney with more. Kyle, good morning to you. What is the latest on the storm where you are, and what regions are being hit the hardest at this point?
Yeah, good morning. I'm on Townsend Street here in Sydney, which is one of the main arteries here in the city. And as you can see, this is what we are dealing with at this hour. A number of road closures in the area due to flooding. The sound of sub pumps can be heard throughout the city as people are dealing with flooded basements at this hour. On the western side of the island, they have declared a state of emergency. In Victoria, Inverness counties, roads have been washed out along with bridges there. So the RCMP are telling residents in that area to stay home and to stay off the roads for their own safety. Schools in the Strait Regional School Board as well have been canceled for the day today. There have been a few school closures here in the CBRM area as well due to flooding. But as I stand here now, I can hear the sound of sub pumps as, people really just trying to keep up with the water flowing into their basements from the heavy rain that really has continued in the overnight hours last night and into this morning.
Right, and so how long is that rain expected to last?
Well, we could see rain here in the Sydney area until at least Friday. Now, not as heavy as you know, the last 24 hours. The rain has kind of tapered off to showers now this morning, which is some good news, I guess, for residents here. My own basement flooded this morning, so that is really what we are dealing with here in the Sydney area right now, just trying to keep up with water levels that have risen in the last little bit here.
All right, Kyle. Well, we do thank you for talking to us, Kyle Moore, in Sydney, Nova Scotia, while you're dealing with your own flooding at home. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Meantime, roads have been completely washed out in parts of Newfoundland and Labrador as the system takes aim at the southwest coast.
I guess what we're hoping is that we don't lose our infrastructure, which then it becomes a much bigger issue.
RCMP saying early this morning a washout on the Trans-Canada Highway in Port aux Basques has left both lanes impassable. Rainfall warnings remain in place today for Cape Breton and southwest Newfoundland. It's about the heavy rain, wind, and in some areas, freezing rain. Environment Canada is saying that the ongoing impacts from flooding and runoff, including washouts and debris on roadways, will likely continue in Newfoundland for days. Meantime, crews in British Columbia are working around the clock in Sumas Prairie, preparing for 2 approaching storms.
We expect another 5 feet of height to be added to the dike prior to the weather event anticipated for Thursday.
Troops and volunteers are shoring up dikes and levees, with the first of 2 atmospheric rivers expected to hit southern BC tomorrow. The second storm is expected Saturday. The mayor of Abbotsford is telling people in high-risk areas to gather 3 days' worth of supplies. ABC's David Molko, CTV's David Molko, I should say, spoke to residents who are digging out from the floods.
The lake appears to be draining, though that takes time, and there isn't enough.
The last thing we really need is a pile more water coming in.
In the flood zone, restoration expert Dan Daniel shows us how they're struggling to dry up.
I don't really get overwhelmed. I start at the furthest point and we work our way out of the house.
And despite the scale of her loss, Paulette Johnson is still smiling.
Where do you start? You just put one foot in front of the other. Tell yourself you're tough. One step at a time.
I don't say no. People don't have money, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to abandon them.
Got a lot of good friends out here, and they're in trouble.
So Wes Gamour has volunteered and steers us to his childhood farm.
These buildings weren't here when I was here.
A couple inches into the rafters there.
In the basement, we find a pool table toppled. The peaches Chelsea Meyer canned, untouched.
Just support. Hands, coveralls, boots. That's the only thing I can think of.
It's wrenches on your heart for sure to see them losing pretty much everything they have.
And when their thoughts turn to the forecast.
You don't know. They talk about sandbags and you don't even know what to do with sandbags.
I can't change the future. I can only do what I can do today.
David Molko, CTV News.
A fired-up Aaron O'Toole delivered a speech to his caucus today that was also broadcast to Conservatives tuning in from across the country. Ahead of the first question period of the new session, the Tory leader is vowing to lead what he called a tired Liberal government to account. He also took a few potshots at Justin Trudeau.
What is happening when the federal government is ignoring the division that their own policies are creating? Instead of uniting, this Liberal government has been dividing. Instead of building up, the Liberal government is intent on closing down. Instead of listening to Indigenous Canadians, Justin Trudeau went surfing.
Not long after the Conservative leader wrapped his speech, the Prime Minister was asked if he had any comments on O'Toole's suggestion that he was putting his own needs ahead of the country's in the throne speech.
We're focused on fighting climate change, we're focused on growing the economy, we're focused on reconciliation, the kinds of things Mr. O'Toole should be focused on. Instead, he's focused on getting exemptions for his MPs.
All right, CTV's Annie Bergeron Oliver is standing by for more from Ottawa. Okay, Annie, so let's start with this speech from Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole. He was rallying his troops ahead of the sitting of the House. What more did we hear from him?
Well, that's right. This was really exactly, as you said, a speech to sort of rally up his members. You know, Parliament has now been sitting since Monday, but really the real work is getting underway today with the first question period. And for Aaron O'Toole, there's a lot at stake. This is the first time that a lot of Canadians will be paying attention to him. And, you know, he has to show both some of his members as well as some voters that he is the right person to be in this role. We know that there are some people within the Conservative caucus and the Conservative Party who don't really have a lot of trust in him as the leader right now. They're not 100% sure that he's the right person to take this party forward into a potential election in the next few years. So today was really all about rallying the troops. You heard him talk a lot about how the Conservative Party is going to be the one that fights for workers in the auto industry. It fights for farmers, fights for unionized workers, and he said it will fight for families. He talked about how the Liberal government and their stimulus spending has really just pushed inflation even higher. And he says that Justin Trudeau, instead of bringing people together, is really dividing Canadians. And so he said he's going to stand up against that division. Really, the focus, though, for Aaron O'Toole today was inflation. You know, this has been a key focus for him over the last few weeks. You've heard Pierre Poilievre talking about it for several months now, about inflation and how stimulus spending and spending during the pandemic has been too high and making the cost of living unaffordable for Canadians. And so that's sort of a central theme for Aaron O'Toole today. You did hear the Prime Minister as well in that clip earlier, Lois. He sort of fought back and kind of reiterated some of his top positions and things that he's going to be working on. He talked about how the Liberal government is going to fight climate change. It's going to work on Indigenous reconciliation, and it's going to get Canadians through this pandemic. And he kind of, again, sort of tried to hit Aaron O'Toole in the sort of soft spot or weak point, as a lot of people have been pointing it out, about vaccine mandates.
We're definitely going to be an interesting day in question period, it seems. What are we expecting to see?
Yeah, so question period is obviously going to be a little bit feisty, which for people like myself is kind of fun to watch. It's been about 5 months since we've seen them all back in the House, and for now, any MP who wants to be here has to be in the House. There is no hybrid setting like there has been for the last year and a half, so that's going to be something that's kind of fun. We haven't seen all 338 MPs in a question period since before March 2020. Imagine that. It's almost 2 years. So that in itself will be fun. You're going to see all of the MPs for the first time together in the House instead of virtual. One thing on that, which is going to be fairly interesting, is there will be a debate today on whether or not Parliament should be a hybrid model again, like it was in March 2020, allowing MPs to participate virtually if they want from their homes on a secure sort of type of Zoom, or some of them could be in person. The Liberals and the NDP are in favor of it. The Bloc and the Conservatives are not. And one thing that may have been missed that I personally think is super interesting and is going to add a little bit of spice into this mix, Lois, is in the Liberal motion, which they put forward in the House to propose a hybrid setting, they added a little line in there. They sort of snuck it in about how this will give people the option to stay at home. The line that they snuck in was about how people in the House will have to be vaccinated, which is what the mandate is, and that the medical exemptions must meet the Ontario guidelines. The Ontario guidelines are very specific when it comes to medical exemption. For example, myocarditis in kids 12 to 17. That is one of the ones that I saw on the list. There's a certain type of thrombosis, severe allergy as well. So essentially what the Liberals have sort of snuck into this hybrid Parliament motion is a line that could potentially have the House administration have to go back and look at the Conservatives or anyone else who has a medical exemption to see whether it fits this very tight standard. So that is something that was sort of snuck in there and could get really interesting.
Wow, good catch there. Okay, CTV's Annie Bergeron-Oliver joining us on this. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
The next phase in Canada's vaccine rollout has begun thanks to some brave Toronto kids.
Ready?
Oh, what a grade. Talk about grade. Yeah, let's give a round of applause this way. Yeah, all right.
Under the watchful eyes of the mayor, health officials, and of course their parents, this group of children became the first under the age of 12 to be vaccinated against COVID-19 in Canada. Last week, Health Canada approved Pfizer's 2-dose vaccine for use in children aged 5 to 11. Several provinces are already allowing parents to book vaccination appointments. And in Montreal, children are getting their first COVID-19 vaccine shots. Quebec's health minister says that he plans to have as many as 700,000 children in the province vaccinated with at least one dose by Christmas. Joining us now for more is Dr. Darren Markland, intensive care physician and nephrologist. So first of all, doctor, thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. Vaccine bookings for kids 5 to 11, they're opening up, they're becoming available. Kids are getting those shots in their arms. How important is this, and how much of an impact is this going to have on our battle against COVID-19?
Well, this is huge. We have always underestimated the severity of infections in the pediatric population because we've looked at mortality outcomes, and mortality isn't the issue with kids, it's long-term issues. We know that COVID can cause severe inflammatory disease, and we know that immunity wanes after a native infection. So vaccination is truly the safest way of protecting children, and then by proxy by protecting adults as well, because it's a cycle of infection that we have to deal with, and we have to ensure that this isn't treated as an endemic virus, which it isn't, and to get the most number of people vaccinated, including children, is the way to a better future for us.
Yeah, I just think about when my own children have a cold and it just takes down the entire house. And I think that's maybe something that a lot of doctors are saying we need to keep in mind. I know a lot of doctors are also, parents are also relieved that their younger kids can finally get the shot. Specifically for children in this age group, how important is it right now, especially with the holidays coming up, for them to get that shot?
Well, I think it depends who you ask. If you look at our provincial government, they're pretty soft-handed about this. But from the perspective of going into the winter, and if you look at Europe as well, we definitely know that there are enough unvaccinated adults out there that you add a bunch of unvaccinated children, and in Alberta it's over 400,000, that we could have significant issues with a fifth wave. So yeah, everyone wants to get together for Christmas. We all tend to be indoors, and these are the times when we have the highest rate of endemic infection. Getting your vaccine and getting your children vaccinated right now is the best way to prevent the fifth wave.
Since you're an ICU doctor, can you tell me what you're seeing right now in your province, because you're in Edmonton? What are you seeing, and especially when it comes to children? Are you seeing children coming through your doors? Is it not as common? What have you seen so far?
Well, not being a pediatric intensivist, that's a little out of my wheelhouse, but I do still see a lot of COVID coming into our ICU. And I've seen actually staff who have contracted COVID despite being vaccinated from their children, and that have left significant issues too. In fact, I have somebody I work with who's a great runner who can barely keep up on rounds because of post-COVID symptoms. No child wants to be the one responsible for making their kids sick. And unfortunately, or at least fortunately, we have the ability now not to lay that responsibility on their shoulders. We can protect them both physically and mentally.
And just finally here, doctor, there are some concerns about the interval between the doses. At least 8 weeks between first and second shots recommended for kids between the ages of 5 and 11. There are concerns that kids won't be fully protected during the holiday season. Is a longer interval a good idea here?
That's where, people argue and it gets contentious. Yes, we've learned through experience that the longer interval between vaccination and second shots gives more robust immunity. But you're right. We also have to face the fact that holidays are the highest risk for infection. A compromise of 4 weeks, I think, would have been reasonable, because when we look in the future, I'm pretty sure boosters will have to be part of this strategy, and it's reasonable to get a quick start on this and then fall into a regular routine.
All right. We do have to leave it there for the interest of time, but we thank you for yours. Dr. Markland, Darren Markland, joining us on this. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
Vaccine doses for kids aged 5 to 11 are expected to arrive in Nova Scotia this week, and parents and caregivers will soon be able to book appointments for the pediatric shots. Health officials there are urging young people to get the vaccine.
As your Chief Medical Officer of Health, I am strongly recommending that all children who are eligible get vaccinated. While this virus does lead to mild illness in children most of the time, please don't take a chance with their health or the health of others around them. The rate of severe illness in children from COVID is similar to that of a number of other infections that we routinely vaccinate our children against, one example being polio. This virus spreads very easily and quickly among unvaccinated groups, and having children vaccinated will really help to prevent further spread in our province and protect those who are at greater risk of severe illness.
Health officials say shots for 5 to 11-year-olds should start being administered by December 2nd. Pharmacies will be playing a key role in the vaccination rollout. Well, before they tuck into some turkey, millions of Americans are packing into planes. After the break, we'll take a look at how our neighbors to the south are handling the busiest travel days of the season. You're watching CTV News Channel. We'll be right back.
We are knowing we're for.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders, gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you keep up with the clicks.
After all you've done for us, it's our turn to do something for you. Learn about Dominion Lending Center's First Responder Mortgage Program, featuring competitive rates and up to $1,600 cash back on all eligible mortgage transactions.
I bet you're feeling your throttle body actuator is sticky, am I right?
A little bit.
So you know what that means. We're gonna have to run an OBD.
OBD. I was thinking.
And while I'm under there, I'm gonna look at...
Bottom part, under bottom.
Vehicle lingo can be confusing. We'll make it simple with Fountain Tire's Digital Vehicle Report. We don't just tell you what's going on, we show you.
Oh!
Plus, save up to $200 on a set of 4 select tires during our Road Ready sales event. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together.
It's Black Friday at the Brick. Line up before 6 a.m. and get free delivery. And 6-hour deals are back. Get 75% off sofas when you buy the matching love seat or chair. This rustic queen bed is only $199. Get the stainless steel fridge for just $649. And all day Friday, this RCA 40-inch TV is only $199. Plus, get 0% interest and no monthly payments for 2 years. The Brick, saving you more.
The Voice, all new, Monday at 8, 9 Mountain, only on CTV.
Dad, we got this.
We got this.
I'm gonna check out the town, okay?
We got this.
We got this.
We got this. We got this.
We got this.
Life is for living.
We got this.
Let's partner for all of it. Edward Jones.
This holiday season, give $50 or more to charity and receive $400 off stressless Mayfair recliners and office chairs. $200 off any stressless recliner and office chair. And $200 off each stressless sofa seat. Don't wait, it's time for stressless. Shop stresslessfurniture.com today.
When I first started using Proactive,
I loved the fact that it was in a system.
This is like the next step to getting me to clear skin.
Proactive's 3-step system taught me how to finally do skincare.
Get Proactive's 3-step system developed by dermatologists that's right for you. All with clinically proven ingredients to clear skin and dermatologist tested to be gentle. Proactive Solution, our original system for all skin types. Proactive Plus is gentle enough for sensitive skin.
When someone said you're glowing,
I got so excited.
It felt so good.
Subscribe today risk-free at getproactive.ca and get this free scar gel.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders, gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you keep up with the clicks.
Thanksgiving will be celebrated in homes across the United States on Thursday, and it appears many people will be making up for some lost time. Here's a live look at LAX in Los Angeles this morning. This hour, actually, millions of Americans heading out in cars. As you see that, my goodness, LA traffic at its finest right now. People heading out in cars, planes, or trains to gather with family and friends on what's expected to be the busiest travel day of the year. The number of air travelers this week could top pre-pandemic levels, in fact. And AAA expects more than 48 million people will travel at least 80 kilometers from home over the holidays. That's up nearly 4 million over last year. Health officials are urging people to abide by public health protocols. All right, let's take a look at where the markets are at this morning. The TSX up 67 points, the Dow down about 74 almost. Let's bring in CTV News Chief Financial Commentator Patty Levitt-Reid for some of the biggest top headlines in business news. So, Patty, we're talking about oil reserves, and releasing strategic oil reserves might not bring oil prices lower, to everyone's chagrin at this point, and anyone who has to fill up, I guess.
You're absolutely right about that. In fact, you know, Lois, I was reading a report out of Eurasia Group, and what they said was, yes, led by the U.S., the strategic oil reserves to the tune of about 50 million barrels, but you add to that the UK, 1.5, India, call it 5 million. And then you think about, we haven't heard from Japan, China, or North Korea, but let's say all in, it's 100 million barrels. Guess what? According to the Eurasia Group, that actually responds to 1 day of global demand. And in fact, when you look at the price of oil, it's about 50% higher so far this year. And the fact that these nations have decided to release some of their strategic reserves before an OPEC meeting, it could prove to be very disruptive. You just don't know if OPEC plus nations decide to dig their heels in, and if they do, they could decide to pull back on production. That would send prices even higher. Looking at the response in the market today to the price of oil, it's up about 0.5%. Last I looked, it's trading at 78.88. Certainly hasn't gone the other way.
Oh, okay. Secondly here, and just finally, we can talk about two big retailers that are getting crushed today, Gap and Nordstrom. Why? Why is this happening? We're in the middle of the Black Friday deals, aren't we? What's going on?
Well, great point, and there will be absolutely retailers that benefit, but investors are looking at both these companies saying, okay, the supply chain disruptions obviously impacting your bottom line. I'll start with Nordstrom's. Nordstrom Rack just not doing what it did prior to COVID. They want to talk about rebranding, getting more supplies in. That stock, last I looked, is down just shy of 30% on the day. And then I look at Gap, and Gap is, they've had to close down factories because of COVID-19, but they also did something that they're trying to defend in the market. They decided to go with air freight to deal with bottleneck issues. Well, investors are recognizing, yeah, that helps, and they get the competitive edge, but because of that, it hurts the bottom line of Gap, and they too have had to lower their guidance for the balance of the year. That stock is down roughly 25% all trading session.
Yikes, okay. CTV News Chief Financial Commentator Patty Levitt-Reid. Thanks for this. Yeah, bye-bye.
Thanks.
There are few things more polarizing for sports fans than the design of a jersey, and the debate is well underway about the latest Team Canada offerings. Hockey Canada has unveiled the 3 jerseys that will be worn by the men's, women's, and Paralympic teams at the Winter Olympic Games in Beijing: red, white, and black. The CEO of Hockey Canada says he believes fans will embrace the new look. However, if Twitter is any indication, there are more detractors at this point than supporters. We're continuing to track the weather in Atlantic Canada today. More than 100 millimeters of rain fell on parts of Cape Breton Tuesday. Parts of southwest Newfoundland could see that much rain and more today. The very latest on the storm after the break.
Searching for hope in a world in pain? For relief, the brand to try first is dependable and effective Salonpas, the most trusted and fastest growing brand. Let the relief begin with Salon Pass. It's good medicine.
It's Black Friday at Moores. And this year, one thing is certain. We're better together. Celebrating moments both big and small. Shop at Moores for great Black Friday deals to look your best this holiday.
Ready or not, Grandma, here I come.
As you get older, you start to worry about who's going to look out for them after you're, gone. That's why I've decided to get a quote from Zesty Insurance.
Welcome to Zesty Insurance. How can I help?
I'd like to get a quote, but I need to be quick.
Okay. If you're a Canadian resident between 40 and 80 years of age, you're guaranteed to be accepted. You can get a guaranteed cash amount up to $25,000. Prices start from just $13.95 a month for $3,000 of coverage. There are no medicals or blood tests for approval. I can arrange everything over the phone now.
That's cheaper than I thought, and all sounds so easy. And this coverage could save my family from paying for my funeral when the time comes. There might even be some left over as a gift for the
Found you!
grandkids.
My turn now!
I'll go ahead.
Zesty Final Expenses Insurance is available exclusively over the phone. You can get covered in minutes with just one phone call, with no medicals for approval, no forms to fill out, and zero stress.
To get a quote today, call our friendly Canadian team at 1-844-934-2736 or visit zestyinsurance.ca.
At CIBC, we believe the difference between having a dream and achieving your dream is finding someone who cares enough to help make it real. CIBC, ambitions made real.
Good morning and welcome to CTV News Channel. I'm Lois Lee. Here's what's making news right now.
They had the city come and try and look at it. They said they did what they could. As you can see, it did absolutely nothing.
Heavy rain lashes Cape Breton and southwest Newfoundland and Labrador, causing flooding and road washouts. And it's not over yet.
The data from the U.S. so far in terms of safety looks really, really reassuring.
More provinces begin vaccinating Canadian children under the age of 12 against COVID-19.
Canada's Conservatives are here to work. We're here to build. We're here to unite, and we're here to secure the future for this great country. So let's get to work.
And Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole rallies his troops ahead of today's first question period and takes shots at the Prime Minister along the way. We begin on the East Coast, where a massive storm has washed out roads in Cape Breton and western Newfoundland as a massive storm stalls over the region. Near Antigonish, Nova Scotia, a large section of the road gave way, and with it went a Parks Canada truck that was on the scene at the time in Antigonish. So earlier that was Ingonish. This is Antigonish. Dozens of people were forced to leave after heavy rain led to flash flooding around a mobile home park. Victoria and Inverness counties have declared states of emergency. So for more on this, let's go to Bruce Morrison, councillor in Victoria County, Nova Scotia. Bruce, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today.
Good morning.
And I hope that you're doing well. You and your family are safe.
We are. I'm currently located in one of the less affected areas, but it's the calm after the storm, that's for sure.
So let's begin then with the state of emergency and why it had to be declared last night in Victoria County.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the heavy rain came as predicted early in the morning, and certainly by dusk we certainly started to feel the effects of the heavy rain. Our roads were becoming undermined, our bridges were becoming compromised, and there was localized flooding, so we really felt we didn't have any other choice but to have a state of emergency proclaimed.
And with the roads being washed out, what kind of impact is that having? Because over in BC, you know, we're seeing this bookend of storms across the country, and we saw in BC, the southern part of that province, parts of it were completely cut off because of road closures, because roads disappeared under the water.
Yeah, absolutely, and we didn't have the severity that they had in BC, but certainly one of our rural communities, Ingonish, was cut off at both ends of the community was impacted by washouts of the Cabot Trail, actually. And for overnight, they were isolated from access to get in or out of that community. So again, for the safety and the security of our residents, we felt it was important to put this state of emergency in place.
Now, reports are saying that the flooding will be similar to BC for Nova Scotia. What's being done right now to prepare?
Well, right now, it's the roads in particular and the infrastructure involved with the roads, bridges, et cetera, are being assessed by the Provincial Department of Nova Scotia Public Works. That is ongoing. We're waiting for that assessment to come back to us to give us an indication of severity of the damage that was done overnight. We're a very large rural municipality, so all areas of our municipality have been affected, particularly the northern section, which is the Cape Breton Highlands, which houses is the home to the Cabot Trail. So they're very much affected by a lot of runoff, particularly off the mountains. So we're waiting for their assessment, and depending on as conditions improve, we hope to lift the state of emergency, particularly in areas that are less affected, and we'll take the state of emergency off in the other areas as conditions improve.
Are you concerned that you will have to have some evacuation orders in place?
Not at this point. Okay. We have been very fortunate that we haven't had any evacuations that had to take place. Again, there are areas that have localized floodings, and that was a consideration. The rain has eased up here this morning, although we are very concerned because the rain could potentially come back this evening, and there's supposed to be a rain event on the weekend. So we are very concerned with the weather as we move forward into the weekend.
All right. Bruce Morrison, councillor in Victoria County, Nova Scotia. Stay safe. Our thoughts are with you and everyone who is affected by flooding across the country.
Thank you very much.
Pounding rains have overwhelmed the sewer system and washed out roads in parts of Newfoundland and Labrador as the system takes aim at the southwest coast.
I guess what we're hoping is that we don't lose our infrastructure, which then it becomes a much bigger issue.
The RCMP say a washout on the Trans-Canada Highway in Port aux Basques has left both lanes impassable. Newfoundland could get hit with nearly 300 millimeters of rain by Thursday morning, almost double what usually falls in a month. We're taking you live to Ottawa now, where a Bloc leader, Yves-François Blanchet, is speaking to reporters ahead of today's debate in the House of Commons. Let's listen in.
Significative d'une autre vague qui pourrait poindre, alors que dans une grande partie du monde, on n'est même pas en train de commencer à contenir le phénomène.
They're starting to contain this phenomenon. All this while, we have a throne speech which talking about
on va parler aux provinces.
We're going to talk about our province.
Alors je rappelle,
so I remind you
la totalité des provinces, de façon unanime, incluant
everywhere else, all the provinces are in unanimous agreement that
des transferts en santé de telle sorte que le gouvernement fédéral assume
the federal government should assume 35% of the systemic costs.
À des fins de discussion et de clarté, à des fins
for purposes of discussion, clarity, to make people understand.
L'appareil média qui est le relais vers la population. J'ai proposé
So I'm suggesting that the government should call for a summit on the financing of health. It has not done it. It hasn't even reacted to the suggestions we've made.
C'est assez préoccupant.
This is very worrying.
So,
especially when we talk about the healthcare financing summit, all the major political party leaders, we are able to understand all the arguments that are being raised in this regard. But this is an ongoing debate, a never-ending debate. And when we don't apply the necessary measures, we are going to have to rely on other measures. Let's talk about health here. Can we stop all this
Là, c'est rendu que les conservateurs,
situation where the conservatives
il y a
are
deux positions un peu aux extrémités du spectre.
pulling things to the extremes.
Qu'on y croit ou pas, c'est celle des libéraux et du NPD. Où nous
So
avons
the
peur. On
people
pense
talk about
que
the
20 000
NDP
personnes
and the
dans un aréna,
liberals
c'est correct, mais 300 députés dans un parlement, c'est pas acceptable.
and about the
À l'autre bout, il y a le bloc qui dit, écoutez, nous autres, on pense qu'on peut être dans le parlement, mais de toute évidence, il faudra que tout le monde soit doublement vacciné.
Wants everybody to be double vaccinated
Et
before
entre
they come into
les
the
deux,
house.
conservateurs qui disent qu'il faut que tout le monde soit dans le parlement.
And the conservatives are saying everybody should be in the house.
Et là, il y a une prévalence de raisons médicales.
There are all kinds of medical reasons that are being that prevailing.
Sans être double vacciné chez les conservateurs, mais ma foi, c'est effarant. Je sais pas si c'est un enjeu génétique.
I don't know if there's some kind of a genetic inherent
de députés conservateurs,
trait.
on ne sait plus trop, là, mais serait-ce trop?
We don't know where they're heading now.
Des statistiques. Et là, les conservateurs disent non, mais on va être correct pareil.
The conservatives say, yeah, no, we're going to be fine, irrespective of the science.
Donc, moi, je suis un député conservateur double vacciné, un député du Québec qui ont eu la responsabilité, tous les députés conservateurs du
MPs of Quebec have measured the double vaccinated.
Double vacciné parce qu'on pense que c'est la bonne affaire à faire. Il y en a
because we think that's the right thing to do.
On veut pas parce que nos électeurs vont nous en vouloir si on fait ça.
And then they're saying that the conservatives saying, well, we don't want to do it because our electors don't want that.
Le fait que dans leur caucus, leur réunion,
they make sure that in their caucus, in their meetings,
et qui, sous ce qui apparaît une raison qui mérite assurément vérification indépendante,
who have a valid reason
ces gens-là
ne
peuvent pas aller au restaurant
cannot go to restaurants
preuve de vaccination,
because they don't have any proof of vaccination. So they cannot come to Parliament either. As simple as that. Let me state it all over again, but
puis on dit, OK, ça va faire les niaiseries. Pour la sécurité
we see for the safety of members of Parliament,
le consensus de règles sanitaires applicables partout.
And respecting all the necessary health measures in place.
Une vérification indépendante de ta raison médicale.
We need independent verification of the medical excuses.
Dernière chose, un appel.
Last thing,
au gouvernement, au premier ministre et à la
we are asking the Prime Minister
il y a une urgente collaboration
an emergency
en matière de sécurité aux frontières pour la circulation et la
at the borders
des armes à feu.
When it comes to firearms.
Alors que Québec dit on est prêt à prendre la partie
Quebec is saying that we are prepared to take care of our problems.
La responsabilité
the federal government has the responsibility, along with the RCMP. And Quebec is asking to do more. So when we are...
All right, we're just listening to Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet weighing in on the issue of mandatory vaccines earlier there for parliamentarians. This comes ahead of the debate on whether or not the House of Commons should have hybrid sittings. That's the topic of debate today during question period, so that's what will be happening. Meantime, Canada has begun the next phase in its vaccine rollout. The 10 children who rolled up their sleeves at the Metro Toronto Convention Centre on Tuesday are the first under 12 to be vaccinated against COVID-19 in Canada. CTV's Beth McDonnell has more.
Oh, look, yeah, fantastic. Oh, what a great guy, yeah!
Shots bringing smiles.
Oh, good for you.
Clapping and congratulations. And a little extra needed comfort from mom. It's a big moment. These are the first 10 children between 5 and 11 in Canada to receive their COVID-19 vaccine. To combat any fears, the city is making the experience kid-friendly. There are lollipops along with a superhero theme involving passports for each step, complete with coloring books, stickers, and selfie stations.
I think we have to recognize that there will be a broad spectrum of children, and many will have fears, anxieties, they might have needle phobia. And so we have to make the place a place that will be inviting for them, that they can feel comfortable.
Starting Thursday, many more will also roll up their sleeves as their appointments begin at city-run mass immunization clinics. Of the 30,000 appointments up for grabs for 5 to 11-year-olds, 93% were booked before noon. That represents 14% of children in the group. In response, the city added another 17,000 appointments between December 7th and 11th. Public Health is also planning 230 school-based clinics serving 55,000 children. Those clinics will be located in 34 priority neighborhoods. The city says children will receive a note to take home that includes a consent waiver for parents or caregivers to fill out.
Okay, you're the best. You are so great.
Back at the clinic, leaders from Sick Kids Hospital, the city and province commended kids for being brave.
They really, truly were superheroes, coming forward to receive their vaccination and knowing that they're protecting not only themselves, but their friends, their grandparents.
Vowing to keep up the effort over the coming weeks.
Till we get all 200,000 kids 5 to 11 done in the city of Toronto, because that's our objective. We can't aim for anything less.
And be there to answer questions or concerns.
Please reach out to us, reach out to any source. We want to work and partner with you
to fight against COVID-19 and help protect one another.
Beth McDonnell, CTV News, Toronto.
As if parents don't have enough on their plate right now, another online scam has been exposed that targets the youngest in the family. CTV's John Vinavali-Rao explains.
Throughout the pandemic, cyber thieves have been taking advantage of how we've all been online a lot more, with so-called phishing attacks involving scammers posing as a company or government agency on the rise, and the latest phony messages even targeting kids.
You can see he's got his full name.
Mike Primo was surprised when his son's name popped up in a bogus text, claiming he was owed money and just had to reply yes to get it.
It makes you lose your trust a little bit.
Trust in how governments handle private COVID-related data after what appears to have been a security breach involving Ontario's online vaccine portal, where whole families have now inputted their names. Following an investigation, 2 men in their 20s, one from Quebec and the other from Ottawa, have been charged by police with unauthorized use of a computer. The man from Ottawa was a contract government employee who worked at a vaccine booking call center.
We're still looking to see how many people were impacted, what was being done, what was being asked for, and who else could have been involved.
A spokesperson for Ontario's Solicitor General says the employee worked through a third-party vendor, adding no personal health information was accessed. But experts say it raises questions whether vaccine data is being securely stored, especially now that kids are getting shots.
Are you vetting everyone that has access to it? Do you have access control logs? Do you have mechanisms in place to detect anomalies?
This all follows several high-profile cyber attacks this year, including one in Newfoundland that crippled their healthcare system, and a ransomware attack at a hospital in Toronto. Experts say the latest incident is a reminder never to click or respond to anything that looks suspicious. John Vinavali-Rao, CTV News, Toronto.
Ontario officials are meeting with the federal government today to hammer out a childcare deal that would cut fees to an average of $10 per day. So far, 9 provinces and territories have signed on. Ontario Education Minister Stephen Lecce says the money Ottawa has been offering comes up short.
They currently contribute only 2.5% of childcare costs in Ontario. They've got to do much more. So we're sitting with them today to make that case to ensure we deliver $10 a day daycare that is truly affordable for all families so that we can get people working, support economic participation of women, and ultimately, help confront the cost of living that is rising across Canada.
Lecce says Ontario is committed to a fair deal. Just ahead, preventing asteroids from colliding with Earth. A mission is underway to see how a space rock can be knocked off course. The latest on the historic journey next.
Get into an all-new Masked Singer December 1st only on CTV.
Sure Health from Green Shield Canada.
Last year, our family spent thousands of dollars on medical expenses not covered by our government health plan. So this year, we got Sure Health from Green Shield Canada.
Sure Health plans help protect you from medical expenses not covered by your government health insurance, like prescription drugs, dental care, vision care, physiotherapists, chiropractors, home care, and more. Plus, if you or someone in your family has a serious accident or illness, Sure Health plans help cover those expenses too.
Sure Health was easy to get, and there were no medical questions when we applied. Our Sure Health plan covers many online medical services. And really important right now, that includes Mind Beacon online mental health therapy too.
If you don't have health coverage at work, are self-employed, retired, or retiring soon, Visit surehealth.ca or call 1-844-230-7873 now. All Sure Health plans provide lifetime protection that won't be canceled regardless of your age or health as long as payments are made.
Our Sure Health plan includes the Change for Life online health program, and I can submit my claims online and have the payments deposited directly to my bank account.
Some Sure Health plans require a few medical questions, but for most, your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health exam and no medical questions when you apply.
If you're self-employed like me, or you don't have coverage at work, you should get Sure Health too, to help protect yourself from medical expenses not covered by your government health plan.
Like prescription drugs, dental care, vision care, physiotherapists, chiropractors, home care, and much more. And don't worry, if you're recently retired or retiring soon, we have a Sure Health plan that's right for you. Visit surehealth.ca or call 1-844-230-7873 for your free personalized Sure Health info package.
As space missions go, this latest one from NASA is certainly nothing short of ambitious. The space agency has launched a spacecraft that will eventually slam into an asteroid to see if this kind of technology could one day be used to save all life on the planet. ABC's Kaylee Hartung has the details.
It's NASA's first ever planetary defense mission with the goal of knocking an asteroid on its path to one day possibly prevent a catastrophic natural disaster should an asteroid threaten the planet. Overnight, NASA launching the DART mission. That's short for Double Asteroid Redirection Test. This SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket took off from Vandenberg Space Force Base here in Southern California. And in about 10 months, a spacecraft the size of a vending machine will crash right into an asteroid about 7 million miles away from Earth at a speed of 15,000 miles an hour. This mission amounts to target practice, and the asteroid they're targeting, it's a rock the size of a stadium, 525 feet across, called Dimorphos, and it is not on a collision course with Earth. But after it takes this direct hit, NASA will be tracking it to see if it's knocked ever so slightly off course. And if this works, one day, this is technology that could save the planet. Kaylee Hartung, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Canada's The Weeknd has made music history. You've all heard this song before. Blinding Lights has become the all-time #1 song on the Billboard single charts. Billboard says it has spent 90 weeks on the Hot 100 and was in the top 5 for 43 weeks. It unseats Chubby Checkers' The Twist. Still ahead, a mission to rescue horses stranded by the BC floods.
They're stressed out, just like everybody else in this world, and especially here in BC.
When we come back, the volunteer providing sanctuary for those who helped him find hope.
You're watching CTV News Channel.
Ready or not, Grandma, here I come.
As you get older, you start to worry about who's going to look out for them after you're, gone. That's why I've decided to get a quote from Zesty Insurance. It's a fresh approach to getting life insurance with zero stress.
Welcome to Zesty Insurance. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like to get a quote, but I need to be quick.
Sure. Can I start by asking your age and if you're a Canadian resident?
I'm 50 and a Canadian resident.
Okay, great. Because you're a Canadian resident between 40 and 80 years of age, you're guaranteed to be accepted. And based on what you've told me, you can get a guaranteed cash amount of up to $25,000. Prices start at just $13.95 a month for $3,000 of coverage. There are no medicals or blood tests for approval. I can arrange everything over the phone now.
That's cheaper than I thought, and all sounds so easy. And this coverage could save my family from paying for my funeral when the time comes. There might even be some left over as a gift for the
Found you!
grandkids.
My turn now!
I'll go ahead. Getting Zesty Final Expenses Insurance is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Zesty Final Expenses Insurance is available exclusively over the phone. You can get covered in minutes and in just one call. With no medicals for approval, no forms to fill out, and zero stress.
To get a quote today, call our friendly and local Canadian team at 1-844-934-4227 or visit zestyinsurance.ca.
My job search
was so frustrating. Baking helped with my stress. ZipRecruiter helped with my job search. It's like a free personal recruiter, doing the heavy lifting for me so I can apply with a click. Some companies even invited me to apply. It worked. I start Monday. Hope my suit still fits.
Go to ZipRecruiter.ca and put ZipRecruiter to work for you.
An Alberta volunteer in the BC flood zone is on a rescue mission, and it's deeply personal. CTV's Omar Sachedina has more on the full circle moment.
Just off of Highway 1 in Chilliwack is a building that's transformed into a sanctuary.
So I'd rather be here with the horses.
And Rob Kenny, you could say, is a kind of savior.
They're stressed out, just like everybody else in this world, and especially here in BC.
Rob's no stranger to stress. 6 years ago, he got a devastating diagnosis.
Turned out that I was stage 4 with cancer, with melanoma.
This is him, 80 pounds lighter during treatment.
I had 3 weeks left to live. I had hope, I had faith, and, you know, all I could do was just push forward and stay strong.
Now he's passing that on. With work on the Trans Mountain pipeline suspended because of flooding.
That's a whole mountainside.
Rob, who himself was under an evacuation after a mudslide last week, is volunteering to take care of displaced horses, even sending pictures to their owners to give them comfort their animals are okay. All the while thinking of his own horse back in Alberta, where Rob usually stays when he's not working.
He's the life of my life.
Rob got Bubba during remission.
I talked to him, and it's great for my mental health. Horses do that.
I don't scrub my own house, but I scrub the barn.
Volunteers at the shelter are forging deep bonds.
We all just came together and just became one huge family here.
I couldn't sit at home and watch it from TV.
There is anxiety about the forecast.
I'm quite concerned about what's coming.
In fact, Rob rushed to bring the animals in during a surprise deluge during our interview. Though he'll be the first to tell you, life storms do eventually pass.
Whether it's a week down the road, another month, maybe 3 years down the road, but you're going to get through it. I got through my tragedy, and yeah, they'll get through theirs.
Resilience he's used to take back the reins of his own life. Omar Sachedina, CTV News, Chilliwack.
It's a remarkable story. All right, that's it for me today. Beverly Thompson is up next with the day's top stories. But first, here's a look at your national weather forecast.
Our trouble issues or trouble spots all come down to a pair of atmospheric rivers, one in the Pacific, the other, the Atlantic. Wind warnings continue and rainfall warnings have been issued for a few spots along the BC coastline. Further inland, it's still a special weather statement, not quite meeting the parameters for a rainfall warning. And right now, we're not noticing much on the satellite and radar there, just some scattered flurries much further inland and to the north of Metro Vancouver. Freezing rain warnings in addition to those rainfall warnings, that's for Newfoundland, and you can see those rainfall warnings carrying through Quebec. The storm surge warnings, though, have cleared away. Wind is still a factor. And then in the pink there, that's a wreck house wind warning for Wreck House, Newfoundland, where the topography of the landscape just adds to that wind. You get a big wind tunnel there. And right through the channel between Cape Breton and up through Wreck House, that's where you're seeing a heck of a lot of rainfall continuing. Halifax early this morning dealing with some rather heavy snow showers. So let's band our way back and through our Wednesday, carrying right into Thursday. You can see that rain pummeling the west coast. And here's a look at the rainfall forecast. You'll want to follow Tofino there, where a triple-digit rainfall total is possible. At this time, it looks like Vancouver Island will be the primary recipient and shield a lot of that additional rain from the BC interior, which communities like Merritt, for instance, are quite grateful for. Although a lot of precipitation coming down near Revelstoke. It says 23 millimeters, likely mostly snow. So it won't be 23 centimeters rather of snow, but instead a little less than that. The futurecast on our other coast. There's your other atmospheric river continuing very heavily through parts of Newfoundland. And for Port aux Basques, that is where you're going to see over 100 millimeters of rain still to fall. Cape Breton good for another 23 millimeters. National forecast 2 in Calgary, 5 Vancouver, then 8 degrees in Victoria, quite rainy there. It's -8 in Brandon, -12 Regina, and -13 Saskatoon. Hamilton and Windsor and Toronto all will enjoy 8 degrees, with 4 in Moncton and Fredericton, 2 in Halifax, and 10 in Charlottetown. Your top stories are next.
Whoa, Nelly. If you don't have Crave, you're missing out on exclusive HBO originals, hit movies, and groundbreaking shows. It's all here.
You bet.
Get Crave now. Plans for mobile starting at $9.99 per month.
Transform long hair in 8 seconds. New from L'Oreal, Dream Lengths Wonder Water. Our new liquid conditioner with lamellar technology that smooths hair fibers in 8 seconds. Long hair is shiny and 10 times smoother. New Dream Lengths Wonder Water by L'Oreal Paris.
Four Ocean is diving to new depths to clean the ocean and protect the coral reefs. The Osborne Reef Bracelet is made from the tires our crews are recovering and helps fund this historic cleanup operation. Join the Clean Ocean movement at 4ocean.ca.
Cranky-pated from being constipated? Restorelax works with the water in your body to get back your natural rhythm. Relax with Restorelax. Also, try new Restora Fiber Daily Gummies with prebiotic fiber.
It's never been more important to take care of your heart from the comfort of your home. Many people have an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, which, if left untreated, can increase their risk of having a stroke by 5 times. And atrial fibrillation is most prevalent in those over 65. Now, you can do something about it. CardioMobile, the personal ECG device, allows you to take an ECG anytime, anywhere using your smartphone. Simply place your fingers on the electrodes and see your results in just 30 seconds. And you can email your ECG to your doctor with the press of a button, all from the comfort of your home. CardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. CardioMobile can also detect normal sinus rhythm. This holiday season, CardioMobile is just $89, our lowest price ever. Don't wait. Order today on Amazon or cardiomobile.ca.
This season, cozy up with CTV Throwback. From TV classics to recent hits, all totally free. Dynamite! Only on CTV.ca and the CTV app.
You really think so?
It's CTV and so much more. Stream anytime.
Hello and welcome to CTV News Channel. I'm Beverly Thompson. Here's what's making news right now.
We thought we didn't have any other choice but to have a state of emergency proclaimed.
They're cleaning up in Cape Breton and bracing for more flooding in southwest Newfoundland as a massive storm system hangs over the region.
Pacific really looks active and looks like it will continue through next week as well.
Bracing for another round of heavy rain in southern BC, crews work around the clock to boost flood defenses ahead of more storms.
Canada's Conservatives are here to work. We're here to build. We're here to unite, and we're here to secure the future for this great country. So let's get to work.
Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole rallies his troops ahead of today's first question period and takes shots at the Prime Minister along the way. We begin on the East Coast, where a massive storm has washed out roads in Cape Breton and western Newfoundland as a massive storm stalls over the region. Near Ingonish, Nova Scotia, a large section of road gave way, sending the Parks Canada truck deep into the bottom of the opening. The driver is recovering. In Antigonish, dozens of people were forced to leave after heavy rain led to the flash flooding around a mobile home park. Victoria and Inverness counties have declared states of emergency.
The association is composed of 24 individuals, amongst whom there are 6 military and aviation experts, 5 legal experts, 9 family members acting as researchers, 2 designers, 1 editor, and 1 translator. Before I start to introduce our panelists today, it is important to mention that the Persian translation of the executive summary of the final report will also be released today. The full report in Persian is to be released by or prior to the 2nd anniversary of downing of PS 752 on January 8, 2022. On the panel with us today, we have Dr. Hamid Ismailion, the association's speaker, Javad Soleimani, the chair of the association's fact-finding committee, Ashkan Dawoodpour, a key member of the fact-finding committee, Ryan Lax as legal counsel from Taurus, Dr. Farzeen Nadimi, defense analyst, associate fellow of Washington Institute for Near East Policy, Dr. Shahruz Jahanbin, aviation safety expert, and Yona Diamond, legal counsel from Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights. I'm going to start today's panel by addressing you, Dr. Ismailioun. You lost your wife and your daughter aboard PS752. Please tell us about the Association of Families, your path since its establishment, and the circumstances that bring you here today.
Thank you very much. I say hi to everybody. The Association of Families of Flight PS752 victims was incorporated as a Canadian nonprofit organization shortly after the downing of Flight PS752, and we represent the families of 140 victims. Over the past 2 years, we faced many challenges, much of which was due to the actions of the perpetrators of this crime. The needless murder of our loved ones, the systematic destruction of all evidence, persecution of witnesses, harassment of our supporters, and ultimately a concerted effort by the Iranian government to sabotage, mislead, and hinder the process. A process that necessitates transparency, accountability to pave the way to any semblance of justice. Justice for us is not monetary compensation, a shallow apology, or false promises. Justice for us is not to stage show trials that implicate low-ranking patsies, but to bring those in charge before an international impartial tribunal and hold them to account for their actions. We knew from the outset that our fight for justice will be long and arduous. Many of us who were born in Iran and spent much of our lives in that country know all too well the nature of that system. Like many of our fellow Iranians, we experience firsthand what the world only has sporadic glimpses of: rampant human rights abuses, state-organized assassinations, murders, intimidation, and discrimination. After 4 decades, we bear the responsibility to help put a stop to the senseless murder and mayhem caused by an ideological oligarchy. Many reports and findings were produced over these difficult months. These include reports by the then Special Advisor to the Prime Minister, Mr. Ralph Goodell, a report by the United Nations Special Rapporteur, Dr. Agnes Gallimore, and finally the report published by Canada's forensic team, Mr. Jeff Jaworski's team, which was Canada's reaction to the final report published by the Islamic Republic of Iran. The latter was referred to as shambolic, incomplete, and according to Dr. Gallimore, designed to create a maximum of confusion and minimum of clarity. Ultimately, the families were faced with more questions than answers, with no clear outlook towards their main objective. Canada's forensic report was unable to satisfy much of the questions or the families' hope for a roadmap towards justice. We therefore came together yet again to document our own findings surrounding the crime that took the lives of 176 innocent civilians and an unborn child.
Thank you, Dr. Ismailioun. It must have been a very taxing endeavor for all of you family members. I'm going to actually base your answer here and start a question for Mr. Soleimani. If you could please let us know, you lost your wife in the downing of PS752 and have been acting as the chief of the fact-finding committee for the association. Would you please take us through your sources of information, research method, and if possible, some of your key findings? I understand that you and one other team member are here to share your key findings. So if you could just touch base on the first few and let us know what you have found.
Well, thank you, Pega and Hamed. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I'm Javad Soleimani. I lost my wife, Ilnaz Nabi, in the downing of flight PS752, and I'm here as the chair of fact-finding committee of the association. To begin, I'd like to thank all those people who supported the families and the association over the past 2 years, specifically those individuals who helped us to prepare this report. Some of them are here today. Some people put their lives at risk to send us valuable information. We deeply appreciate their dedication and courage. We gathered here to make PS752 an example that no one else in the world dares to shoot down a civilian airline. Regarding our resources and methodology, the association collaborated with individuals with expertise and work experience in the civilian aviation industry, as well as individuals with expertise in air defense units and systems. The legal components of this report are prepared by legal advisors of the association. Interviews were conducted with individuals within Iran's air defense network. Testimonies of family members regarding their last conversation with their loved ones were also used, as well as family members' conversation with Iranian judiciary officials. The association has gained access to audio files of Iran's former Foreign Minister Javad Zarif and a very top Iranian official, as well as Iran's head of the Aircraft Accident Investigation Board, Hassan Rezaifeh.
Mr. Soleimani, if you don't mind me interrupting, would you please elaborate on those files a little bit for us, for our audience?
Yeah, sure. For instance, Javad Zarif, the former foreign minister, states that the intentional downing of PS752 is not unlikely. If it was intentional, they means IRGC wouldn't tell the truth. Javad Zarif added that this may remain a mystery forever because in exposing the truth, the government of Iran may be putting its security at risk. Another very top Iranian official in a meeting said, "We wonder how 5 other flights carried along the same flight path without anything happening to them, and why PS752 was the only one targeted." For the protection of our sources, we cannot mention the name of this very top Iranian official, but we can say that his ranking is definitely not lower than Javad Zarif. Public interviews and speeches of military officials, both prior to and following the downing of flight PS752, were analyzed in this report. In addition to Iran's final report, we examine and use reports of the Special Advisor of the Canadian Prime Minister, the UN Special Rapporteur, Human Rights Watch, and Canadian Forensic Team in our analysis. Technical books and articles were also utilized in the preparation of this report. And now some of the key findings of the report for today. 1. Aerospace left open deliberately. Following IRGC missile attack on US bases in Iraq and only hours before the downing of flight PS752, the government of Iran deliberately kept the airspace open and used civilian airliners as human shields. This decision was made by top Iranian officials at Iran's Supreme National Security Council. This finding is based on top Iranian official speeches, interviews, as well as audio files of their meetings and conversations. In addition to that, regarding the aerospace, Iran's final report claims that the country's western skies were gradually evacuated for passenger planes as a preventive measure and in anticipation of a conflict. However, examining the airspace of Western Iran at different times in Flight Radar 24 website on early morning of January 8, 2020, before and after Iran attacked on American bases in Iraq, shows that Iran's skies were not evacuated even in the claimed Western corridors of the country. Number 2, very important key findings. In addition to bulldozing the crash site, looting passenger belongings, interference with physical evidence, many of the passengers' personal devices were never returned. And those that were returned to their families led our investigators to conclude that other than physical damage. As a result of the crash, the devices were subjected to a systematic destruction and removal of their key memory and communication components. There is an appendix, Appendix J, in the report that you can see the inspection report of the professional expert regarding the systematic destruction of electronic devices. Number 3, very painful key findings for families. Mishandling of the forensic procedures. The association has obtained evidence that DNA testing on some victim bodies didn't match their stated identification by Iranian government. This recklessness on the part of the government of Iran has had serious psychological consequences for families, some of whom didn't receive the whole bodies of their loved ones and were given the remains of other victims instead. In fact, the Iranian government deceived the whole world and probably the vast majority of the families regarding the identification of bodies. Number 4, there are serious questions for families and many experts on that night. For instance, the screening for US citizenship. At the designated security checkpoint at Tehran International Airport, controlled by the IRGC, some passengers were asked about having an American passport, which raised lots of questions regarding their intention for asking such a question. The IRGC may have ensured that there were no passengers on board Ukraine International Airlines flight PS752 with American citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Soleimani. Very sorry to hear all of that. The next question I'm going to ask from Mr. Ashkan Dawoodpour. Mr. Dawoodpour, you lost your sister-in-law aboard the flight and have been a key member of the fact-finding committee. Would you please take us through the rest of your committee's key findings?
Sure. I will continue with finding number 5. Number 5, questionable 57-minute delay. According to experts familiar with Tehran International Airport baggage handling system, the main reason for PS752 57-minute delay may not have been overweight baggage as claimed in Iran's final report. Instead, it is possible that a passenger or few passengers disembarked the aircraft during the 57-minute delay. Some of the victims in their last contacts with their families indicated seeing some passengers disembarking from the aircraft. Finding number 6, highly experienced Torrent 1 operator. The operator of the Torrent 1 system that shut down PS752 had vast experience and expertise with short-range missile systems, including his service in Syria. This finding is based on interviews and statements made by multiple authorities at Tehran's military court in meetings with the families of the victims. Given the experience of the operator, even if he perceived PS752 as a hostile target, it is unclear why he decided to launch the first missile when PS752 was still outside of his engagement range, unless he relied on his superior commander's radar and was ordered to do so. Otherwise, it is hard to believe that he couldn't see the difference between the alleged cruise missile and PS752 with this level of expertise. Number 7, implausibility of misidentification. It is highly unlikely that the Torrent 1 missile system operator could not distinguish an aircraft from a cruise missile. This finding is based on technical capabilities of Torrent 1 system on detecting hostile targets and its proximity to 2 international airports of Tehran and Mehrabad. A cruise missile and a Boeing 737 have major differences in size and other parameters such as radar cross-section, speed, altitude, and motion profiles, which makes the two appear differently on the Torrent 1 radar display. Number 8, implausibility of misalignment. Iran's final report alleges that there was a missile system that is highly unlikely and appears to be fabricated. This finding is based on technical features of the mobile Torrent 1 system and its missile launch capabilities, as well as analysis of Iran's explanation in its final report and inconsistencies discovered in that report. These inconsistencies include a mismatch between the timing of the sequence of events as introduced by Islamic Republic of Iran and the actual locations of the PS752 at those times. After 7 months, Iran introduced this so-called 105-degree misalignment claim to show in the eyes of the operator, the plane was not moving from southeast to northwest, but rather from southwest to northeast. Our thorough analysis suggests that, in fact, the claim 105-degree misalignment was fabricated to convince the world that human error was the cause of the downing. Number 9, rerouting of Atlas Global flight. Flight KK-1185 of Atlas Global Airlines was given a different path to bypass military sites where the missiles were fired from. On January 8, 2020, Flight KK-1185 of Atlas Global, which had the same scheduled departure time as PS752, was routed through a different checkpoint than what it was normally using in the past couple of months, likely to bypass military sites where the missiles were launched at PS752 and to avoid possible interception by IRGC missiles. Number 10, TOR-M1 tactical movement and misidentification. The evidence does not support the plausibility of PS752 being the only flight that was mistaken for a hostile target, despite the fact that there were earlier flights with similar speed, altitude, route, and other specifications as PS752. The Canadian forensic team has rejected Iran's claim about remaining in standby or inactive mode after the 100-meter movement for more than an hour and under war situation, but then simply concludes that 4 other flights were also tracked by the TOR-M1 unit and could have had the same fate as PS752. However, analysis of the last 4 flights which departed Tehran International Airport prior to PS752 shows that the operators would have had multiple chances to realize that there is an error in the system and could have fixed the error if there were any. Instead, they decided to only target flight PS752. This issue has not been explained by the Canadian forensic team, and therefore this scenario remains an unproven theory unless proven with facts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dawoodpour. I am actually going to, first of all, let our attendees know there is a section for question and answer. Once the panelists cover their presentation, we will come to you, and I will absolutely try to, I am keeping track of whose hands are raised, so I will come to you. I apologize for any delays there. I'd like to pose the next question to you, Dr. Jahanbean. You are here as an aviation safety expert. Could you please explain for our audience, who do not know the standard international process of serious incident and accident investigation in aviation, and perhaps explain for us how the Islamic Republic of Iran's investigation has deviated from these standard procedures?
Yes, over the century of aviation, especially in commercial and transport category, accident investigation, especially for passenger airliners, has been highly regulated and well established by all members of United Nations. There are books, manuals, guidelines, training provided for all investigators. It's including Islamic Republic Accident Investigation Board, or AIB. I urge the readers to refer to section 3.2 for the association report. For the second part of the question, how Islamic Republic investigators acted differently from international standards. Again, the first revision of accident investigation for Annex 13 was published back to 50-60. So this is not a new document, it's an old document. And it's very well known by the authorities inside Iran. When they start the investigation by misinformation and follow that by misleading almost everybody, so it was clear they're not planning to abide by the international rules, period. Like my friend, Mr. Jawad Soleimani said, not sharing the notice of airman to UIA flight crew. I'm talking about the NOTAMs for the Iran-Iraq airspace. moving critical element of investigation and crash site like fuselage, empennage, engine, landing gear, and as well as the warhead for the missile. Keeping flight data recorders, cockpit voice recorders, victims' belongings. So they all suggest that they are hiding something. And the fact that head of Islamic Republic Civil Aviation Organization referred to that incident as maintenance issue, that suggests that they were trying initially to hide evidence of the crime.
Okay, thank you very much. I am going to ask the next question from you, Dr. Farzin Nadimi. As a military expert, based on everything that we've heard so far, what were your thoughts about the events of that night when you first heard about what happened? What do you think about the airspace being left open? Okay, Dr. Nadimi may not be with us right now. I am going to ask one more follow-up question from you, Dr. Jahanbean, if you don't mind. Could you please take us through what roles the international community, such as Transport Safety Board of Canada or International Civil Aviation Organization, played in the PS752 investigation? And if you could please tell us about the expectations and shortcomings of their investigation, if any. You did cut out when you were giving us your first answer. If you could please maybe, I'm not exactly sure about your microphone, but if you could maybe come closer to it and make sure we can hear you better, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, sure. I want to make sure that you hear me clearly now. Oh, perfect. Yes, the tragedy, the event occurred on January 8, 2020. The Annex 13, Chapter 5, the third paragraph says the stakeholder, including Canadian authorities, should initiate investigation within 30 days if the lead investigator does not initiate anything. So it's on the report again, section 2.3. So I urge the readers to look closely on that section. The Civil Aviation Organization of Iran does not have independent and impartial body to investigate serious incident and accident investigations. This is not news to other member states. They have copies of audits by International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, mandating the Islamic Republic to must produce requirements to conduct an investigation. That means have an independent body. Moreover, the Islamic Republic of Iran does not have the technical capability and knowledge to conduct an investigation. So they withhold, or the better term is that they hostage to black boxes known as FDR and CVR until, I believe, mid-June 2020, almost 6 months, which that 6 months is very critical for accident investigation and the authorities' accessibility, to publish the final report within 12 months. So they basically, they mishandled that for half of the investigation period. Again, on November 2020, almost last year, ICAO Council urged Iran to complete PS752 accident investigation final report. The final report published on December 28 does not have the essential element of the accident investigation, and that's a major difference from what we saw in the international community, which is unique.
Thank you very much. So Dr. Nadimi, sorry I called on you a little bit before. Could you, as a military expert, what were your thoughts about the events of that night when you first heard about what happened? What do you think about the airspace being left open?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, very well, thank you.
Good. Well, events of that night actually started when the IRGC fired missiles, surface-to-surface missiles at American air base, military base in Western Iraq. And it started this war-like situation when the U.S. response could not be actually predicted by anybody. The IRGC, according to their senior commanders at the time, expected a resolute American response. They, according to the U.S. president at the time, at least 52 targets were being singled out for retaliation, and it seems that the IRGC had taken those threats of retaliation pretty seriously. So they expected that when they fired missiles at a U.S. military base and with casualties expected, so the Americans would basically retaliate pretty harshly. And I was at the time live on the TV doing live commentary. And at the same time, I was monitoring the civilian air traffic using one of those air traffic monitoring websites. And I was horrified by the picture that I was seeing, that civilian air traffic was all over the place. Iranian overflight corridors, Iraqi overflight corridors, and flights taking off and landing on Iranian airports. So the first thing that came to my mind was, oh my God, what's going to happen to these airliners? There is a serious threat because of the surface-to-surface missiles that were fired. Some of those missiles were in the class of Fateh 110. They are not actually full ballistic missiles, and they are called semi-ballistic missiles that do not raise to a very high altitude. So they pose a threat to civilian air traffic that are flying at an altitude of 36,000 feet or so. And with the military confrontation, just predicted and tit for tat coming after that. You could never predict that what could happen to civilian air traffic. And according to their own final report, they should have closed the airspace to civilian traffic. They had all those measures in place to do that. Well, according to the Iranian aviation laws, it is the responsibility of a civil aviation organization to do that with the coordination of the government and the Ministry of Transportation. But at some stage, the National Security Council also came into this decision-making loop. And as we saw in the Iranian final report, there has been in place an elaborate system, which included the air defense system, the integrated air defense system, the Khatam al-Anbiya air defense headquarters, and civilian air traffic authorities, to make sure that in times of the military situations, there is at least some kind of coordination to safeguard the safety of those civilian airplanes. Well, the final report mentions that at some points, the top secret military operations in place, there might not be a well coordinated response. However, the military authorities do have the civilian flights, all the information pertaining to civilian air flights, and they had to make sure that their operations did not interfere with any civilian operations. And in this case, the Khomeini International Airport, although it was deemed very unlikely to be attacked by any American military response. However, because it was an own civilian airport only, unlike Mehrabad, which is also an airbase, a military airbase. However, the Khomeini International Airport is in proximity to one of the most important Iranian military sites, which is the Bidgane Missile Research and Development Site, just miles away. And it is highly likely that any military action against Iran would also include at least some kind of a missile strike against the Bidgane site. And with that in mind, any airplanes taking off from the Khomeini International Airport would also come under threat.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Ismailioun, before we open our session to questions, would you please share with our audience what's next for you and the association? What are your demands?
Okay, we've been listening to the Association of Families of Flight PS752. That's a group representing the victims of the Ukrainian plane shot down by Iranian military almost 2 years ago. All 176 passengers on board died. 55 were Canadian and 30 were permanent residents. The association released the findings of a report, and among those findings, that the plane was intentionally shot out of the sky, not accidentally, as Iran has maintained, that the crash site was bulldozed to cover up evidence. And the report also found passengers' cell phones that were found on the ground and then returned to family members were tampered with. The group is also calling for an international tribunal to hold those responsible to account. Let's take you live to Ottawa now, where NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is speaking after the National Caucus meeting.
We know that the housing crisis is a crisis. That is a concern that I hear everywhere I go from anyone that I speak to. People cannot find a home that's in their budget. Parents who have housing are worried about their kids. People who have good jobs are worried. People who are struggling and don't have good employment are worried. And people who have no income are unable to find housing that's available for them. So this is a serious crisis, and we're not seeing the urgency to respond to this to the level that we need. And that's a problem. And we're not seeing specifically, and something that's really missing, is a plan for Indigenous housing, something we know is a specific concern. So that's a troubling sign that they're not responding, that the Liberals and Justin Trudeau are not responding to the urgency that people are faced with. The climate crisis, we are faced with the impacts of it right now. We are now seeing another potential atmospheric river that's going to hit BC, and we already are reeling from the impact of the last heavy rainfall and flooding that has been disastrous. Given the extreme weather, given the climate crisis, we expected that same level of urgency to be reflected in the throne speech, and it's not. And one of the most important things that COP26 spoke about, and it was agreed upon, is that we need to end fossil fuel subsidies. And that is completely absent from the throne speech. And while the Liberals have talked about it, they've talked about it in the past as well. They've talked about it and never done it. In fact, they've increased those subsidies. So it's another thing that I'm particularly concerned about, the urgency to respond to the climate crisis, ending those fossil fuel subsidies, and using that public funding to incentivize renewable energy, to support workers, to have a clear plan for workers, a real just transition. These are things that we need to focus on. And we need to make sure that communities are resilient, so they have the supports they need so they can respond to the extreme weather by investing in infrastructure that helps them prevent some of the disasters that we've seen by being more prepared for extreme weather, whether it's forest fires or flooding. And those are some of the things that we want to see this government focus on. Immediate things, paid sick leave is something we agree with. But we've got to point out that we talked about this 22 times over the past 18 months, and we've said to the Liberals, this is something that could have saved lives. There is no reason to delay now, but it is still very disappointing that it took them this long to get to this point. We knew that this is something important, and they're only just now promising it. But this will be a victory that we fought for and obtained for Canadians if it gets passed, with something we want to see happen immediately. Donc aujourd'hui, je veux encore
so today, once again, I want to repeat what we saw yesterday with the throne speech was basically empty when it comes to meeting the needs of people. It has nothing we need. The climate change, BC was very hit hard, and we didn't see the necessary actions in the throne speech. No urgency to respond to this emergency. We want commitment to end oil and gas subsidies. It wasn't there. And we need concrete actions to help municipalities deal with extreme temperature. We also know that the housing crisis is hitting hard. It's extremely difficult to find affordable housing. We need action, very urgent action to face this crisis, and the throne speech showed no urgency. We have many things we're working on right now. For example, paid sick leave. This is something we've been asking for a long time. We asked directly to the government, Justin Trudeau, 22 times, to have a program to increase access to this program. They said no 22 times. Now they say it's important. We want this project to pass quickly. So we're always there to work together. But I want to reiterate that our goal is to be sure that this government works for people.
Glenn McGregor, CTV News. Mr. Singh, you said yesterday you were uncertain about whether your party would support the throne speech when it came up to a vote in the House of Commons, confidence vote, as you know, and if the government lost that vote, we'd be into an election campaign. Having met with your caucus now, do you have any clarity now on that position? Do you know with more certainty whether you will or will not support the throne speech in the House?
The throne speech, we said really clearly, does not respond to the urgency that Canadians are faced with. And one of the things that we were looking for to see, is this a throne speech that shows us that there's a willingness to work together? After speaking with caucus, caucus agrees very clearly that this is not a throne speech that indicates a willingness to work together with us. This is a throne speech that does not respond to the urgency that Canadians are faced with.
Okay, we're going to jump out of this to take you to St. John's, where the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador is being asked about the weather conditions there.
And once we get the rains do come to an end, we can certainly get a full assessment of what damage is done, and then we can start planning. And part of that planning is, as I said before, is that we engage contractors to see what resources they have available. And we also have reached out to see what resources in terms of culverts, whatever, in other parts of the province that we can have access to as part of the planning process. But let me stress, this is not a 48-hour fix. It's a big storm, we know that, but our crews are out there ready, out in the elements, and it's a challenging one, but one that we're ready for, and hopefully that with overtime, that we can get the roads operational and back to somewhat normal. So I'll now hand it over to Minister Hogan.
Thank you, Minister Lovelace. And I'd like to begin by extending my thanks to the countless emergency and first responders who have been working around the clock to keep everybody safe. They have a duty to serve, and many of them are volunteers, and they're putting their lives at risk to minimize the danger to others. However, it is extremely worrisome to hear stories from the West Coast of some people who are driving on unsafe roads and highways, which is against the advice and direction of emergency officials. We do know the majority of people, of course, are doing everything they can to help by following the rules, checking on their neighbors, ordering coffee and meals to responders. We see you and we thank you. Please note, if a road is barricaded, it means it's unsafe to travel on. If a bridge is closed, it means it's unsafe to travel on. If you see flashing emergency lights, it is a warning of danger ahead, and stay away. To be clear, residents of southwestern Newfoundland should be avoiding all unnecessary travel. That means staying home. By going out unnecessarily, you're not only putting yourself at risk, but police, fire, and paramedics too, who may be called upon to rescue you. Everybody has a role to play in public safety. If your home is safe, stay in it and stay put. This simple action will not only help keep you and your family safe, but will avoid putting emergency responders in harm's way as well. There are a lot of people working to help ensure we weather this storm safely, so I ask everybody on the West Coast, please do your part. I'll now ask Mr. Parsons to say a few words. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Just want to, first of all, send my thoughts out to everybody that's out there in the district. And I'm speaking, I guess, on behalf of myself and MHA Scott Reed, who's responsible for the Codroy Valley area. We've been in close contact with all the communities, just keeping an eye on social media, talking to people, reaching out, and I'm very appreciative of everybody that's come together, which has not been a surprise. Certainly we come together in tough times in our area, in our homes, and I'm glad to see that now. The reality is, though, that we are in a situation that's still ongoing, where we're not quite through it. Things continue to change. There's more wind and rain coming, and we don't know how bad this is going to get. So I guess to say perhaps a little more bluntly what my colleague said very politely, just stay home out of it. Like, you don't need to be out there unless you are a first responder, unless you're a frontline person. Do not be out there. You're getting in the way. There's no need to be out there, and the possibility of harm is what scares me here. I'm very thankful that right now we have had no reports of power outages, and we've had no reports of personal injury that I'm aware of, and that's everything else we can rebuild, and we will rebuild. But we cannot change if somebody gets hurt. We cannot change if we lose a life, and that's what we need to keep in mind here. I want to say a big thank you to all those. We've been on constant calls, all the communities, councils, local service districts, whether it's fire chiefs, people here at the Emergency Response Center. We've been on calls literally throughout the night. In the morning, we have more now. I think there's one actually going on right now. So everybody's being kept in the loop, which is great. And there's a lot of people going out of their way to help others, helping their neighbors. So I thank you for doing that, and please keep doing that, keeping an eye out, checking, making those phone calls and checking on others. I want to thank my colleagues who literally from the moment that we became aware of this weather system coming in, they've all reached out personally to say, what can we do? We want to be prepared. The departments have been prepared and involved, so that gives me great hope. Right now, we know that the road is in rough shape. We're keeping an eye on that to see where we end up over the next 4, 8, 12 hours and beyond. And so on that note, I just want to say to everybody at home, we're thinking about you. I'm thinking about you. Please stay safe. We are going to get through this. And on that note, I'll toss it back to the Premier.
Well, thank you, Minister. I'll now invite questions from the media.
Thank you, Premier. For the benefit of our speakers, we have 5 media joining by phone. There will be 2 rounds for the question and answer session, which will give each reporter the opportunity to ask 1 question and 1 follow-up per round. Our first questions are from Richard Duggan with VOCM. Richard, please go ahead.
Thank you. With another 100 millimeters of rain on the way, and we've already seen the damage that's been caused so far, is the province considering evacuating any residents at this time?
That's not something that we're considering at this current time. Obviously, this is an active situation, and we're monitoring all the communities. As all the ministers have said here on the panel today, we're in constant contact with all the communities to ensure that they're staying safe.
I can say there's been no evacuation requests or orders or anything like that as of right now. But as the Premier said, of course, we're going to keep monitoring that situation. But right now, no plans to do any evacuations.
And Premier, you mentioned that there is a contingency plan in place for the supply chain should that be required. Just wondering if you can provide some details as to what that contingency plan entails.
Sure. Well, we've been in contact with Marine Atlantic, and they have a contingency for this scenario. Of course, it involves another protocol, namely Argentia, and they're going to make that decision imminently should it be required.
Next, we have Jody Cook with NTV News. Jody, go ahead.
Thank you. Premier, you sort of just answered the question I was going to ask, but I wonder if there's any further information you can offer on this with Marine Atlantic potentially doing a diversion to Argentia. Has there been damage that has been noticed at the ferry terminal in Port aux Basques?
Not to my knowledge, but it's more the state of the road condition in transferring goods and services from Port aux Basques across the Trans-Canada Highway. But so Marine Atlantic is in constant contact with us and multiple government departments, and they'll make that call based on their emergency preparedness. And I want to assure everybody that they do have a contingency plan in place.
If I could jump in on that, I've been in contact with Marine Atlantic pretty consistently. A lot of my constituents are employees there as well. There's been no damage whatsoever at that area. In fact, the weather has died down to the point where they're actually able to soon start traveling. The issue is once you get the cargo and people here, right now the road is the issue. So they're going to work in conjunction with transportation on how, what's the situation there. And obviously the difficulty is that it's an evolving situation. We don't know how long or what the extent of that is. So they will be making a decision soon based on the information they have, but they're ready to go depending on how this all moves forward.
And if
Okay, thanks. In situations like this, oftentimes we see people wanting to check in on the elderly or to check in on their neighbors and people who might live alone. Understanding that you're asking everyone to sort of stay put and not move around, do you have staff who are doing that to help in that scenario?
Well, we still want neighbors to be neighbors and check on people safely, and I'm sure that they're able to do that either through telephone or virtually, but our staff and the municipalities are checking on people intermittently. Municipalities, as I understand it in particular, and talking to the ministers, everybody's looking after one another, but they want people to do so safely. So as the ministers have suggested, we don't want people going on unsafe bridges. If there are barricaded bridges, please avoid those. They're there for a reason.
Thank you, Jody. Next we have Roslyn Roy with the Rec House Weekly. Roslyn, go ahead. Hello. You mentioned you've been in close contact with emergency services. There's at least one abandoned car on the off-ramp to Port aux Basques. Have there been other reports of people, anyone needing rescue, that have been trapped in their vehicles or in their homes?
Not to my knowledge, Minister Hogan or Lovelace?
No, not to my knowledge either. And as Mr. Parsons said, we're in constant communication with the Provincial Emergency Operations Centre and municipalities. So if, we certainly expect that if someone's in that situation, they would call someone in their town, in the local municipality, or to the emergency centre. And it should go without saying, but obviously if anyone is in an emergency situation, you call 911, and obviously someone will be there. First responders will be there as soon as it's possible and as soon as it's safe to get to them.
Yeah, and I can confirm that there's been no such incidents reported in my department at this point.
Thank you. Thank you, Roslyn. Andrew Waterman with The Telegram.
Hello. I believe I heard Premier Fury mention that you've been in contact with federal partners. Apologies if I didn't hear that correctly, but if indeed you have, can you elaborate on that at all?
Sure. Our officials have been in contact with PCO, and as always, the federal government is there to support when needed. But this is still an acute situation, and we're still doing, an inventory of the damage. But that's ongoing, as everybody has said. The rain is still falling. We need to see what the damage will be. But I'm quite confident that our federal partners will be there should they be required.
And I'll just jump in there as well. Sorry, it is the federal government. Is obviously the Premier has been speaking with them, and we've had the Red Cross lined up for a couple of days. They're prepared as well as the Armed Forces certainly are available as well if needed. So there's lots of groups who've prepared to offer their services when needed, and they're on call 24/7 right now until this emergency is over.
All right. So. How will you, I know it's early, but how will you prioritize repairs? Is there particular areas right now that you're looking at?
Pardon me, it was the question one of triage?
I guess that's what, how will you prioritize?
That's probably best for Minister Lovelace. Yeah, that's the expertise of the department, so go ahead.
Yeah, in terms of, our priority is the Trans-Canada Highway, which currently we have 4 locations that are washed out. But it's difficult because the storm, as we've alluded to, that it's a moving target, and to get a full assessment of it, we won't have that yet. But once we do, then I can be in a better position even to answer your question. But our priority right now would be the Trans-Canada Highway, so we can get things moving in this province.
Hi, I know this might be kind of a challenging question to answer now. As you said, it's a moving target, but based on the damage we're seeing now, how long do you figure it will take to get the roads back up and running?
I think it's premature to make any commentary surrounding a chronology of restoration, but...
Well, I can just... a 48-hour fix. But to give you a time frame would be premature because we don't have, the rain hasn't stopped. So we need that rain to stop and the winds to slow down. So our engineers who are there ready, willing to assess the situation and get a fulsome assessment of the damage, and then we can prepare. But we'll be moving as fast as we possibly can to get things operational in this province.
We've seen the damage that's been done to the roads, but what have you heard in terms of damage to people's property?
Ministers, that's probably...
I can speak to it. I've been on the calls, multiple calls now with every community reporting in. We're certainly hearing about people's basements being flooded, their property being flooded. Again, I've heard of one street in Port aux Basques where, now you're starting to see it in houses. It's affecting sewer systems in the community. But again, I haven't heard any power outages. I haven't heard any other severe damage yet. But again, we're still right in this. The pictures I've seen, especially in certain areas in the Codroy Valley, the McDougall's area, are pretty startling. So sadly, I anticipate there may be more. But thankfully now we have not seen a huge amount, and we haven't seen any personal injury, which is perhaps the most important thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Meg. Richard, do you have another question?
I do. Minister Parsons, what are you hearing from people on the ground in that area? How are people feeling right now, and what's your message to them at this time?
Well, the biggest thing now I hear is just people are just amazed. This is the first we've ever seen of something like this, just this amount of rain. We're used to wind, we're used to rain, but we're not used to this amount all at one time, just seeing the sea state. But just the pictures I'm seeing, you try to prepare yourself for it. You think you're ready for it, and then you see it, and it's just startling when you see the sheer water level in some areas and just the power behind it. My conversations with communities, people are holding up well. People get it. People understand that, look, we're in the middle of a storm. We need to wait it out. People are resilient, and, they're persevering through what's been a really tough decade so far. And again, this one just comes on us. But overall, I mean, people are keeping an eye out. I've said this earlier, I think, but one of the great things about social media in a time like this is that people are actually able to communicate with each other more easily. You have people from across the country that are checking in with their loved ones. So right now, I think we're just waiting it out. People want to, hopefully this is going to end. Keep an eye out, get people to safety in those more troublesome areas now and see where this ends up. But thankfully, people seem to be in fairly good spirits and just waiting to see where this ends up.
And my next question is for Minister Lovelace. Looking at some of the pictures of some of the damage to the roadways, would appear to be pretty extensive. What is your department doing in terms of, I guess, trying to mitigate further damage to those areas that are already significantly damaged by the storm?
Well, to bring some context to it, it's hard to, even at this point, to do mitigation measures because of the storm. It's still ongoing, and the thing about it is you have 4 washouts that are on Trans-Canada Highway, and until the weather settles down, we can't even get to one of the washouts to really start the mitigation process. But as soon as the weather does, we will be there, but keeping in mind that we got to fix one in order to get to number 2. So it's going to be a timely process, but we're on the ground out there. Staff is closely monitoring it, and as soon as the first opportunity is available to get out there and start the restoration process, we will be there.
Thanks, Richard. Jody, do you have another question?
Yeah, Premier, do you expect that you'll be on the ground out there over the next couple of days, or will there be a flyover or something for you to observe the situation?
We're certainly looking at that opportunity to go out and see for ourselves the damage and to show some support for the communities impacted, yes.
And understanding that this obviously will seem like a premature question, but it needs to be asked. Is the province already starting the conversations around potential relief for damage for homeowners and things like that?
I mean, that is a bit premature, and I know that would be on many of our citizens on their minds, but that's premature at this point, but we will be there to support.
Thank you, Jody. Rosalind, do you have another question?
Yes, thank you. I know you suggested that Marine Atlantic could sail to Argentia, but not Route 470 down the Granite Coast. You have 4 or 5 communities that are cut off even from Port aux Basques. So that would not relieve their needs when it comes to food and medical supplies and other essentials. Do you have a relief plan to get them goods?
We have helicopters on standby, but
I can jump in on this. This is not a situation that's unique to me, sadly. I've seen Burgeo, Ramia, Grey River cut off a few years back when the road went in a severe storm. I've seen Lapoille cut off. So there will be air travel available. We're still very early into this, thankfully. But there will be means available to ensure people get access to goods and supplies, emergency equipment for everybody that's down on Route 470. And so that's something that absolutely is being kept top of mind as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind. Andrew, do you have another question?
Yes, I know that not all the communities are impacted the same. I'm wondering if you have an estimate of just how many people are actually cut off from the rest of the province right now.
It's probably best for you, Minister. Any estimates on the exact number?
At this point, we don't have numbers of how many people is affected by this, but we know it's, in my estimation, speaking personally, it's too many, and it's worrisome, and we're doing everything we can. I don't know if Minister Parsons has any idea of, in terms of, because he's...
Well, it's still an evolving situation, of course.
I mean, right now, I mean, I don't have the census here, but I look at it from a community perspective. It's affecting from basically the Cadroy Valley South and then all the way down to Rose Blanche, and then you have Lapoil, which is serviced from there. The way that the situation is, one of the tougher parts is that multiple communities are cut off from each other due to different breaks. Thankfully, on Route 480, Burgeo, Ramia, Grey River, down to Francois, that area has not been affected as of right now. We haven't seen anything there. The reports we're getting are quite positive. Hopefully that stays that way. So right now you've got, you know, the entirety of Cadroy Valley, the various communities and the side roads. But the biggest problem is that you have the main TCH, the main trunk road. It is fractured in various places. So you've got Port aux Basques cut off from that, which connects us to the rest of the province. Then you have, you know, Cape Reyes cut off from Port aux Basques. You have Port aux Basques being cut off from the rest of the coast. You have all these communities along the way. So it's a really difficult situation, and that affects every citizen in that corner of the province.
Thanks, Andrew. Meg, do you have another question?
Yes, I do. I guess right now, what is the greatest concern with so much of the highway being closed for you guys?
The greatest concern is obviously getting the highway up and running again so that we can have a return to normal supply chain and delivery of goods and services. But prior to that, the immediate concern, the acute concern, the one that we all share here, and I think everyone at home shares, is primarily for the health and safety of those that are being impacted by the current rain. So this is still ongoing. I know we sound repetitive here, but it's still ongoing, and we really want everybody to stay safe. As you've heard across all the speakers today, right now we've been fortunate to have maintained individual safety, and we want to continue to do so. And we think that everybody out there needs to follow advice in order to have some ownership on that. And if there's one message that comes out of this today, it would be that.
And I guess, you know, you spoke about contractors being contacted prior to the storm. So are these contractors coming from outside the province? Like, how many have been contacted? Like, what do those efforts look like?
Go ahead, Minister.
Yeah, those are contractors that are in and around the area that's affected, so West Coast. But in terms of resources, we've been province-wide, but not to my knowledge that we've reached outside. But if need be to get the job done, then we will do whatever is necessary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Premier, do you have any final comments today?
Yeah, thank you all for joining, and thanks to the ministers. I know this, for everybody at home, this seems like a biblical year, you know, floods, pandemics, hurricanes, and cyber attacks, but that we will get through it. We've gotten through worse, and as Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, we're up for this. We can get through anything together, and this is just another example of how we need to work together to get through. Please stay safe at home. We will be there for you.
Thank you, Premier. Stay safe, everybody. Take care of yourselves and each other, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Officials in Newfoundland and Labrador are talking about the rainstorm that is continuing to hit Atlantic Canada. There are several roads washed out and bridges damaged. Residents in southwest Newfoundland are being told to stay home and not travel because of the damaged infrastructure. The good news is that so far no reports of any injuries or power outages, but officials telling people to stay safe, stay home, but be on guard as it's an ongoing situation with more rain and wind on the way. Well, that same massive storm has washed out roads in Cape Breton and other parts of Nova Scotia. Near Ingonish, Nova Scotia, a large section of road gave way, sending a Parks Canada truck deep into the bottom of the opening. The driver is recovering. In Antigonish, dozens of people were forced to leave after heavy rain led to flash flooding around a mobile home park. Victoria and Inverness counties have declared states of emergency.
Our roads were becoming undermined, our bridges were becoming compromised, and there was localized flooding, so we really felt we didn't have any other choice but to have a state of emergency proclaimed.
And crews in British Columbia are working around the clock in Sumas Prairie, preparing for 2 approaching storms.
We expect another 5 feet of height to be added to the dike prior to the weather event anticipated for Thursday.
Troops and volunteers are shoring up dikes and levees, with the first of 2 atmospheric rivers expected to hit southern BC tomorrow. The second storm is expected on Saturday. The mayor of Abbotsford is telling people in high-risk areas to gather 3 days' worth of supplies. Well, to Ottawa now, Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole delivered a speech to his caucus today that was also broadcast to Conservatives tuning in from across the country ahead of the first question period of the new session. The Tory leader is vowing to lead what he called a tired Liberal government to account. He also took potshots at Justin Trudeau.
What is happening when the federal government is ignoring the division that their own policies are creating? Instead of uniting, this Liberal government has been dividing. Instead of building up, the Liberal government is intent on closing down. Instead of listening to Indigenous Canadians, Justin Trudeau went surfing.
Not long after the Conservative leader wrapped his speech, the Prime Minister was asked if he had any comments on O'Toole's suggestion that he was putting his own needs ahead of the country's in the throne speech.
We're focused on fighting climate change, we're focused on growing the economy, we're focused on reconciliation, the kinds of things Mr. O'Toole should be focused on. Instead, he's focused on getting exemptions for his MPs.
About question period today, what we can expect from it. Well, I guess now that we've got a speaker and it's down to business.
Okay, sorry, I was told 1:10.
Oh, I'm just wondering, Annie, if you can hear me.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Annie. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. There we go. We got it all going.
Yay. Okay. Okay, we're connected. Sounds good. Let's talk about question period. And there's just so many issues that Parliament is supposed to try to tackle in a very short period of time. And let's talk about chief among them.
Well, I think that this is going to be a fairly feisty question period, given the fact that these members of Parliament have not been together in one place. Well, they haven't been together in one place since before the pandemic, because this has been happening virtual, but they haven't been in a question period in about 5 months. So definitely feisty. You're also going to have about 50 new MPs who are here for the first time. So it's likely that those MPs will have an opportunity to ask a question for the first time, which is always a big and exciting moment. I think from the Conservatives, what you're seeing is they're talking a lot about inflation, about the cost of living. Aaron O'Toole, the Conservative leader, was up earlier, Bev, and he was talking about how the Trudeau government spending over the last few years has really fueled inflation, made the cost of living go up. And so this is sort of their primary target. He's also said that there really wasn't anything in the throne speech that will help workers, that will help with inflation. And I think that's where he's going to focus on. In terms of the NDP leader, he was also up not too long ago. He says that the throne speech sort of was empty as well, that it doesn't look like the Prime Minister and the Liberals are aware of the issues that are pressing Canadians. The NDP leader said that he wanted, for example, more of a commitment to end fossil fuel subsidies, that he wanted some movement on pharmacare, which was not mentioned. And he says, you know, it doesn't seem like the Liberals are looking to help support people. So I think that's where you're going to hear the Liberal leader coming into play. The NDP leader. And of course, you're going to have vaccines, too. This is really a topic that's heating up, at least on Parliament Hill. There is this vaccine mandate that is now in place. The Conservatives have a point of privilege, saying that they don't like the way that the vaccine mandate was imposed on them by the Board of Internal Economy, which is an all-party committee, but it's all done behind closed doors. The Conservatives say that if there was going to be a vaccine mandate, that should have been a discussion by the House, but currently they say that it impedes parliamentarians' access to get to the Hill and do their daily business, which they have been elected by Canadians. So I think vaccines is, of course, going to be an issue that comes up for sure.
And in terms of the sitting, what's going to happen surrounding the discussion about a possibility of a hybrid parliament?
Right. So in March 2020, when the pandemic hit, Parliament decided that they were going to, for the first time ever, adopt a hybrid parliament, which allowed MPs to stay in their home ridings and participate virtually while others were in the House. And this was for a number of reasons. Mostly it was because when this first happened, COVID was still very real. There were no vaccines, and people were being told by health officials to stay home, that was the best way to protect yourselves. So MPs decided to adopt a hybrid model, and that's been going on since March 2020. Now, with vaccinations and case counts lower, the question is whether that hybrid model should continue or whether MPs should all be required to be back in the House. And this is why it's going to be kind of a hot topic of debate today. The Liberals have put forward this motion saying that they want to have the option for a hybrid model. They say that this is good in case somebody gets COVID, they may not feel well, for whatever reason they need to stay in their home riding, perhaps, like in the situation of BC, where the flooding is still really ravaging homes and communities. That's an opportunity an MP could still participate in Parliament, but do it virtually. The NDP is also on side. They've said that for health and safety reasons, it's a good idea. They've also said for parents of young children, it might help with some childcare issues to be able to participate virtually. The Bloc, however, has said absolutely not. They want everyone back in the House. And the Conservatives have said the same thing. They say that a hybrid parliament is just a way for the Liberals to avoid the scrutiny that they deserve, that it's an opportunity for the Liberals and the cabinet ministers to not answer questions from the opposition. So that's going to be debated today. Given the fact that the Liberals have the support of the NDP, it's likely we're going to go back to a hybrid model, which means that today's question period, where all 338 MPs are in the House, could be perhaps one of just a few that we see in this session.
Okay, we'll be watching for that this afternoon. Annie Bergeron-Oliver, thank you for joining us.
Thanks,
and we
Bev.
return now to one of our top stories, the major weather event on the East Coast and the West Coast. Let's bring in CTV meteorologist Kevin Stanfield. And Kevin, thank you very much. Let's begin with Atlantic Canada and the unbelievable amount of rain that they've received, as well as the wind. What's going on now and what's to come?
Well, thank you so much, Bev. And you can still see a number of not only rainfall warnings, those wind warnings are there in the pink. That's a wreck house wind warning. It's specific to the area, but the same idea applies as that low continues to churn along. Those wind gusts could easily hit 70, 90, maybe even topping into the triple digits in kilometers per hour. And freezing rain warnings are also a factor. Not featured, but definitely represented. There's the potential for another 5 centimeters of snow this time around coming into Nova Scotia as conditions cool off. So you can see that band continuing to press itself on through, and where we can see the wind barbs, there's still that heavy rotation. It's on its way out the door. Let's quickly take a look at what it's brought so far. The Sydney area for Nova Scotia, up to 169 millimeters. A big thank you to CTV Atlantic, Kaylin Mitchell, the CTV meteorologist rather, who put this data together. And then Moose Lake, 220 millimeters so far among a number of communities in that area. That's as you head a little further east in Nova Scotia. Monastery, 116, and they saw Charlottetown, St. John's around the 70s. The Atlantic storms, as far as Newfoundland goes, you see Lancelot, they're at 75.2. That's in northern Newfoundland. But the big spot there, we'll get there in a sec as our futurecast continues winding itself on through. We're looking at trace showers moving forward. That's exactly what they're after. The rainfall forecast over the next 24 hours brings another just shy of 40 millimeters to Port aux Basques. And in the last 12 hours, they've seen over 100 according to this very same model. And then we'll continue to pan this along here. And you see that rain showers are starting to lighten up a little as we go through Nova Scotia.
Okay, so a lot of similarities have been drawn and talked about between what's going on in Atlantic Canada and what has been happening on the West Coast. So tell us a little bit about the West Coast weather and what you're looking at there.
Well, more watches and warnings, and it's the exact same type of setup. You've got that large low, you've got your rainfall pattern, and a lot of these were the gray advisory zones saying, hey, some rain's coming. And they've had to upgrade those because they've hit the parameters where a warning is necessary. Metro Vancouver, 40 to 80 millimeters possible, and those wind gusts along the coast, they can be vicious and potentially could hit 110 kilometers per hour. So we'll look at the futurecast for that one, and you just see this massive atmospheric river. It's led along by a high, and right at the end of that clip there, you saw the second half because there are two of them on the way. And this one here, you can see along West Vancouver Island, Tofino, over 100 millimeters expected. Thankfully, thankfully, those communities that were so affected by floods as we were working ourselves through the previous storm like this, they're looking to stay a bit lighter, instead dealing with snowfall. A lot of that works very far inland, guided along by the force of that jet. And Metro Vancouver looking at about 28 millimeters, Coquitlam closer to 33.
Okay, Kevin, thank you very much for joining us. Well, and for more on the situation in BC, let's bring in Pastor Cam Stewart, lead pastor at Arnold Community in Abbotsford, BC. Abbotsford has been so hard hit. Pastor, tell me a little bit about what you've been seeing in your community and the help that people have been able to offer.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable just how people have rallied, come from miles away to help, you know, people who are very desperate and people that are shocked by the carnage in their homes.
And in terms of people coming in to help community members, to help these homeowners, what's going on, and specifically, I guess, at your church and where you're standing?
Yeah, well, this is kind of a miracle that you're seeing behind me. I never thought a dump would be a miracle, but, you know, people who were literally devastated by the flood had to start dealing with all their stuff, and they were starting to pull it out, but they didn't have anywhere to take it because the local transfer station couldn't get their garbage out because all the highways were, you know, torn apart by the flooding. And so they were full, so nobody had a place to take their garbage as they started to, you know, deal with their stuff. So these amazing guys and companies came from Langley, which is about 30 minutes away, with some machinery. Didn't really know why they needed to bring it, but they brought it. And as people were starting to deal with their garbage, they needed a place to put their garbage while they continued to bring the stuff out of their homes. And so we became a transfer landfill station. And as people brought their stuff here, then we had dump trucks that were taking it away to as far away as Surrey and Port Kells to deal with, you know, the garbage. And so this has been an amazing story of community coming together and helping each other in this awful time.
Yeah, a community coming together and people coming together from outside the community, as you mentioned, Langley. Yeah. What were the folks that showed up to help? What did they say about why they came to help out?
Yeah, you know, it's amazing just to listen to people say, we hope that if we were in this situation, people would come and help us. So we want to do to others as we hope they would do for us. And that's been the case. People just showing up saying, I can help. I don't have a lot of skill, but I can move garbage, you know, I can do whatever. But then people who have skill are coming, like these guys with these equipment operators, just, hey, we can use this. How can we use it? And so it's been amazing, just goodwill for people to show.
And Pastor, tell me, just a moment ago, we were taking a look at video of what looked like a long table and, you know, urns of coffee and whatnot, people helping out in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah, so the way you can't really see it, but the way it's situated, people come in one side, drop their garbage off, and then they kind of come up to a food table. When they get coffee and they get food. We've been serving breakfast and lunch for the last few days. And then all these community you know, restaurants and Starbucks and Tim Hortons have been dropping off coffee, and people can get coffee and they get meals for the last few days. It's been amazing. And then people have been bringing other cleaning supplies, from bleach to, you know, N95 masks, because the waters, they're pretty concerned about the water. So safety issues, there's boxes and other drinkable water people have just brought and dropped off, just saying, hey, we've had, you know, tools and sump pumps and fans and dehumidifiers, just people drop it off, saying, hey, whoever needs this, use it. And it's been amazing. So we've tried to be as best a resource for people and a central place for people to drop their stuff off to help these people in need.
Yeah, and with that kind of goodwill and help, it certainly would help people cope with everything that's been going on. Yeah, Pastor Cam Stewart, thank you for telling us the stories there.
You're welcome.
Well, coming up, Canadian kids have begun to roll up their sleeves for the COVID-19 vaccine. What you need to know about the provinces already offering shots to children aged 5 to 11. That's next.
You're watching CTV News Channel.
Falls are the #1 cause of injury to senior citizens. falling down stairs can be disastrous. Acorn Stair Lifts has the solution. Just don't fall. Sit, relax, ride with an Acorn Stair Lift, the world's leader in stair lifts. That's right, don't let limited mobility keep you from going up and down your stairs, even outside. Call Acorn Stair Lifts now for a free information kit and no obligation quote. Now you can safely ride with your Acorn Stair Lift.
Now I don't have to worry about him climbing those stairs anymore.
And our Acorn Stair Lift was very affordable.
Our Acorn Stair Lift is definitely more affordable than moving.
The Acorn Stair Lift has a padded seat and backrest for maximum comfort. It easily folds up for access to the stairway. 5 safety sensors stop your Acorn Stair Lift if there is something in the way. And it even runs during power outages.
I am king of my castle again.
Directly with the world's leader in stair lifts. That's right, there's no middleman. Acorn's trained technicians professionally install your stair lift directly to the staircase. In most cases, in 2 hours or less. There's no need for special construction. We don't leave until you're completely comfortable using your Acorn Stair Lift.
Don't risk a serious fall going down the stairs.
I was really surprised at how little it cost.
Call for your free no-obligation information kit and quote from Acorn Stair Lifts. Just don't fall. Safely ride up and down your steps.
Give your life a lift with Acorn Stair Lifts.
Call 1-844-789-6335 right now for your free information kit or visit our website today. That number again is 1-844-789-6335. 1-844-789-6335. Call now.
The original Santa Claus Parade, Saturday, December 4th, only on CTV.
Welcome to Timbits of Wisdom.
The advice show for grown-ups by Timbits. What's the best way to be a good teammate? Just talk to them. Yeah. And invite them for a play date.
Yeah, I agree with that.
This Christmas, please give. Give to those around you. Give joy. Give love. Give wonder. Give your time. Give a little. Give a lot if you can. Give a helping hand. Give from your heart. Give hope. Give because it feels good. Join our army of givers, and together we can do anything.
No! I love that you got another cat, babe. Just need a minute.
Automatic refills, pocket pills, online pharmacy, free delivery, pocketpills.com.
Which pills, Mom?
The yellow ones.
They're all yellow.
Like that sweater I made for Sarah.
That sweater was blue. Pre-sorted pills. Pocket pills, online pharmacy, free delivery, pocketpills.com.
Keeping your smile healthy between dental visits is important. The Waterpik Water Flosser removes plaque from treated areas. Brushing alone only gets the surface, but the Waterpik Water Flosser cleans the areas brushing may miss. Go to waterpik.ca to learn more.
Hey, Gord. Connie, I've mastered human replication. Our reno can now get done in 1/5 of the time.
Nice breakthrough, Gourds, but check out this one. We just saved a bundle buying home and auto insurance with Sonnet.
Incredible.
Yeah, completely online in only minutes.
She's right. That was fast. Wow. Oh, game's in 5. Hey, grab those chips.
What? Why are you taking the chips?
Take a moment, save a bundle. Visit sonnet.ca.
We're happy to be here.
Let's take you to Toronto now, where the city's mayor is touring a vaccine clinic for kids with Dr. Eileen Davila. A small group of Toronto children were the first kids in Canada to receive Pfizer's pediatric COVID-19 vaccine.
All the staff from all the different organizations involved for the work that they've done to produce that result. That is why we have here superhero selfie stations, we have stickers, we have coloring materials, we have animal prints, we have superhero vaccine clinic passports at all of the city-run clinics. And I think we could see from our experience on opening day that it made a difference, and I'm sure it will continue to make a difference. The kids that got vaccinated here yesterday were the first kids in Canada, and we're proud of that, but we want to join in this great national effort to make sure that all of these kids aged 5 to 11 get vaccinated across the country. The kid content helped, and to that extent, if there are other cities or towns across the country that we could make available the electronic versions of what we did with these passports and other things, we'd be happy to do that in order to help them make their campaigns as kid-friendly as possibly could be the case. More kids will be vaccinated today, and of course more will even more will start getting their vaccines tomorrow in our city-run clinics, in school clinics, which also start on Thursday, and in hundreds of pharmacies and doctors' offices where that effort is now underway. It's good to see that a lot of families want to get their kids vaccinated as soon as possible. More than 31,000 appointments were booked yesterday, and that is great news. It was a response that surpassed even the beginning expectations and, of course, caused more appointments to be opened up. There are about 200,000 kids aged 5 to 11 in our city of Toronto, and we already have a huge number of kids as a result of 31,000 appointments being booked that are on track to get their first dose. And the result of that was to open up even more appointments, so we have available between now and December the 11th 17,987 appointments. And that number is probably going down by the minute, but that's how many we have now, so there is no problem in going online or going on the telephone to book one of those appointments. And when you add it up, that will represent, in the first couple of days, a total of 50,000 COVID-19 vaccine appointments for kids in our 5 city-run clinics alone over the next 2.5 weeks. So just the city-run clinics, which is 5 of hundreds of clinics that will happen in schools, pharmacies that will be available, doctors' offices, and other places in the city, we have 50,000 signed up for appointments between now and the next 2 weeks, next 2.5 weeks in our very own city clinics. And so this is terrific news for the safety and well-being, first and foremost, of those kids, the safety and well-being in our collective health, but also things like keeping the schools open and trying to finally put this nasty pandemic behind us. So I want to, beyond thanking the staff and all the people that have made that possible, I want to thank the families, because they've obviously given this a lot of consideration since they heard the news that a vaccine was about to be approved. And by the way, if you think back to the fact that that approval took place last Friday, and here we are, just a few days later, with the vaccination program well underway and tens of thousands of people who've signed up to have their kids vaccinated. And I want to say to the kids, not all of them will necessarily be watching the news, but to the extent that they are, or to the extent the parents can tell them thank you, because the ones we've seen so far are brave. They're doing something that makes them superheroes, and that's really important. These vaccines are effective and they're safe. And if you want to look, you need look no further than very near to us, where millions of kids already have been safely vaccinated. And that's exactly what we're going to do here with the cooperation of kids and their families. As a reminder, there's always more information available at toronto.ca/COVID-19 or from people you rely on, whether it's your personal physician or whether it's a community health center, nurse, or anybody like that that you can get reliable information from. There's lots available, but you can turn to toronto.ca for lots of information there. Now, while the effort for kids begins, the effort for adults continues, and we are applying every bit of as much energy and determination to that campaign as we ever were. We are making sure that we deliver first, second, and third doses to those adults who haven't received any or all of those, and that means this Thursday through the weekend we will have 22 holiday clinics operating starting Thursday at malls, community centres, and churches, and they remain focused on residents 12 years and up in age because we still have to make progress on that front as well. The Vax the Holidays push is part of our ongoing work to have clinics and the vaccines in the community. Take the vaccines to the people because that is the way we know now best to be able to do it on a targeted basis and to reach people on almost a one-by-one basis, certainly street by street, building by building as we continue to go forward. And that's why we will be where the people are this weekend, once again, in the malls, in the churches, in the community centres, and so on. I was out with Councillor Cressy last Saturday to the Martin Grove Mall. And what was great, we were there to highlight the Vax the Holidays campaign and to see, in that case, how we deployed a TTC bus, one of the special buses, to get people vaccinated. But what was also great was that our ambassadors were going through the mall and literally in a very kind of friendly, non-intrusive way, just chatting with people.
Okay, Toronto Mayor John Tory speaking at a city vaccination clinic specifically for children aged 5 to 11. There are several new clinics being set up in Toronto to serve the kids, including some that will be set up in schools. The mayor saying the kids rolling up their sleeves right now are superheroes. And we have breaking news out of Georgia, where there is a verdict in the trial for the 3 men charged with killing Ahmaud Arbery. The jury began deliberations on Tuesday and have reached a decision. Father and son Greg and Travis McMichael and their neighbor William Roddy Bryan pleaded not guilty to 9 charges, including murder. The 25-year-old was shot and killed in 2020 after being spotted running in a Georgia neighborhood. Prosecutors had said the men chased and fatally shot Arbery because he was black. Defense attorneys argued the shooting was an act of self-defense as the men tried to make a citizen's arrest. We'll bring you that verdict just as soon as it's in. And now the vaccines are available for children between the ages of 5 to 11. We know that many parents have questions on today's Ask the Doctor segment. Pediatric infectious disease specialist Dr. Jesse Pappenberg is on hand to answer some of our viewer questions. And thank you very much for joining us to do this. So let me go to the first one. This is from Tanya, who asks, I've been waiting patiently to have our youngest, who's 11, vaccinated. I was reading that the kid's dose is about 1/3 of the adult dose, and given that we're so close to her 12th birthday, does it make sense to wait until she can get that dose?
Yeah, so it's absolutely right that the pediatric dose is 1/3 of the adult dose, and it's been studied in that age group to show, and it's shown exactly the same type of immune response in terms of antibody levels. So if you've decided to vaccinate your 11-year-old, I really see no reason to wait for her birthday to pass in order to get the adult dose. I think that the pediatric dose will elicit a really nice immune response in that age group, and I have no reason to suggest that you would wait.
Okay, all right. So now Melissa is wondering, saying it's been reported that healthy children contracting COVID-19 will typically experience no or only mild symptoms. I'm concerned that myocarditis complications caused by the vaccines can cause serious debilitating side effects. How should I, as a parent, weigh the risks?
So first of all, I think that it's true that we've been spared in pediatrics. We've seen much fewer severe cases in terms of hospitalizations and severe outcomes. Nevertheless, we've done studies showing that across Canada, there have been a few hundred hospitalizations in pediatrics for children with either acute COVID or for multisystem inflammatory disease of children. And these kids can get quite sick, with somewhere between 1 in 4 to 1 in 3 requiring ICU care. So that burden of disease, I think, is worth preventing. But now that we're in the 4th wave, even the milder cases, I think, are worth preventing. If you think about it, that right now, 1 out of every 4 COVID-19 infections in Canada is in a child under age 12. And these milder infections can have important implications for families in terms of school disruption, contact tracing, quarantines for people who've been exposed. And I think these infections are also worth preventing. Now, I appreciate your point about the side effects that we've seen and observed with myocarditis, or inflammation of the heart muscle, and that's been observed particularly after the 2nd dose, and we've seen that in the older adolescents in particular and in older adults. What's somewhat reassuring is that among adolescents, the younger ones had a lower rate of down in age in terms of their frequency of adverse effects like myocarditis is going to continue, and in our pediatric age group, remember that the vaccine dose being 1/3 of the adult dose, we're already seeing less types of side effects in terms of fever, sore arm, fatigue, and all that. So I'm hoping, and I have reason to believe that myocarditis is going to be less frequent in the younger age group. And lastly, I think it's important to note that the myocarditis that we've seen after vaccination is actually, the vast majority are very mild and benign. By benign, I mean resolves without any type of treatment in particular. So the vast majority, it's very brief and benign.
Okay, another question. This one's from Mandy that says she is planning on getting her son vaccinated, but she says, I'm going to wait a little bit to feel more secure. What are some key indicators that experts recommend I watch for?
Well, I wouldn't suggest waiting as a particular strategy, especially with the holidays coming up. I think it would be, and I think there's potential benefits to protecting your child, especially at least 2 weeks before the holidays when there's going to be a lot of intergenerational mixing potentially and a lot more social contacts. But that being said, if a family does choose to wait before vaccinating, they want to look at what would they be looking at to help them make their decision. Well, I think that beyond what we've already seen submitted to Health Canada and the FDA, with over 3,000 children in the trial who received the vaccine, and it was shown that it was over 90% effective, and there were no serious adverse events among those children in the trial. We have the advantage also of seeing what's going on in the United States. And right now, as of today, there's been almost 3 million first doses of vaccine administered to children 5 to 11 in the United States. And thus far, the data look very promising. There have been no signals yet from either the FDA or the US CDC with regards to any sort of serious adverse events. Again, I'll note that among the 3,000 kids that received the active product in the trial, none of these kids 5 to 11 developed myocarditis. So all these data together are very reassuring, but I think that we'll have the advantage of seeing what happens to the United States on a much larger scale with several weeks in advance, especially in relation to that second dose, as we're going to be taking the 8-week interval approach compared to the United States, which is taking a 3-week interval.
Right, okay. So our final question is from Nandini, who says, my daughter had COVID-19. Will she be eligible for a vaccine as she struggles with post-COVID conditions?
That's a great question. So first of all, children who have had a documented COVID-19 infection, we do recommend that they should be offered the vaccine. Different provinces are taking slightly different approaches with regards to the time between the diagnosis and vaccination, or whether they need 1 dose or 2 doses as part of their primary series. But definitely I would recommend vaccinating any child who has had a previous COVID-19 infection, and just as long as they're no longer acutely symptomatic from their COVID-19 infection. But with these longer-term sequelae, there is no reason to not vaccinate. It has not been associated with a worsening of the long-term COVID symptoms. Vaccination, that is, has not been associated with any worsening of symptoms. The only thing that we need to be careful with is for those rare cases of multisystem inflammatory syndrome in children, we recommend a 3-month interval between the onset of that serious and complicated disease with vaccination, just to give the chance to the immune system to settle down and properly accept the vaccine.
Okay, Dr. Jesse Papenburg, pediatric infectious disease specialist and medical microbiologist at Montreal's Children's Hospital. We really appreciate this and your patience walking through all these questions. Thanks so much.
It's been a pleasure.
Okay, we have breaking news out of Georgia, where there's a verdict in the trial for the 3 men charged with killing Ahmaud Arbery. The jury began deliberations on Tuesday and have now reached a decision. Father and son, Greg and Travis McMichael, and their neighbor, William Roddy Bryan, pleaded not guilty to 9 charges, including murder. The 25-year-old was shot and killed in 2020 after being spotted running in a Georgia neighborhood. Prosecutors had said the men chased and fatally shot Arbery because he was black. Defense attorneys argued the shooting was an act of self-defense as the men tried to make a citizen's arrest. So a verdict has been reached. We will bring you that just as soon as it's being delivered. Verdict right now is being read. Let's go there.
All right, let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Welcome back. Madam Foreperson, I understand you have reached a verdict as to each defendant.
We have, Your Honor.
Please hand your verdict forms to the sheriff. All right. I'm going to go ahead and address each one of these verdict forms separately. The first verdict form I have is the State of Georgia versus Travis McMichael. Mr. McMichael, please stand. Verdict is as follows. In the Superior Court of Glenn County, State of Georgia, the State of Georgia versus Travis McMichael, case number CR 000433. Jury verdict form. Count 1, malice murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. I'm going to ask that whoever just made an outburst be removed from the court, please.
Come on. Oh, God.
As this court has indicated, I ask that there be no outbursts in the court, and I expect as much from the gallery. Please respect the court's desire for this as we move forward. If you feel like you need to make a comment or otherwise demonstrate with respect to the verdict, I do ask that you step out of the courtroom now. Count 2, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 3, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 4, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 5, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 7, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 8, false imprisonment. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Count 9, criminal attempt to commit a felony. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. Dated this 24th day of November, 2021, signed by the foreperson. Have a seat. As to Gregory McMichael, in the Superior Court of Glenn County, the State of Georgia versus Greg McMichael, case number CR 20000433. Jury verdict form. Count 1, malice murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, not guilty. Count 2, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 3, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 4, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 5, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 7, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 8, false imprisonment. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 9, criminal attempt to commit a felony. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. This 24th day of November, 2021, signed by the foreperson. As to William R. Bryan. In the Superior Court of Glenn County, State of Georgia versus William R. Bryan, case number CR 2000433, jury verdict form. Count 1, malice murder. We, the jury, find the defendant William R. Bryan not guilty. Count 2, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant William R. Bryan not guilty. Count 3, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant William R. Bryan guilty. Count 4, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant William R. Bryan guilty. Count 5, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant William R. Bryan guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant William R. Bryan not guilty. Count 7, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant William R. Bryan guilty. Count 8, false imprisonment. We, the jury, find the defendant William R. Bryan guilty. Count 9, criminal attempt to commit a felony. We, the jury, find the defendant William R. Bryan guilty. Signed this 24th day of November by the foreperson. Go ahead and have a seat. Court having read the verdicts and accepted the verdicts, anything from the state?
No, Your Honor, nothing from the state.
Anything from the defense?
We ask the jury to be polled, Your Honor.
All defendants ask the jury to be polled? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask each of you individually a set of 2 questions with respect to the verdicts that I have just read. If you could please respond when you hear your juror number. Juror number 1, you have heard verdicts now.
Yes, sir.
Juror number 2, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, sir.
I think, I can't. Okay, 2. Juror number 3, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes.
Juror number 4, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, sir.
Juror number 5, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 7, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 8, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 9, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 10, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 11, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 12, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, Your Honor.
And juror 16, you have heard the verdicts read. Were these your verdicts then, and are these your verdicts now?
Yes, sir.
The jury has been polled. Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what that means with the court having accepted your verdict is that your role in this case is now at an end. What we're going to do today is I'm going to have all of you, the panel and the 3 alternates, go ahead and retire into the jury room. I'm going to address a couple matters logistically with you in the jury room once we get done here. But before we do that, and before I excuse you, I do want to thank you publicly for your service here in Glenn County. It has been a long trial, and I appreciate the fact that you have been attentive. You've listened to the evidence. And that is what we ask in this court. It's a very simple ask in a very complex way. So it's appreciated. When we all got together, I say we all got together, when we got together at different times, I said that I was going to thank you a number of times and how I was going to tell you I do truly appreciate your time here. Hopefully you understand why I said that when we started. I do also hope that you got a little bit of an insight into what goes on in a trial and maybe understand a little bit more of how important it is for members of our community to come down and be part of this process and serve as jurors in this community. So again, thank you for that service. And I'll come address you all in just a moment. You're excused.
All right, for the jury.
All right, it is this court's usual practice with regard to sentencing to go ahead and give everybody some time to put together what they need to put together for a full sentencing hearing. I'm going to have to look at the schedule and see how that works with my schedule up in Chatham County and the schedule here in Glynn County. I'll get back to everybody about some dates and see what works with respect to dates. That should give everybody an opportunity to put together whatever evidence may be shown in aggravation from the state or mitigation from the defense. Hopefully we'll get to that in the next couple of weeks. Again, I'll make sure council knows what those dates are. That addresses the open matter then before the court. Anything from the state before we adjourn?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
From Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
And from Mr. Bryan?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the defendants then are ordered to remain in the custody of the sheriff, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, so the verdict has been delivered in the Ahmaud Arbery murder case. Travis McMichael has been found guilty of all 9 charges against him, including several charges of murder as well as aggravated assault. Greg McMichael, Travis's father, found not guilty of malice murder, but guilty of several felony murder charges as well as aggravated assault. And a third man, William R. Bryan, was found not guilty of malice murder and not guilty of felony murder. The 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery was shot and killed in 2020 after being spotted running in a Georgia neighborhood. Prosecutors had alleged the men chased and fatally shot Arbery because he was black, while defense attorneys argued the shooting was an act of self-defense as the men tried to make a citizen's arrest at that time. Joining me, Marquette, criminal defense attorney at Barkett Epstein. Thank you very much for talking to me about this verdict. Okay, so there's 9 counts on all of them. Really, the 2 McMichaels, the father and the son, found guilty, and the third man found not guilty of murder. Let me get your thoughts on this verdict.
Well, first of all, I think the third man was found guilty of one of the counts of felony murder, just not all of them. So he also, I believe, if I heard that correctly, is also going to be facing a sentencing for felony murder. Verdicts overall are not surprising. The jury acquitting 2 of the men of the malice murder and only convicting the individual who actually shot Mr. Arbery for the malice murder shows that they gave some thought to this. They didn't simply walk in and walk out. It's not surprising at all, given the overwhelming amount of evidence here. And one has to note that it's heartening to see the racist arguments that were made by counsel for these men rejected so soundly by a jury that they picked in a county where they live that was virtually all white. I think it was 11-1 white versus 1 person of color. So overall, I think the verdicts were just, appropriate, and they came quick, provided some relief to the families involved.
And tell me about the importance of, or how critical it was from an evidence standpoint of that videotape.
Well, the videotape was absolutely critical because without it, these 3 men could have said anything they wanted about how this took place. It is ironic that one of the 3 men actually recorded this But we have the videotape, and it shows what happened. You had an individual running down the street and was chased down and shot from a pickup truck. It really is an unbelievable scene. And what's notable about the videotape is these men weren't prosecuted until the videotape was known to the public. The initial prosecutor here was removed from the case and has had some troubles for herself because of her conduct with respect to these men. But remember that. Remember that this video was available to the police and to the DA's office, and nothing happened to these men until the videotape was released to the public. And then state took some action.
So let me ask you if you could explain the difference between felony murder and murder. And I guess I'm asking specifically in the case of the third man, William Bryan, who was found not guilty of malice murder, but guilty of felony murder.
So malice murder in Georgia, anyway, it's similar to an intentional murder in other states. It simply means you intended to kill somebody and you actually did kill them. It doesn't require any premeditation whatsoever. Felony murder is a rule across virtually every state in the United States, where if you participate in a felony and somebody is killed as a result of that, you can be responsible, just as responsible for murder as if you had pulled the trigger yourself. And the simplest example is 3 men go in to rob a bank, and one of the 3 men shoots and kills a clerk or a guard. The other men who go in to rob the bank with him are also guilty of murder, but it's felony murder, not intentional murder or not malice murder. The state of Georgia, or the county here, proceeded under 2 theories against the other 2 men. One was that they were accomplices and aided and abetted in the actual murder. So the difference would be that he actually intended to kill the individual and helped the person who pulled the trigger kill him in some way. And the jury rejected that with respect to McMichael, the father, and Bryan, the third man. But they convicted both of felony murder, that they agreed to participate in a felony, and that during the course of the commission of the felony, an individual was killed. And that's how the felony murder rule works.
And Bruce, tell me what your observation is in terms of 9 counts involved in this case, and obviously murder being the most serious, but there were also counts of aggravated assault and of false imprisonment.
Yes, well, those were some of the felonies that were involved that justified the felony murder rule. In other words, there has to be an underlying felony to be convicted of felony murder. It can't just be that you were, I don't know, shoplifting and somebody got killed. That wouldn't trigger you wouldn't be convicted of felony murder then. There's designated felonies: burglary, robbery, here, aggravated assault, and or false imprisonment or unlawful imprisonment. And the evidence against the third man, who was driving behind the pickup truck and who was videotaping this, was that he constantly cut Arbery off as Arbery was fleeing from the first 2 men. And he was convicted of that count of aggravated, or whatever, I forgot the exact phrase, but the unlawful imprisonment count. And I believe that's the felony murder count he was also convicted under, so that he stopped Arbery from fleeing, falsely imprisoning him, obstructing his movement, and Arbery's death resulted.
Okay, I certainly appreciate you going through this. It's just, mere moments after the verdict was read, and there was a lot of them. Thank you very much, Bruce Parkett. I appreciate it.
Happy to help. Thanks for having me.
And let's bring in Christopher Hicks now, criminal defense lawyer and senior partner at Hicks LLP. Okay, your thoughts on these guilty verdicts?
Well, Bev, it seemed a foregone conclusion on the evidence that the prosecution had here. And even one of the accused even filmed most of it to his detriment and made him a party to the offense. I noticed, so, Bev, that they were convicted, all 3 were convicted of what basically was felony murder, that they committed a crime and then murdered someone as a consequence of that, which is not really the law in Canada. We do not have felony murders here.
But in the interest of, all being found guilty of murder, the defense at one point was claiming, I gather, that these individuals thought that a crime had been committed. And just from what you know of the case, is that in part where...
That's exactly right. They were referring to crimes such as break-ins and that occurred a week or 2 weeks earlier, and it had to be something current to raise this defense. So when they didn't say anything when they were first contacted by authorities. The 9/11 call was just a bland, oh, there was a black guy running down the road, and then nobody raised self-defense or any other defenses when the police came to investigate the death of Ahmaud Arbery. So that hurt their cause quite a bit.
And what do you make of the other charges against him? I mean, there was 9, and a number of them were felony murder. And then some...
The criticism, Bev, was that this was not a representative jury. In other words, it should have been a jury of all African Americans, which would be very unusual. What the consequence was of having 11 white people and 1 black person on the jury was that the prosecution very cleverly did not play up the race issue at all. They just left that alone. They didn't say here are 3 white men, 1 black guy. In this incident, they just left that all alone because it was counter to their interests in terms of relating to the jury.
And certainly a high-profile case, as have been many, not the least of which was Kyle Rittenhouse and the verdict of not guilty against him last week. But what do you think the implication of this verdict might be?
Well, I think it's a milestone case in the southern states, Bev, where in Georgia, it's a Georgia case, and you really see that white people are willing to convict other white people who harm a black person. And that has not always been the case, obviously. And so, in that sense, it's a benchmark case. It's very important.
And when we look at whether it's George Floyd or any other case, we now live in an age where there's so much video that's a part of evidence in these cases on both sides of our border. How important is that in terms of the deliberation?
Well, a video, Bev, is a witness that has no bias. It's an unblinking, neutral, start-to-finish witness to the crime. So that's very, very valuable to the extent that it covers everything that's important. It governs the case. It governs the trial.
And because of the severity of this, and it is murder, what would these men be facing in terms of sentence?
Well, I'm not that familiar with the Georgia Penal Code, but I would think they're at least looking at life imprisonment. I don't think the prosecution will ask for the death penalty here if that's available to them. But life imprisonment is definitely on the table.
And it would seem that the deliberation was not that long, at least that was observed by a number of people. I mean, they were just a little over 3 hours. I have to double check that today. But that shows that there was some, deliberation, of course, but also some assurance.
Yes, I think this is the second day, Bev, of their deliberations. And I think the important thing was that they asked the court for certain evidence. They asked for 2 items. They asked for the video made by William Roddy Bryant from the truck. And they also asked for the 9/11 call, which again didn't sound any alarm about crimes or self-defense or anything else. So you could tell then that the jury was really bearing down on the issues before them and coming close to a decision. Plus, they wanted to stay late last night, Bev. Apparently, they wanted to stay there, but the judge sent them home.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, lots to go through, and I certainly appreciate your time this afternoon. Christopher Hicks, criminal defense lawyer and senior partner at Hicks LLP. Much appreciated.
My pleasure, Bev.
And that's it for me today. We will continue to cover this breaking news with CTV's Jennifer Burke. Jen, over to you.
Linda?
Thanks so much, Bev. And again, we want to bring you up to date on what you have been watching and listening to. We have that breaking news out of Georgia, where all 3 men charged with the killing of Ahmaud Arbery have been found guilty of felony murder. Father and son, Greg and Travis McMichael, and their neighbor, William Roddy Bryan, pleading not guilty to all charges. The 25-year-old was shot and killed in 2020 after he was spotted running in a Georgia neighborhood. Prosecutors alleged the men chased and fatally shot Arbery because he was black, while defense attorneys argued the shooting was an act of self-defense. as the men tried to make a so-called citizen's arrest. CTV's Tom Walters has been covering this story for us today, and he joins me now with more. Tom, a lot of eyeballs on this case and what the verdict would have meant, and now we have guilty verdicts for all three men on various counts. Put into how important this case was in terms of finding those guilty verdicts and what the message the jury wanted to send.
Well, I think it's a very important case, Jennifer, and in terms of the message it does send, it is a really an emphatic finding in favor of justice, because this was a flagrant case. And yet, in that part of Georgia, the initial investigation by police led to no charges at all. There were suggestions of cronyism here because Greg McMichael had worked as an investigator for the prosecutor's office, was a former police officer, and the case just did not subside. The public angst over this, the public outrage over this went on, and especially as people saw the video of what happened. And so state investigators were brought in. Well, it took the state investigators less than 48 hours to look at the evidence and say there has to be a charge here, and to press charges. So this was a case, this was a murder that was, local authorities would have